Section 19 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 19. July 21st. Land close aboard on the lee quarter, sir, was the startling information that the mate called down the companionway about daylight as we sat down to breakfast this morning. It didn't take the captain more than 3 or 4 seconds to reach the deck, and we heard him cry savagely, "All hands wear ship! Lively now, lively!" And none too soon, for there on the lee beam lay Hermite Island only 3 or 4 miles away. This is one of a cluster known as the Hermite Islands, being 7 in number altogether. They form the culminating group of the Tierra del Fuego archipelago, of which Cape Horn is the southernmost. We must have made more westing than the captain had estimated, for he had just remarked that we ought to see the Horn again at 9 o'clock. Of course, we wore as quickly as the stiffened arms of the men would permit, and for quite a long while, in a dismal rain, we ran down parallel with these dreary shores, on which we would have struck had daylight been a couple of hours later. If our position of yesterday wasn't a false one, we did phenomenally well during the past 24 hours. For the land that we first saw this morning, and which the skipper recognized at once, is 80 miles west of yesterday's position. But, good gracious, we were at noon today within 8 miles of where we were last Friday in the heavy gale. The latitude was exactly the same, and we were 8 miles farther west. 8 miles in 5 days. How does that sound? And every day of it, fight, 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 against headwinds varying with a moderate to a whole gale. In truth, the famous Cape weather is being administered in heroic doses. Personally, I don't mind it in the least. Weeks or even months of it, if necessary, would be quite immaterial to me. But the interior of the cabin is so abominably uncomfortable for my wife, bar our own room, that for this reason I want to get out of it as quickly as possible. This gloomy weather, too, is dreadfully trying for her, as it is too dark to read below without a lamp at even the brightest part of the day. At 10 we opened out Cape Spencer, a magnificent headland at the southern end of Hermite Island, and an hour later sighted Horn Island for the second time, bearing northeast true, distant 18 miles. It was the first really good look we had had at the Horn, and the world-famous rock presented quite a formidable appearance, being 500 feet in height, though lacking the majestic dignity of Cape Spencer, which lies 25 miles west-northwest of it. Indeed, there is no particular landmark about it to cause Horn Island to stand forth from the surrounding crags. Many people imagine that the cape was so called from its resemblance to a horn, but this is a mistake. The proper name is Cape Horn, which was given it in 1616 by the Dutch navigator Schouten, in honor of his native town in Flanders. On the other hand, False Cape Horn, about 50 miles northwest of the true cape, at the extremity of Hardy Peninsula, bears a remarkable likeness to an inverted curved cornucopia, and also a resemblance to the fantastic Cape Split in the Bay of Fundy, at the entrance to the Minas Basin. It was our cherished desire to photograph Horn Island, but we were prevented by the disadvantageous conditions. So far as known, it has been photographed but once, and that by Captain Rivers of the American ship A.G. Ropes, who, a short time since, when bound to the westward, sailed boldly into within a few miles, and, during a bright spell of weather, was enabled to obtain a photograph of the Great Cape. This is the second time that we have been west of the Horn, if only a few miles, and here we go back again to the eastward on the starboard tack, with the wind a strong breeze from southwest by south. We are steering about south-southeast, and the variation makes it south, which would be passable were it not for the leeway and current, so that, in spite of the variation, south-southeast is our actual course. Goodbye for a few days, friend Horn. Perhaps we'll pay you another visit in a week or so. Indeed, the most satisfactory manner of ascertaining one's exact position down here after a week or two of gales and dark weather is to set out and look for Cape Horn, which will no doubt be found in 2 or 3 days, take a fresh departure from it, and then away south again. This is actually what we have been doing, only we missed the Cape the last time, but found an equally satisfactory landmark in Spencer. If a shipmaster can calculate his longitude to within a degree, about 35 miles, in the midst of all these currents, he is a shrewd navigator. By the way, what appropriate names have been given to various portions of wild and comfortless Tierra del Fuego? On the chart now before me appear such appellations peculiarly distinctive of this region: Last Hope Inlet, Desolation Island, Dislocation Harbor, Obstruction Sound, Famine Reach, Deceit Rocks. Rain, rain, snow, snow, hail, hail. No end of it in sight. The aneroid has risen to 30 inches, which, with an increase of 9 degrees in the temperature, would indicate a northerly wind. But we have long since given up hoping for such good luck. At 1:30 this afternoon, we saw the pale sun at an altitude of about 7 degrees for a moment, but he quickly drew over his face the cowl of nimbus cloud, as though terrified at the sight of Cape Horn. However, like the ancient mariner, we hailed it in God's name, and were comforted at knowing that the orb is still in existence. Captain Scruggs and the mate often now have very turbulent and passionate arguments, not to say quarrels, at meals. It is apparently impossible for the mate to get his reckoning right or anywhere near right, and today, when the dinner bell had clanged through the cabin, the skipper asked him suddenly and angrily what his longitude was. Mr. Goggins, after emptying his grimy vest pockets of bits of tobacco, twine, and infinitesimal pencils, quakingly produced a morsel of ragged, dirty brown paper, upon which appeared a variety of rare and hitherto unknown characters, which he twisted and turned at inconceivable angles with horrible facial contortions. There was a dead, portentous silence. "Well, sir," rapped out the skipper. About 71 degrees, 22 minutes, sir." "About 71 degrees, 22 minutes, eh? That's your idea of the ship's position, is it? Just let me tell you that this has gone far enough. Do you understand? How in the devil's name can you make it 71 degrees with Cape Spencer right under your nose? Don't you know enough yet to take a new departure from a landmark? I did think you had enough sense for that, but I see I was wrong," etc., etc. They argue, too, about the most trivial affairs, during which the skipper all but blows the skylights off with his hurricane voice. Later on, at dinner today, they quarreled about the position of a certain San Francisco restaurant. The old man swore that it wasn't on Polk Street. Then they went at each other quite savagely, but gradually calmed down, and we thought it was all over, when suddenly the skipper hammered on the table with his fist and shouted, "That restaurant's no more on Polk Street than this huckleberry pie's a raspberry." And he was so vexed at his simple little mistake that he thundered at the boy Sammy, who stands shuddering in the pantry during meals. "You, Sam, get some buckets of salt water and wrench out that bathtub. And if you're longer than 10 minutes, damn me if I don't break you all to pieces." Sammy has a woeful time of it on board, for besides doing all conceivable sorts of dirty work, he is the butt of the ship's company, teased beyond endurance by the men, and kicked and pounded mercilessly by both mates. Probably his most disagreeable and anxious moments are passed in the pantry while we are at meals. His dread of the old man is so intense that in his awful presence he is little better than a lunatic. While he is in the pantry, he dwells in terror of a summons to the table, and when "You, Sam," finally does come crashing forth, and he reaches the captain's side in a single bound, it irritates this singular man excessively. Then, of course, the mate must needs rake up some fancied grievance against the unhappy lad, who is immensely relieved when he is ordered in disgrace from the dining-room. The other day the skipper told him, in my wife's presence, that he was not fit to carry guts to a bear. It seemed to us that that was exactly what he was doing, especially as he had a dish of tongues and sounds in his hand at the moment, which to me is the most objectionable of all seafood. It's worse than burgo and ham fat. Latitude 56 degrees 12 minutes south, longitude 67 degrees 32 minutes west. July 22nd. Wore round at 8 this morning, and stood north and west once more on the port tack, as the wind backed into the southward and allowed us to come up to west-northwest by compass, or northwest by west true, which is not bad. We made so little to the good, though, in the 24 hours that it cannot be said that we are doing anything more than waltzing up and down the 67th meridian. We have gone through the water fast enough, but not in the right direction. For 48 hours now we have been under single-reefed topsails, and if a ship can carry that canvas, she will do 5 or 6 knots an hour, even in a heavy sea. A single reef in the topsails means generally whole mainsail and foresail, which is enough to send a vessel ahead at a good rate. When the mainsail is reefed or hauled up, though, a ship goes to leeward nearly as fast as she goes ahead. We sped over the water then at quite a respectable gait, and in trying to make a little westing, if the skipper is driving the ship for all she's worth, for both wind and sea are heavy, no man can blame him. The men continue to grow worse and worse, and there are not 6 in the forecastle who do not show the effects of exposure, chilblains, and sea boils. The latter have increased shockingly. 3 more men are down with them, Coleman, Peterson, and Eckers. Coleman this morning showed me 2 dreadful-looking wrists. The left one was particularly bad, with a deep rent or cavity in the flesh itself that a silver dollar would not cover. Not bleeding, but mortifying and sloughing terribly, presenting a sickening spectacle. Coleman says that some of the others are a good deal worse than he is. Hapless creatures! How they manage to do any work at all with these wounds is difficult to understand. Let them be bandaged ever so tightly, and what will it avail in the rough work? The bandages soon work loose, and there is the bare, raw flesh exposed to the salt water and the rubbing of their sleeves. If Job had sea boils, it would be safe betting that they were the worst afflictions that he had. Why will not sailors take care of themselves ashore and obviate to a certain extent such suffering as they undergo off Cape Horn? The youngest and healthiest of our men, those with clear skins, do not seem to suffer much with these boils, and they say that another safeguard to a certain degree against them is to dry the wrists as much as possible before turning in. Bad food, though, with a preponderance of salt meat, will soon play havoc with the blood of the stoutest man, and while there seems to be a fairly good variety of food on the Higgins for the crew, yet the majority of sailors on Yankee ships are fed chiefly on wretched, scurvy-breeding food. The name that American ships used to bear 30 or 40 years ago for the superlatively good rations that the men got is by no means deserved at the present day by the majority of our own deep-water ships. Many are the tales of starvation told by men arriving on Yankee ships at San Francisco in these days. I mention San Francisco particularly, as that port has until very lately sustained the reputation of withholding justice from sailors to a remarkable extent. As to the stories of foremast hands lying on the witness stands in court while defending themselves, I am convinced it is generally not so. We have seen several acts committed by the mates aboard this vessel against the sailors which would be regarded as entirely untrue by a justice if told by a seaman. In the great majority of cases, the word of a bucko mate is taken in court in preference to the sailors, and in this way there is an inconceivable amount of injustice done to the latter. For instance, there are here at least a dozen men in the forecastle, the word of any of whom I would unhesitatingly believe rather than that of either of the mates. Captain Scruggs appears to be, and I believe he is, an entirely truthful man. But as for Goggins, he would lie for a worn-out chew of tobacco. He often tells monstrous falsehoods to the skipper concerning the men, and even Mr. Rarks must come under the same ban. It seems to me that this ship makes a great deal of water. Twice in every watch, night and day, since we have been south of 50 degrees, the ship has had to be pumped out, and in 12 hours yesterday, when the wretched pumps broke down again, we made 28 inches of water. It is all very fine to say that wooden ships are lighter in bad weather than iron ones, and to allude to the latter as diving bells. But this ship is wetter than the iron Mandalore was, running before a heavy sea, and the latter possessed the inestimable advantage of never leaking even when driven into a high head sea. Captain Scruggs was in a state of mind when, after wearing round on the port tack this morning, he found that we couldn't head up much better than true north. Of course, we had the customary eruption during the maneuver, and he raged quite furiously at the helmsmen, who, unfortunately, were the two dullest men in the ship, Peterson and Eckers. As I say, the captain wrought himself into wild gusts of passion, and when he found the ship off to north-northwest, he had apparently exhausted all methods for easing his mind. But we reckoned without our skipper, being a man of much resource, and he conceived a brilliant plan. After standing motionless and speechless for a full minute, he strode to the weather wheelhouse door, tore it open, and crash! Slammed it to. Again another bang, worse than the first. Once more a great crashing rent the air that shook the structure, while the old man ground his teeth and worked his brush-like eyebrows as though they were on a string, as he stamped over to leeward, muttering to himself and shaking all over. It was a mirth-compelling scene. A little anecdote will show him in yet another phase. We asked him, a day or two ago, who was the best helmsman in the ship, and he replied waspishly, "There hain't no best among 'em. They're all blank bad. Fed like kings, and this is what you get." Latitude 57 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 67 degrees west. July 23rd. At 11 o'clock last night, we heard the rasping voice of old Goggins sing out, "Land ahead!" The captain turned out at once. He goes to bed now at 7 and sleeps till midnight if the weather isn't too outrageous, and immediately ordered the ship on the other tack. And after we had come around, 3 pinnacles of rock were seen standing sharply up out of the sea, for the night wasn't a very dark one. They were the Diego Ramirez rocks, which, lying 18 marine leagues southwest of Cape Horn, form unquestionably the most dangerous obstruction in the entire Southern Ocean, rearing their jagged peaks vertically out of a depth of 200 fathoms, right in the track of westward-bound ships. If the weather is thick and dark, there is nothing to apprise the mariner of their proximity, even if he keeps the lead going, until the thunder of what is perhaps the most tremendous surf in the world warns him, too late, that he is within hailing distance of the dreaded Diego Ramirez. A crash, a great shout, and lo, a stately ship and her company are effaced in a moment of time. A few bits of timber cast upon the shore by those vast surges of the South Pacific, being all that remains of what was one of man's most beautiful works, a full-rigged ship. The last vessel to go ashore on these rocks was the American ship Arabia, and although she went to pieces immediately, all of her crew miraculously escaped and were taken off by another vessel and landed at Montevideo. Shipmasters call the rocks Diego Ramirez, though they inconsistently pronounce San Diego as it ought to be Diego. Why is it, I wonder, that this land is always spoken of as being 18 marine leagues from Cape Horn? Why not say 54 miles? Yet all ocean directories say that they are 18 marine leagues from the Horn, though all other distances are given in miles. We would really have passed several miles to leeward of the rocks if we had kept on, but no shipmaster will ever take any chances with them. However, we are much elated at finding ourselves in appreciable distance to the westward of the Cape. Throughout the day we have been fanning along under a main royal, but that's the way of this region. Yesterday morning under reefed topsails, this morning courtesying quietly along over an almost smooth sea, bar the southwesterly swell. A few minutes ago, at about 2 o'clock, we witnessed another exhibition of what is called discipline on American ships, but what is elsewhere known as brutality. These are the facts. After dinner a man was sent down into the lazarette to bring up a barrel of split peas. It was the luckless Swede, Brunn. This man, who is not particularly strong at best and is now in very bad shape, found great difficulty in shoving the barrel, which seemed to weigh about 150 pounds, up the lazarette hatchway, and care must then be exercised never to allow the chimes of a barrel to touch the deck, as it would leave a scar. Brun finally got the barrel clear of the hatch and was rolling it flat along the poop, when the mate, looking as sour as lime juice, came hobbling along the alleyway, and, pointing to some old marks on the deck, said, "What do you do that for?" Now, I am perfectly sure that Brun had not made those marks, and so was the mate. But Goggins was in one of his snarling moods, and without further ado he applied his boot to Brun's person with such severity that he fell sprawling over the barrel, which then rolled over to leeward and struck the rail with a loud crack. Without a word or even a look, the man gathered himself up and, grasping the barrel, continued on his way, only remarking, "I'm doing the best I can, sar," in the weak, precise tones of a foreigner speaking English. "What? Answering back?" yelled Goggins. "Who learned yer that, eh?" And running up to Brun, he seized him fiercely by the throat with his left hand, and then drove his right fist with full force into the man's face. The latter staggered and fell backward half over the rail into the lanyards of the mizzen shrouds, where he remained some moments before he came to, and then, well knowing that he would have been pounded almost to death with any handy weapon if he so much as opened his mouth again, he once more started forward with the barrel. This is a nice state of affairs when men in the merchant service of the United States are suffered to be beaten and kicked into insensibility, and in some cases actually killed at the hands of brutal savage mates. Before we sailed in this ship I had often heard that sailors under the Stars and Stripes underwent the most cruel punishments, in many cases of so unusual and low a description as to preclude mention in these pages, but I hardly believed it. Now, however, after knowing how Yankee ships are run, and that such brutes as Goggins sail as mates in them, it is my opinion, and that of my wife also, who understands sailors, that the published accounts of seamen's cruelties and sufferings at the hands of the officers in our sailing ships are, in nearly every instance, true and straightforward descriptions of what took place at sea. And what is the usual result? The justice dismisses the case with the remark, "Justifiable discipline." This is the way that the marine law is generally administered in our lower courts. There appears to be but little attempt at justice for the sailor, though I think that their chances of obtaining their rights in the future are considerably brighter than they used to be. Does any one of the other three great maritime nations, Great Britain, France, and Germany, permit such acts in their merchantmen as the beating of sailors? Decidedly not. In those countries, ship sailors are treated as such and not as anthropological savages. Yet our marine laws are practically the same as theirs. Their laws are enforced, ours are not, by reason of petty briberies and deceits. It is a different story on our steamers, where the officers would not dare to maltreat the men. Discipline, far better than we have here, can be maintained without recourse to violence, which is proved by the vessels of other nations. Contrary to the statements of captains and mates, who make them to shield their bad deeds, foremast hands are not continually trying to create a disturbance. I will leave this question to be answered by two American shipmasters who run their vessels as deep-water ships ought to be, and who never have any trouble with their crews. These two men, I do not say that there are no others, though there are lamentably few of them, are Captain Gates of the S.P. Hitchcock and Captain Banfield of the St. James. These skippers believe in decent treatment, and they see that their men get it. Among 20 or 30 men, there are sure to be 2 or 3 hard cases. These should be dealt with according to their deserts. Yet on this ship the blacklegs have, in every instance that we have seen, escaped punishment, while such inoffensive and well-meaning men such as Brun, Carl, and others have been made the mark for the violent tempers of both mates. The reason for brutality on Yankee ships is traceable in every instance to one man, the captain, for if he did not countenance it, such acts could not be committed. It is passing strange that American captains, who have almost invariably risen from before the mast, should have so little sympathy for sailors, in view of the fact that only a few years ago they suffered from the tempers of mates just as now the men do who are under them. Latitude 57 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 68 degrees 55 minutes west. End of section 19. Section 20 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 20. July 24th. Our light winds didn't last long, for the crossjack had to be hauled up, the three topgallant sails furled, and the mainsail reefed during last night. We made excellent headway, though, doing 5 miles more than 3 degrees of longitude, though we were driven off to the southward too much, being at noon today 160 miles south of Cape Horn and well below the northern limit of drift ice, though the temperature is not low, 39 degrees at noon. Thus far, this has been a slightly warmer winter passage than the average, though it will surprise many people to know that the thermometer rarely falls below 30 degrees, north of 60 degrees south. The lowest that Captain Scruggs ever saw it was 28 degrees, though a Dutch ship, of which I have forgotten the name, reported the mercury as low as 20 degrees on one occasion some 75 years ago. Fogs form a very disagreeable feature of the Southern Ocean after the meridian of the Horn is passed, and the dampness likewise generally increases. A pretty good idea of the excessive moisture in this part of the world may be obtained by reading the report of the surveying steamer Sylvia, which was stationed in the Magellan Straits for 14 months. Throughout that period, rain fell on an average for 11 hours out of every 24, the amount per day being half an inch. As for fogs, we have been in one for 24 hours now, and a lookout is stationed on the forecastle head by day as well as by night. Indeed, it is probable that the hardest and most tedious part of the passage still remains. Usually, it is not very difficult to reach the 70th meridian, the heaviest westerly gales generally being experienced between that point and 50 degrees south, which vessels aim to cross in 90 degrees west. We should very much like to see the wind come out of the southwest again, by which it will be perceived how hard we are to please. For the first 10 days off Cape Horn we had nothing but southwesterly gales, and we rebuked them and would be satisfied with naught but northerly breezes. Now a southerly blow would be most welcome. This morning at 11 the skipper shouted down the companionway that there was a vessel on our weather beam, steering east, and that she would pass close aboard. So we went on deck at once, and there, looming high out of the fog, under a heavy press of sail, was a large three-masted bark. She was the first homeward bounder that we had seen, was probably from Australian or New Zealand ports, and she presented a noble appearance as she swept rapidly by, distant not more than a third of a mile. She was an old-style vessel, although built of iron, with no sheer and a phenomenally long jib-boom, the practice in these days being to rig sailing vessels of both iron and wood with short, thick pole bowsprits. We thought she was going to ask us for her position, for she was 2 degrees south of the homeward bound track. So we chalked 59 degrees and 72 degrees in large figures on a slate, ready to hold up, for she was near enough to make them out with the glasses. She flew onward, though, without a sign, and as it was none of our business what she was doing 120 miles out of her course, we didn't offer any suggestions. This vessel was a good illustration of the difference in carrying sail between close-hauled and running free, for we had nothing set above the topsails, while she was under all 3 royals. Yesterday was a grand rest day for the men, that is, a cessation from being continually drenched with salt water, and a few days of this sort would go far toward healing their sea boils. As Paddy put it, "Today's worth $10 to any one of us, sir." It was, in truth, an unusual sight to see the men going about without their oilskins once more, for fully 2 whole weeks have passed since they could work on the main deck without these yellow garments. Oilskins really do not do very much good in heavy weather, though, as has been mentioned before. Nothing but a suit of diving armor would keep a man dry on the deck off Cape Horn. Still, oilskins keep a great deal of water out, and also protect a man against the cold. So much bad weather lately has deprived me of my customary exercise at the pumps, for it is dangerous to go knocking about the decks in a heavy sea. But yesterday I had nearly an hour of hard work, doing 40 strokes to the minute. Both watches pumped together as a rope was passed over one of the handles. 2,000 strokes at a ship's pumps is exceedingly lusty exercise if a man doesn't shirk his work, and I should think would satisfy Sandow himself. As far as the atmosphere here is concerned, today is typical Southern Ocean weather, drizzly, foggy, clammy, and dismal to an incredible degree. There is hardly any light at all below at noon, and everything is dim and obscure, in spite of the fact that the sun commenced his southern journey more than a month ago. The cabin bill of fare, however, has not shown the least symptoms of debility. On the contrary, when we got down past the Falklands, the diversity and excellence of the edibles seemed to increase. The immense variety of tinned goods put up in these days is astonishing. For to the old list, which comprised meats, peas, and beans, are added such things as spinach, cabbage, and pumpkin for pies, all of which seem to be nearly, if not quite, as good as fresh vegetables. The only article of food on board that is really bad is the pie crust. There are not adjectives enough in any language to describe this atrocious stuff. So surprisingly good is the eating now that I have copied down what we had at each meal for 1 week, in the very worst weather. Here it is, with the hope that the reader will not be bored in the perusal thereof. Sunday, breakfast: salt mackerel, smoked sausage, boiled hominy, and potatoes. Dinner: pea soup, pressed corned beef, boiled potatoes, spinach, tapioca pudding, demitasse. Supper: pressed corned beef, fried potatoes, jam, and cheese. Monday, breakfast: oatmeal, ham and eggs, cornbread. Dinner: vermicelli soup, beef stew, boned turkey, asparagus, boiled potatoes, deep apple pie. Supper: boned turkey, corned beef hash, baked potatoes, canned strawberries, Hamburg process. Tuesday, breakfast: fried tripe, scrambled eggs, questionable, griddle cakes. Dinner: vegetable soup, Hamburg steak of fresh pork, Boston baked beans, pumpkin pie. Supper: mutton stew, baked beans, stewed corn, marmalade. Wednesday, breakfast: oatmeal, salt herring, bacon, potatoes, rolls. Dinner: oyster soup, prawn curry and rice, boned turkey and string beans, blackberry pie. Supper: salt beef stew, baked potatoes, stewed apples, canned pears. Thursday, breakfast: hominy, bacon and eggs, muffins. Dinner: beef broth, roast fresh pork, asparagus, tinned plum pudding. Supper: boned chicken, corned beef hash, rolls, fig preserves. Friday, breakfast: smoked salmon, omelet, questionable, rice pancakes. Dinner: clam chowder, picked up codfish, meat pie, peas, huckleberry pie. Supper: fish balls, cold tongue, marmalade. Saturday, breakfast: lobster curry and rice, bacon rolls. Dinner: vegetable soup, roast fresh pork, Boston beans, macaroni, quince pie. Supper: cold pork, baked potatoes, baked beans, stewed prunes. To this excellent bill of fare I must add that every single item is of the very best, and when it is mentioned that the ship was stored by Morris and Company, who include the White Star Line among their patrons, further comment is hardly necessary. All the pickles and preserves are in glass jars and put up by Cross and Blackwell, Worcestershire sauce by Lee and Perrin, while olives, Edam cheese, and several varieties of biscuits are always on the table. With such eating, we can exclaim with Nansen, "Are we to be pitied when such cheer for the inner man is provided?" Coffee that is actually delicious washes down all these good things. Would that sailors fared as well in proportion. But oh, the surroundings! The captain in his table manners really isn't so very much out of the way, but the mate and the tablecloth are utterly beyond language. The crust of dirt upon every visible portion of old Goggins's anatomy is rapidly increasing, and mire of various sorts is crystallized in the folds of his corrugated skin. It is true that the second mate of the Mandalore was no better, but then he didn't eat with us, while this creature does, instead of with his pachydermatous relatives in the sty. The tablecloth is a marvelous piece of work at the end of the third day, with islands of gravy, continents of soup, lakes of coffee, and dollops of all kinds of grease, so that it looks like a sort of hideous crazy quilt. All this could be avoided by using a piece of white oilcloth instead of the soiled cotton cloth, and it could be wiped clean after each meal. But no deep-water skipper who ever lived could be induced to abandon his tablecloth, which he cherishes with an extravagant affection. To him it is one of the boundaries between the cabin and the forecastle, and anything reminding him of those evil days when he himself lived in that odious den is too monstrous for thought. Latitude 58 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 72 degrees west. July 25th. And still to the southward we go. A little more of this will be more than sufficient, but the northwesterly winds continue, and we cannot choose but steer whither they will permit us. Already we are nearly 4 degrees south of the Horn, and we will no doubt cross the 60th parallel in a short time. Many captains prefer going even as far as 64 degrees south, and make their westing down there where the degrees of longitude are less than 30 miles, and then steer north on a meridian, if they can. If they can. Ah, that's the point. For often, after penetrating far into the high latitudes, they cannot get north again when they want to, and these vessels then make very long passages. For instance, about 3 years ago, several ships were in sight of each other, all bound to the westward. Some of them, including the Roos, a Yankee ship, of which Mr. Rarks was then second mate, knocked about near the land, waiting for a slant. The others dove into the southward immediately, including the St. Paul. All of the latter made very long passages, the Roos having discharged her cargo in San Francisco and commenced reloading before the St. Paul arrived. Captain Scruggs is one of those who do not advocate the Southern Passage, and he has no chart that reaches below 58 degrees south, so that my track chart of the world is the only one that can be used just now. This doesn't seem right, for ships in the Cape Horn trade ought to be provided with charts to the South Polar Circle. Suppose a ship were blown down among the South Shetlands without a chart. Such a thing is quite possible, and once in that archipelago without a knowledge of the land or any of the courses, a ship would stand mighty little chance of getting out again in bad weather. This wind is just exactly in the wrong place. Of course, we could go round on the other tack, but we couldn't do better than north-northeast by compass, which would be an absurd course. So we have to go pegging away at it and trust to luck. We are now almost exactly south of New York, and can imagine the people eating and sleeping there at the same time that we do ourselves, though under somewhat different conditions. Steady rain has commenced again. The aneroid stands at 29, and the melancholy, doleful appearance of the heavens and the sea has apparently increased. Latitude 59 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 75 degrees 20 minutes west. July 26th. At last we are steering our course, west-northwest true. A very light breeze has just now, 4 p.m., begun to breathe softly out of the southeast, so faint that we are not doing a mile an hour against a head sea, but even such a progression is most welcome, being in the right direction. We had all the wind that we wanted yesterday afternoon, though from the westward. It began to blow hard at 3 o'clock, and at 4:30 the upper fore and mizzen topsails were clewed up. The main topsail was double reefed at 5, the mainsail was furled at 6, at 7 the foresail was hauled up, and it was blowing a furious gale. So violent was the wind that all hands were more than an hour and a half making fast the foresail alone. At midnight there wasn't a breath of wind, and we have ever since floundered about in a heavy swell from several simultaneous directions, and we presented the singular appearance of a ship becalmed under a double-reefed main topsail. Of such is the weather in the heart of the Southern Ocean. We have crossed the 60th parallel, and at noon we were 240 miles farther south than Cape Horn. And so silent and desolate is this vast ocean that, like Nansen in the Fram, we pursue our journey in deepest solitude, a molecule in this, the largest body of water on the globe. There is no alteration in the dark weather, save that at 1 this afternoon the sun showed himself for a moment, and I tried to get an ex-meridian, but failed because of the poor horizon. It has now been almost a fortnight since we have had either a chronometer or a meridian sight, and our reckoning is probably far from true. There is always something adverse in taking sights down here, for if the sun isn't obscured, a bad horizon makes the correct altitude impossible. And if the sea rim is well marked, there is sure to be a gale of wind blowing to drench the sextant with spray. Happy is the mariner who can get an accurate observation once every 10 days south of Cape Horn, and ships often reach 30 degrees south in the Pacific without a glimpse of the sun. At 4 yesterday afternoon, the heaviness and the oppressiveness and foreboding look of the atmosphere were almost terrible, while the disk of the sun, weak and pale through the mist squalls, glared down upon the wild scene with sickly eye. Hope has arisen within our breasts, though, with the present southeasterly airs, and perhaps it will not be long now until we are in bright sunshine again, which will dry out everything below. The stove seems powerless to reduce the humidity of the cabin, and the condition of the dining room is absolutely outrageous. At supper last evening we had a pleasant little diversion. An unexpectedly heavy sea had come up from the northwest, which, catching the ship on the quarter, would heave her over to leeward in tremendous rolls. The supper bell had rung, and my wife and I had seated ourselves at the table on the weather side, the cat perching itself between us upon the bench. The skipper and mate had not yet come in. At that moment, these were the contents of the table: 4 dinner plates, 4 saucers, 2 plates of bread and biscuit, a large dish of baked potatoes, a platter of corned beef hash, a pressed tongue, a dish of butter, a glass of marmalade, a basin of stewed apples, and innumerable knives, forks, and spoons. All at once there came the peculiar motion that always precedes an unusually heavy roll in a sailing ship. We grasped the long bench with the grip of death. One short roll to windward, and then began the deep, ponderous, resistless lurch to leeward. Over she went, leisurely and quietly, and still farther, till she must have been rail under. At this moment a dusky object shot by us with incredible speed. It was the steward, who vanished backward into the open storeroom opposite, and we saw him not again for several minutes. The last part of him to fade out of sight was his ghastly smile disappearing through the doorway. Then various objects began to fetch away in the pantry: tin cans, cups and saucers, gradually increasing to an allegro furioso, and finally, with a frightful clash, like the climax of a full orchestra, the entire contents of the table swept grandly across to leeward and fell like an avalanche against the opposite wall. For the moment we were stunned by the appalling crash, and then there smote upon our ears a shriek whose equal cannot be conceived. It swelled now from a low murmur to a perfectly infernal scream, like the screech of a fog siren, and anon sank down again like the moaning wail of the Irish death cry. It was the cat. At first, we thought that it was buried under the hurricane of dishes and looked to see it lying in slithers upon the floor. But no, his tail had been nipped in the movable back with which the benches are provided, and the harder we pushed back against it to prevent ourselves from being projected across the table, the fiercer was the grip on the tail. We could not release the unhappy animal without unpleasant results, not to say injury, to ourselves, and we could but sit and hearken to its dreadful voice. Solemnly and slowly the ship righted, and a scene of remarkable devastation confronted us. On the table 2 articles remained, a saucer and a shallow empty wooden box used to chuck things off in. Everything else had crashed against the opposite wall with such terrific energy that the plates and dishes were reduced to the minutest fragments. Before it finally found a resting place, the cylindrical roll of tongue had caromed separately on each baked potato. A large unbroken platter slid back and forth on the floor like a toboggan upon a slick, gleaming path of applesauce. The butter was face down in the extreme corner of the storeroom, and the elliptical wad of corned beef hash loomed up brown and moist upon the opposite panel where it had stuck like a wet snowball. When the final clatter had calmed down, like the distant mumblings of a thunderstorm, the steward protruded his scared face around the angle of the doorway, and, urged by the saw-like voice of the skipper, who had now flown into a passion and was standing at the threshold, began to slowly gather up the fragments of our once succulent repast. We contrived to fare pretty well, though, by scraping off the tongue and opening a tin of peas and tomatoes, and we would have treated the whole affair as a joke had it not been for the old man's temper. He was thoroughly angry, and when I observed that on the Mandalore we had racks 4 inches high instead of 2, and that we broke not a dish or a cup during the passage, he almost suffocated, and after glaring at us a moment, leaning against the mizzen-mast at the head of the table, he snarled, "I'd druther set right down and eat off'n the floor than have sich things on the table." Indeed, he has been in a violent mood all day at the light weather, and a growl is all that he has vouchsafed by way of an answer. After dinner he went prowling about forward, looking for a row, and when he couldn't find one, he came back and threw half a plank down the lazarette hatch at the poor, mewing, deserted alley cat, which he keeps shut up in the gloom of that dusky cavern. Latitude 60 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 76 degrees 20 minutes west. End of section 20. Section 21 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 21. July 27th. Wind east, force 6. Course northwest, half-west, true. Distance run in the last 60 minutes, 10 knots. Glorious work. It is the fastest that we have gone through the water in several weeks, for the last time that we flew along at this speed was off the coast of Patagonia, with a west-northwest gale over the quarter. The grand easterly wind did not reach us until the morning watch, however, so that the whole day's run was not so great as the heading of this day's log would indicate. Yesterday, from 4 to 8 p.m., we lounged about in an almost perfect calm, and the stars came out of a clear, placid sky, and, quivering and trembling, peered down upon an ocean nearly motionless, for nothing but the ghost of the southwest swell remained. At the present moment, even the last vestige of it has vanished under the influence of the east wind, and the sea is silent and undisturbed, save for the ruffling caused by the fast freshening breeze. Strange weather for 60 degrees south, only 450 miles from the South Polar Circle, in a locality world famous for its seas and storms. Sometimes, as in our case, enormous seas are encountered in sight of Cape Horn itself, but usually the largest are seen to the westward of the Diego Ramirez, where the sea sinks again to great depths. This easterly wind is quite surprising to us also, for, barring one day of southeasterly winds, when we first spoke the French ship 4 weeks ago, we have had almost continuous westerly gales. Even for Cape Horn, a month of such implacable winds is a bad record, for on an average, an easterly blow should come every 2 or 3 weeks. Our joy, therefore, is very great, now that we are going so finely and heading our true course, with the wind on the quarter, and all possible sail set and drawing. Another unusual, and to our eyes extremely beautiful, spectacle was the bright clear sky of last night, with the shining path of the Milky Way encircling the heavens with its girdle of gold dust, the stately form of the Crux Australis now at the zenith, and in the south, 45 degrees above the horizon, those two weird nebulae, the Magellan clouds, gazing down at us with wan, dim eyes. Still another source of delight is the fact that for the first time in 3 weeks I have been able to wear footgear other than rubber boots. My leather ones cracked from being hung too near the stove, so that ever since we passed Cape Virgins it has either been raining so hard or the sea has been so heavy, even on the poop, that nothing but rubber would keep the feet dry, and 3 steady weeks of rubber boots is somewhat monotonous. And sleep, heavens! What a grand one last night was for peaceful, deep rest, the first that we have had since we showed our nose outside of Cape St. John. Instead of the customary rolling through an arc of about 40 degrees, there was nothing in the ship's motion to indicate that we were afloat, except an occasional deep breath, rather pleasant than otherwise. But I am writing as though we were in the tropics and in fine weather for good and all. Instead of which, there are hundreds, almost thousands of miles to cover before the fine, warm days begin. At this season, fine weather cannot be looked for till we cross 30 degrees south in about 100 degrees west, a difference of latitude alone of 1,800 miles, not to mention longitude at all. Would that some stranger could have heard the mate's conversation at dinner today, and witnessed his gesticulations. The old man commenced on the subject of the men who manned sailing ships in these days, a topic that invariably has him in a helpless rage in a few minutes. "Why," said he, after a long speech, "I had a crew once in the Priscilly waters that was sailors, not farmers. One watch of those fellows would do more work in 4 hours than the whole of the 18 men here in a day, and there was only 10 of them before the mast. Why, all hands on the waters used to nearly yank the masts out of her." As, in duty bound, the mate agreed with the skipper, which he did by sharp jerks and winks in the old man's direction, and even went him one better by telling how, in ancient days on the Pacific coast, he had had a crew in the Jacob Billings for 19 months on end, who used to lift the ship clean out of the water. But his manner of speech at meals in the captain's presence, his absurd, grotesque ways. He is always much embarrassed how to begin when he has anything on his mind, and I can see him now, grinning and simpering like a fool, gazing intently out of the forward window. At last his meditations overwhelm him, and, drawing his greasy sleeve several times across his mouth from ear to ear, he begins to utter odd sounds in his throat, still staring out on the main deck. Gradually he grows bolder, and fragments of sentences can be here and there detected, when suddenly, carried entirely away, he turns his bleary eyes full upon you and finishes in a violent shout, instantly collapsing like an exhausted bellows. Often, during an evening, when I go on deck for a breath of air before turning in, he will discourse thus: "I tell you, Mr. Stevens, New York can't touch San Francisco for cheap living. Why, sir, I can get a meal in a high-toned restaurant there for less nor a quarter of what I can east. Me and the wife was passing along the street in San Francisco one evening. You'd never take me for the mate of a ship, sir, if you was to meet me ashore. And she says to me, says she, 'Arry, I'm 'ungry,' says she. 'All right,' I says, 'so am I.' So we goes into a high-toned restaurant and has a bowler soup, a bitter fish, a picker veal, some vegetables, a piece er pie, and a big cup er coffee. And 'ow much do ye think it were? 10 cents apiece. 'Pretty good,' says I to the old woman. 'We'll try it in New York.' So when we got east again, we went into a restaurant on Fulton Street, near the ferry, up 2 flights. Oh, it were high toned too, sir. They 'ad niggers for waiters. So I picked one out and says to him, ''Ere, "You bring a bitter steak," I says, "some pertaters, and corfy." Well, I 'ad to leave the steak. I couldn't eat it. And I says to the nigger, "Take them pertaters back. I never eats warmed over vegetables." And what do you think they stuck me? 50 cents each. His talking of restaurants put me in mind of a rather amusing incident that happened to my wife and me in Boston a year or two ago. We were walking through Washington Street one evening, and being extremely hungry, stepped into one of the many dairy kitchens that adorned that thoroughfare. We found, upon seating ourselves, that it was a religious institution, with biblical mottos upon the walls, and we were amusing ourselves watching the amazement of the prim, gray old couples from the country, almost stunned by the beveled mirrors and electric lamps, when we became aware of two glaring legends hung cheek by jowl high up on the wall. One read, "Only the righteous shall see God." Its neighbor, "Keep your eye on your hat and coat." Latitude 59 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 79 degrees 15 minutes west. July 28th. Course northwest true. Distance run in the 24 hours 278 miles. Hooray for the fair wind. Long live the easterly gale. What better conditions could be desired than those that now prevail? A fair fresh gale, a sea which, while rough, is nothing out of the way, and a splendid position in which to take the expected northwesterly gales in a day or two. Every square inch of canvas is drawing to its utmost capacity, and we averaged only a fraction less than 12 knots for the 24 hours. Now, in spite of all the old records of more than 350 miles a day, a run of 280 is an extremely good one. It is certainly no great feat for a ship to make 50 or 55 miles in a watch, but when she maintains 12 knots for 24 hours, sailors call it fast going. Some heavy water has come aboard in the last 3 hours, as all sailing vessels are very wet running before a strong wind and sea. At this very moment, we shipped a comber over the quarter that broke entirely over the cabin house, with a crash that shook the bulkheads, and the skipper had just sung out, "Clew up the royals." This is still another fine example of the difference between on and off the wind. It is blowing a fresh gale, as noted before, which means about 45 miles an hour. Yet until this moment we have lugged the 3 royals without trouble and only clewed them up because the sea is getting ugly. By the wind, we would be under reefed topsails. The Hosea Higgins doesn't seem to run well. Even in this sea, which certainly is not really heavy yet, she is emphatically a wet ship. The Mandalore, a diving bell, was drier than the Higgins is now, when she was running before a 60-mile gale. We had no business to take that sea over the quarter a moment ago. Indeed, ever since noon, we have had heavy green water on the poop, and an idea of the quantity may be gained when it is said that while the captain was standing by the weather mizzen shrouds after dinner, a sea washed his legs from under him, and his grip on the mizzen topsail halyards was the only thing that prevented his being swept down on the main deck. All the square windows in the weather side of the house have been covered with the heavy, solid wooden shutters, as though they were ports in the ship's side, instead of being inside of and protected by the bulwarks. The glass, which had been wonderfully steady for 60 hours, has commenced to fall, and a heavy gale is probably overhauling us, for easterly gales off the Horn have a hard name. In all our experience at sea, we never saw anything like the dampness during the late light weather. No rain fell then, but so heavily charged with moisture was the atmosphere that the water actually ran off the poop as during a shower. And from the top of the wheelhouse, in size 10 by 15 feet, we filled 2 10-gallon tubs in 12 hours with the moisture that condensed upon it. While down the walls of our room, separated from the dining room, where the hot stove is, only by the after cabin, moisture trickled in glistening beads. The men have slightly improved, though they are still a badly used-up lot of sailors. To what an apparently infinite number and variety of ailments and mishaps they are liable. There is the tough and hardy second mate. Even he has lost the entire use of one hand by a trivial accident. He had a small wart or something of that sort on the back of his right hand a few days ago, and on one occasion, while slacking off the weather lower maintop sail brace, one of the ropes knocked off this tiny excrescence. Mr. Rarks paid no heed to it, but in 24 hours his hand had swollen dreadfully, puffing up like a huge biscuit, and where the wart had been, there formed a large sore that had to be lanced. Cold salt water and friction must be looked to as accountable for this, for Rarks is as lean and healthy looking as a prize fighter. Louise Joaquin, the Frenchman, too, another specimen of rugged health, had a finger caught in the main brace block and jammed, drawing blood. And in 2 days an ugly purple rising appeared at the base of the nail, as large and shining as a hothouse grape, so hard withal that a lance penetrated it with difficulty. The best men in the ship are sent to the helm now, for an awkward, false turn of the wheel in such a sea would broach the ship to in a moment, and then goodbye pumps, rail, and everything else on the main deck. Latitude 55 degrees 53 minutes south, longitude 85 degrees 20 minutes west. July 29th. Salve lux benigna. Yesterday morning daybreak came perceptibly earlier than it used to, and by 7 o'clock it was sufficiently light to distinguish faces at a short distance, while this morning so much northing had we made that at 7 it was broad daylight, and we will soon be able to eat our 7:45 breakfast without the palsied yellow glare of the lamp. It is true that the sky is still of a Saturnian lead color, but the dark, heavy feel of the atmosphere has disappeared. Tomorrow we will cut the 50th parallel if this easterly breeze holds. It has let go to a certain extent, yet it blew us over 250 miles in the 24 hours, and in 3 days we have done 650 miles to the northwestward, which is extraordinarily good work for this locality. Our position is simply splendid. The desire of Captain Scruggs for wishing to appear that he knows everything, especially in the presence of the mate, is still very remarkable. Sometimes it is amusing, but more often extremely annoying. Frequently, when I tell him something that he has never heard of before, he will nod his head slightly, and, with an alternation of my own words, repeat the sentence aggressively and dogmatically, as though it came directly from him, and he was giving us the information. The mate is completely deceived, and always looks admiringly toward him, simultaneously winking and leering atrociously. Moreover, Captain Scruggs is a man whom you cannot possibly surprise by any statement, and he is always unmoved in the face of the most unusual occurrences. As an example, we found, one morning, having taken the precaution of glancing into the pitcher, that the syrup contained a quantity of foreign substances which floated about in it. "There seems to be a number of curious things in the syrup," I humbly ventured. "Looks like long-cut tobacco." Disturbed? Indeed, no. He only clutched the pitcher from me, peered ferociously into it, and growled, "Steward, see if you can't get this dust out with a knife." The skipper is likewise completely destitute of imagination. Shortly after we sailed, I started to read an extract to him, I was bold in those days, from a collection of excellent sea stories called The Port of Missing Ships, in which mention is made of a mate who was so zealous that he tried to see how near he could come to standing in 2 places at the same time without splitting himself. Here I paused and glanced with a smile at the old man, but with a face as expressionless as a tadpole's, he asked, "Isn't that a little overdrawn?" The mate rises to the most sublime heights of his absurdities when he observes at dinner, as he frequently does, with a smirk perfectly diabolical, "I knows the secrets of all the codfish aristocracy of San Francisco. My old woman used to work in the Wit House, i.e., the city's branch of the Parisian Maison Blanque, as a fitter, and by gar's sakes, sir, the things what I've 'eard is awful." He also makes use of extraordinary syncopations in conversation. For example, should my wife ask him a question about the weather, he always says, "Sam," which, being done into English, signifies, "What say, ma'am?" Mr. Goggins is also abnormally addicted to stewed prunes, which we often have for supper. He usually disposes of 4 or 5 at each mouthful, and you wait to see him get rid of the pits, but you are disappointed, because he seems to have swallowed them. At length he has finished a large saucerful, pushes back his plate, draws his sleeve heavily across his face, leans back in his seat, looks fixedly at a point in the ceiling with a wooden face, draws in a long breath, bends over, and gently blows a dozen or so of the prune stones into his plate, like a shower of hailstones. Then, mumbling, "Excuse me, sir," wriggles off his seat and out of the door. Latitude 52 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 89 degrees 37 minutes west. July 30th. At last we have accomplished the arduous midwinter passage of the Horn, having been 22 days off the stormy Cape, or just about the average. But we would have been at least a week longer had it not been for that friendly easterly wind. We actually saw the sun several times today, too, were enabled to ascertain our exact location, and our calculations proved to be only 50 miles out in longitude and 30 in latitude. In consideration of the fact that for about a fortnight we wrestled with powerful currents, and uncertain ones at that, the error, especially in the departure, must be considered insignificant, in view of the almost limitless sea room. Whatever may be Captain Scruggs' failings, he is a first-rate seaman, and a keen, astute navigator, and on many occasions near Cape Horn we had opportunities of observing his accurate, almost infallible judgment. To add to our increasing sense of comfort, the sun is mounting very rapidly in the heavens, both on account of our northing and by reason of the lengthening of the southern days. The noon altitude was 21 degrees 20 minutes, a very respectable height, more than double that of a week ago, when at meridian the sun, if we had been able to measure his altitude, would not have been more than 9 degrees 30 minutes above the horizon. The orb, besides, had sufficient power to raise the mercury 2 degrees at midday, when we hung a thermometer in his rays. Off Cape Horn in winter, the temperature is usually somewhat lower than that of the North Atlantic between the British Isles and the Newfoundland banks in January. It is only between the latter point and New York that vessels experience such an intensity of frost as to contract the mercury to zero and sheathe them in several feet of solid ice. That is, in the deepest seclusions of the open sea, the weather, even in the coldest seasons in high latitudes, is generally mild and soft compared with that found at the same parallel near a great expanse of land. Indeed, the comparatively high temperature of the entire Southern Ocean in winter is due to the preponderance of sea, the long, narrow finger of Patagonia being the only land south of 45 degrees, save some diminutive clusters of islands. On the other hand, though, owing to the uniformity of temperature produced by such a waste of ocean, Cape Horn summers are but little warmer than the winters, the difference between the lowest of July and the highest of December being only 18 degrees, the average for the year being 42 degrees. Whereas in Canada, far away from the mellowing influence of salt water, there is an extreme thermometrical range of 150 degrees between the seasons. Compare Cape Horn's winter temperature of 30 degrees in the latitude of 56 degrees and that of Minnesota at 55 degrees below zero, though St. Paul is 650 miles nearer the equator. St. Paul's average for the year, 44 degrees, is almost identical with that of the Horn, the intense heat of the northern summers almost exactly balancing a degree of cold not exceeded by 20 degrees on the Arctic Ocean. Contrary to the general opinion, the most intense cold is not to be found in the far northern sea where Nansen traveled, but in Siberia. In the center of that desolate country is a town called Irkutsk, in 52 degrees north, or 15 degrees south of the polar circle, at which the lowest natural temperature ever recorded by man has been observed. The spirit thermometers once showing a temperature of 93 degrees below zero, or 53½ degrees below the freezing point of mercury. Artificial cold, though, has far exceeded this reading, as Professor Dewar obtained a temperature of about 370 degrees below zero in the liquefaction of oxygen. This latter figure is about as conceivable as the unit of measure of the astronomer, who adopts as his basis of calculation for celestial distances that extent of space which a ray of light would cover in a year, moving at the rate of 180,000 miles per second. In other words, instead of using 1 mile, his unit of distance is 5,676,480,000,000 miles, which is known as a light year. And he further crushes us with the information that stars of the 17th magnitude are 30,000 light years away. By this time, the exhausted reader has said to himself many times, "What's all this got to do with the Southern Ocean?" So, with apologies for such an excursion into the infinite, let us continue. We are now kept farther away than ever from the dining room stove by a new aggregation of garments, very different from the others, which need a little explanation. All the oilskins in the slop chest were used up by the men last week, and we have had to manufacture some for them. Many ships make a practice of taking to sea several suits of heavy cotton, which oilskins are made of, but without being treated with the usual mixture of wax and oil. When, therefore, a ship's regular stock of oilskins has been exhausted, the captain produces some of these cotton suits and has them well rubbed with 3 coats of boiled linseed oil, allowing each coat to dry, the result being thoroughly watertight, pliable garments, which will not crack, as slop chest oilskins have a curious habit of doing. Around our stove for 3 or 4 days there have been suspended several of these suits, so oil-sodden that to touch one means an immense grease spot. Nor is this the only inconvenience, for the whole interior of the cabin reeks with the stifling fumes of hot boiled oil. As far as we have been able to discover, there is but one article sold from a slop chest to sailors that is worth paying for, and that is the stiff black sou'wester. They are very comfortable, though as rigid as a fireman's leather helmet, and are lined with heavy red flannel, with a band of the same that extends over the ears and back of the neck, to the exclusion of the most penetrating snow squalls. The face is protected by a wide visor of the same inflexible stuff, which extends far down over the neck. As the old man remarked, "One of these things would stop a battle axe." However exaggerated this may be, though, they do most effectively preserve the cranium from the severest Cape Horn hail squalls. You might as well tie a handkerchief over your head as to wear an ordinary yellow sou'wester in one of these squalls, as far as protection from the hail is concerned. We now have for tea every evening a dish entirely new to us. It is a hind quarter of pig steeped in brine for a fortnight. In other words, an unsmoked ham, and it is the sweetest, juiciest pig meat imaginable. I would rather eat it than the tenderest young suckling pig I ever tasted. Another very successful article of food on board is the soup, which is made as follows. Empty one of the large 1-gallon tins of mutton, put up in a liquor like canned sausages, into a saucepan. Add tinned carrots, tomatoes, rice, and barley. Boil them together for about 30 minutes. Season well with a very little onion, pepper, etc., and a rich, well-flavored soup will be obtained which would pass for stock soup almost anywhere ashore. It is infinitely better than the finest tinned soup. The mutton before alluded to is often purchased by ships in large quantities and given to the men, alternating with salt beef and pork. It is also much used for making meat pies for the cabin table, for which it is well suited, the resemblance to fresh mutton being remarkable. Our last pig has just been slaughtered. It seemed a pity to kill the poor beast, for he was an intelligent, quaint little fellow, very tame, and fond of being petted. Latitude 50 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 90 degrees 12 minutes west. End of section 21. Section 22 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 22. July 31st. Our breeze from west-northwest has not been very strong for the past 24 hours, and in addition we made 2 degrees of easting, which is sad. This was the first morning for a month on which we were able to eat our breakfast without lamplight, and in another week we hope to dispense with it at supper also. The weather is by no means clear yet, though, and we are now crossing the famous Roaring Forties. That belt of fierce winds lying between the parallels of 40 and 50 on both sides of the equator, and clear skies cannot be expected until we are north of 40 degrees south at least. I expect to suffocate with suppressed hilarity before long if Mr. Goggins continues to grow more absurd. Last night I went on deck about 10 o'clock and found the mate silently pacing athwart ships near the wheelhouse. It was raining, and his costume itself was enough to generate mirth in an owl. He was wrapped as in a sable shroud, in someone's long black oilskin coat, which was so much too large for him as to touch the deck, and the sleeves hung down halfway to his knees like the arms of a walrus, while his head was covered with a very old limp sou'wester, also black, which fitted him like a skullcap. It possessed not even an indication of a brim, so that the drizzling rain trickled down along the musty creases of his face, glistening in the wake of the binnacle lamp. His forsaken appearance was further enhanced by a couple of yards of ancient gray ratlin stuff that girded up the folds of his coat and prevented his tramping on it. Without a word, he ranged up alongside, and dropping his voice to a rasping whisper, as is his wont whenever he is about to reveal a startling theory, he said mysteriously and very suddenly, "The human race is on the decline, sir." I didn't reply, and he continued, "Where are the strapping big fellows, 5'10", 5'11", and 5'12", you used to see? Where are they, I say? Gone, gone. And what do ye find now? The present generation is growing up small and feeble, sir. They're weak and no good. And look at the winds. They're changin' too. They hain't what they used to be in the Atlantic, nor in the Pacific, nor off Cape Horn. The trades is changed. Everything's changed. I may be a hold fool, sir, but I knows a thing or two. There's more in my head than comes out with a fine-tooth comb." All this with the most intense earnestness and so much stifled emotion as to render him partially unintelligible, while he snapped and jerked his long sleeves about in the most uncomfortable manner. Then he abruptly changed the thread of discourse and began, "You talk about seas comin' aboard. You ought to been with me once when I was mate of the Commodore. 'Twas in the Santa Barbara Channel, and blowin' a whole gale o' wind. We were runnin', but by and by the old man thought he'd heave her to. So we put the hellum down, and as she was comin' up, begar's sake, sir, she shipped a sea that I thought was going to take the hatches off. 'You'd better jump below and call the second mate,' said the captain. So I slipped down the after companionway into the cabin, where the old man's 8-year-old son was jockeying a Sophie that had fetched away, and says he, 'Dad's a givin' of her 'ell, ain't he?' says. Well, I called the second mate, and then the captain says to us, 'Go down and cut the lashin's of that 'ere water cask by the after hatch. She'll wipe the houses off if she don't free herself.' 'Twas a funny thing to do, but he was captain. So we crawled down on the main deck where the watch was knocking about and cut the barrel adrift. In less nor 5 seconds it went through the rail, and in a minute there weren't a capful of water on deck. It cost about 10 feet of the port bulwarks, but 'twas our only chance." Now that we are well up past the rigors of Cape Horn, it actually seems as though we were close to San Francisco, while 5,000 miles of latitude remain and fully 50 degrees of longitude, as ships are forced well out into the Pacific by the northeast trades. Latitude 48 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 88 degrees 25 minutes west. August 1st. Oh, how divinely beautiful and grand the dark blue floor of heaven is after 4 weeks of hard gales, leaden, lowering clouds, and gray, clammy mists. Today, for the first time, the sun shone with dazzling splendor, and although the altitude at meridian was only 25 degrees 51 minutes, we agreed that never before in our lives had we known a day of equal magnificence. And even making allowance for our enthusiasm, the weather was well nigh perfect. Between sunrise and dusk, not the smallest cloud blurred the blue sky, which was reflected in a sea of dazzling crests, whose valleys partook of that dark, superb, velvety blue which is seen only where the ocean bed sinks to immense depths, and which Mark Twain says looks solid enough to walk upon. A sparkling breeze whistled out of the west as exhilarating as pure oxygen, giving us a speed for the 24 hours of 9 knots. That blighting, killing chill has vanished, and one's ears no longer tingle on exposure. And at noon we enjoyed a temperature of 50 degrees, a rise of 20 degrees from the lowest. What a change in 6 days from 60 degrees south, 76 degrees west, to 45 degrees south, 88 degrees west. Pretty good work that in less than a week. It is so much better than the average that it seems incredible. We cannot believe that in so short a time we have been blown across what ought to have been the worst part of the entire voyage. It was all the work of the east wind. Just now there is a long, deep roll coming in from the southwest, and I am earnestly looking for some of those immense waves for which the South Pacific is famous. According to sailors, they usually occur 2 or 3 days after new and full moon, and as we had a new moon last night, perhaps we will see some of these rollers. This reminds me, however, that scientists have determined, after protracted observations, that the moon's phases have no influence at all on the weather. Sailors often say during a spell of bad weather, "Well, there's a change in the moon tonight. We'll have a fine day tomorrow." And if chance supports their remark, heaven couldn't shake their belief. This heavy sea that is met with here is generally not at all ugly. Only a deep heave up from the southward, often without wind, and is said to be one of the most impressive of all oceanic phenomena. The South Atlantic as well as the Pacific is also visited periodically by immense seas during calm weather. At St. Helena and Ascension they are called rollers, while at Fernando de Noronha and on the West African coast they are known by the Portuguese name of calamas. They seem to occur chiefly in January, and, strange to say, they invariably come from the northwest. The quotation that follows is from the pen of Captain S. P. Oliver, who visited St. Helena in 1881 in one of the Union steamers. Quote, "These rollers set in from the northwest on Thursday, January 13th, with unusual severity, but lulled somewhat on the following day, Friday, only to recur with abnormal force on Saturday, attaining their maximum strength on Saturday night, so that the spectacle on Sunday morning was grand and magnificent, while the weather was bright and calm. It was surprising to see the spray of these deep ocean waves hurled by sheer force, for there was no wind, like fountains over the huge cliffs of Goat Pound Ridge and Horse Pasture, which rise perpendicularly 700 feet sheer out of the sea. The force of these enormous billows was spent by Sunday night, and gradually subsided into the normal calm on Monday morning." End quote. At our present rate of sailing, a fortnight would see us on the equator, but if we cross it in 3 weeks, it will be fine work. What sort of luck are we going to have between these westerly winds and the southeast trades? That is one of the crucial points of the voyage that remain, another being how far south will the northeast trades blow. We had a little excitement today at dinner. Ever since our cabin fire has been going, it has been the custom of the steward to put a can of whatever vegetable we are going to have that day for dinner upon the top of the stove to heat. The proper way, of course, is to place the can in a dish of water and that in turn upon the stove or whatnot. Today it was a tin of string beans, and the steward, fully an hour before dinner, put the can upon the stove, which was nearly red hot. The warmer the day, the hotter the fire, here as elsewhere. When the soup had been cleared away, the gentle, timid Malay took the tin into the pantry and attacked it with a can opener. But no sooner was the metal pierced than the whole pantry was filled with a suffocating steam that rushed hissing out of the vent with the most astonishing fury. We sat aghast. The old man cursed a little, and the mate got up, but instantly thought better of it and sat down again. And still the steam came belching out of the can, which had fallen down and was shooting about the pantry like a demented steam cylinder, while we could dimly perceive the slender form of the little steward through the pungent vapory clouds, making courageous efforts to lay hold of the bewitched bean can. For nearly a minute steam continued to escape with such force that it almost shrieked, and had the tin remained another 5 minutes on the stove, it must certainly have exploded and scattered boiling water, beans, and jagged fragments of tin and lead about the room. Last evening at supper, a bottle of Apollinaris burst in my hand with a loud report as I was opening it, scaring the valiant Goggins into upsetting a full cup of tea upon a clean cloth, for which the old man fixed him with his eye and held him thus for quite half a minute during an awful silence. If only for the sake of the sailors, we are anxious to get into warm weather again as soon as possible. Now that they have removed the mufflers, etc., from their necks and heads, we can see how pale and washed out most of them are. There are only two among them who do not bear ocular proof of the hardships of a month in the Southern Ocean in July. Paddy is perhaps the worst looking of the whole crew, though he cannot be 30 years of age. This is due probably to his never, under any circumstances, shirking his work, and to his exerting himself more than anyone else in the ship. Indeed, he was so full of nerve and energy in the worst weather that the captain surprised us once by saying, pointing to Paddy on the yardarm in a heavy squall, "That's what I call a brave man. He doesn't know what fear is." The skipper didn't mean to insinuate that Paddy was courageous for going out on the yard at that moment. He was thinking about his general conduct. Poor Paddy's arms from wrist to elbow are perfect mountain chains of sea boils, and he looks as ghastly and pallid as a corpse. With pointed nose and staring eyes, his entire appearance has changed. It may be interesting to add that the majority of foremast hands do not live to be 43 years old. I forgot to say that for the first time in 5 weeks, the mate shaved for dinner today, and so sleek and blue and shiny and naked did it make him look that it was almost a shock when he sat down opposite us. Latitude 45 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 87 degrees 40 minutes west. August 2nd. This day was even finer than yesterday, except that since 10 this forenoon we haven't had much wind. But the weather is warmer, 48 degrees at 8 a.m., and the sea is as placid and still and clear as under the line. All the groundswell has disappeared, and the great level expanse of the mighty South Pacific stretches on all sides in tiny crinkles, frosted here and there by a crisp sparkle of froth, and the sea rim bounds the view in a circle as sharp and black as ink. It was a day of almost tropic beauty, save that the air lacked the ineffable balm characteristic of a day at sea between Cancer and Capricorn. We rejoice at seeing the sky sails once more expanded to the breeze, for today the 3 yards were crossed, giving to the ship a fine weather look. Juan Fernandez will soon be abeam, and then only a few degrees more to the trades, for we made 3½ degrees of latitude yesterday and hardly any easting. How pleasant it is to think of the approach of warm weather again, when we can lie in deck chairs in the shadow of the wheelhouse with a good book, or pass away the hours with a backgammon or cribbage board. We are very much pleased to find how free this ship is from roaches that usually abound in sailing vessels. The only member of that objectionable family that we have yet perceived was a small red one. Of the large black cockroaches we have not seen one, though on the Mandalore we were told that they were numerous on all wooden ships. Neither have we discovered any of the more villainous creatures, which cannot be said of many transatlantic mail steamers. A fact worthy of note, as deplorable as it was unexpected, is that since passing the meridian of Cape Horn we have not seen a single albatross. Indeed, during the whole passage we haven't seen more than a dozen of them, they having been most numerous between the River Platte and Stanton Land. In truth, the albatross seems to be disappearing, which is not astonishing when it is considered that many shipmasters either use them as rifle targets or catch them by the half dozen with hook and line, and take the quills and down home to sweethearts and wives. Is it not odd, by the way, that there are more Benedicts among sea captains than there are to be found among the men of any other profession? Yet long voyage skippers, who are invariably married men, see their wives only once a year. Perhaps the albatross has been driven away into regions even more solitary than Cape Horn, but it is my belief that they are gradually vanishing, which is to be much lamented. They are of no apparent use to mankind, but neither is the tiger. Yet if that royal beast were upon the eve of extermination, as our bison is, there would be a great wailing heard in the land. The albatross, be it said, has all the regal dignity of the bison, and no one who has not seen it can imagine the imperial flight of a full-grown wanderer. Latitude 41 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 86 degrees 56 minutes west. August 3rd. Pleasant northerly breezes, a smooth sea, and brilliant sunshine gladdened our hearts this morning, and at noon we found ourselves well north of 40 degrees. The wind hauled to the northward somewhat during the night, though, so that, with the variation, we did not make a good better course than northeast by north, and are now heading for Juan Fernandez in 34 degrees south. We have made a disagreeable discovery about Timothy Powers in the port watch. I don't remember whether it was mentioned before or not, but Tim was said to have fallen off the forward house 2 weeks ago and sprained his right arm. From the first, the captain never could discover anything wrong with it, but as the fellow insisted that he suffered terrible pains in that member, there was naught to do for a while but to believe him. At last the skipper grew tired of Tim's loafing, and going out on the main deck this morning, he gave the Irishman a very sulphurous dressing down and compelled him to turn to. He was sent forward to clean out the pig pen, and he went to work with a woeful countenance to lift off 2 planks that served as an apology for a roof to the sty. He couldn't move them with one hand, so he stopped, looked carefully about to see whether or not he was observed by the mates or any of his friends, deliberately took his arm out of the sling in which he still insisted on carrying it, lifted the heavy planks down with ease, put his arm back in the sling, resumed his pitiful look, turned to reach for a broom, and found the eyes of the second mate fixed steadily upon him. Mr. Rarks had been concealed and had witnessed the whole affair. That settled it. Tim almost fainted from shock, and from now till the end of the voyage his will not be a bed of roses. Think how this creature has been imposing not only on the captain and officers, but on his fellow shipmates as well. For 2 entire weeks, his most arduous duty consisted in keeping the lookout on the forward house in the daytime, perfectly well, with all night below, while his friends, ill and drenched to the skin, had to dive around the main deck day and night with chattering teeth, 2 hands short in the worst weather, 2 hands because old Nielsen had been laid up in his bunk with general debility, too weak to even put his foot on the main deck. Tim is the sort of animal who contributes much to the misery and suffering of sailors. A captain, for instance, catches a man in such a deceit, never forgets it, and refuses to believe the next man who actually has hurt himself, so that the real sufferer has to bear the penalty of the other's fraud. It is not a criminal offense, but a low, contemptible trick, though just such a one as a man with a face like Tim's would be guilty of. The mate's powers of divination are not particularly acute, for he observed one day off the River Platte, looking at Tim, "There goes a feller that I call a good, faithful man." At dinner today I chanced to remark that, as we had had such benefits from the easterly wind, we ought to accept our 3 points of easting now without grumbling. Mr. Goggins, however, is a fearful kicker, even for a sailor. So, thinking to please the old man, he instantly replied, "We ain't had 48 hours of good luck on the whole passage." This was so remarkable a statement that my wife was provoked into saying, gently but positively, "The man who talks like that doesn't deserve to reach port for 6 months more." "Well, we ain't," quoth Goggins doggedly. Then I took a hand, it is usually best not to argue with him and the skipper, and asked as sarcastically as I could, "I suppose that 3 days easterly gale doesn't count, and how about the first 16 days of the voyage? You're enough of a sailor, I suppose, though, to have forgotten all that." I thought that he was floored, but he was possessed of more vitality than one would have supposed, for he came back at me with, "Well, the yards was agin the backstays all the time in the North Atlantic." This was such a novel stand to take that we let him alone, so that he got up and tramped out of the cabin much inflated. What possible difference could it make whether or not the yards touched the backstays as long as the ship lay her course and went through the water was beyond my powers of reasoning. We are now followed by an immense number of Cape pigeons. What merry, blithesome little fellows they are! Apparently all good nature and love for one another as they circle around the ship, almost brushing the standing gear in their mad, tumbling flight, now skimming just above the sea, now soaring over the mastheads, and sweeping down again for very joy that they are made. But let a bucket of table refuse be thrown over the side, and then away with good fellowship and fraternal affection. It's a true case of everyone for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. No sooner does the refuse touch the water than two or three catch sight of it, and in an instant 50 pigeons are involved in a furious battle. They fairly scream in their excitement and beat each other with their powerful wings and snap viciously right and left with sharp, curved bills. Then one lucky one will perchance seize a choice morsel. Instantly he is set upon by a dozen of his companions, who mercilessly bear down upon him before he can rise from the surface with his prize, and actually beat him down under water in their fierce efforts to get at the tempting mouthful. But so plucky are they that we have never seen one relinquish anything when his bill has once closed upon it. While the pigeons are engaged in this deadly strife, a great mollyhawk sometimes looms up astern, having sighted the combat from afar, and dashing into the center of the squabbling flock, which scatters before his huge wings and wide, formidable beak. Like crows before a vulture, he snaps up the bone of contention and soars away to enjoy it at his leisure. After the rapacious monster has departed from out of their midst, the dejected little creatures return and hover over any particle of food that may remain, ever and anon diving far below the surface for a crumb that they perceive deep down in the placid depths, rising again with such amazing buoyancy and energy as to lift themselves clear out of the water, like an inflated bladder suddenly released. They afford us much amusement. But another 600 miles farther north will, no doubt, see the last of our merry little companions. Latitude 39 degrees 35 minutes south, longitude 85 degrees west. End of section 22. Section 23 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 23. August 4th. Although the lovely clear skies have for a while disappeared, being obscured by the most clearly defined stratus clouds that I ever saw, the weather is bracing and dry, with a sea so smooth that it never would be supposed that we were hundreds of miles from any land larger than Juan Fernandez or its neighbor Masafueda. Each day sees a rise of 2 or 3 degrees in the air and sea, and we are moving well up into the heart of the 30s. We will, no doubt, soon fall in with vessels from Chilean ports bound around the Horn, but those from San Francisco have been driven so far to the westward by the trades that in this latitude they are away over in 125 degrees. The wind is still to the northward of west, and we continue to make more easting than is desirable. But if we have to steer much farther in towards the land, our course when we take the trades will have to be northwest in order to cross the line in the right place, which, of course, would be dead before the wind, an undesirable position in a square rigger, as in that event only the after sails draw. Captain Scruggs was quite a treat at the midday meal, for he appeared in one of his majestic phases, when no one can tell him anything that he doesn't already know. My wife unhappily mentioned that this would be fine yachting weather. Now, the mere mention of a yacht nearly always upsets him, and we, therefore, had to listen while he disputed vigorously with himself for some minutes, and he finally concluded with the assertion that he could take the Volunteer and sail right round the Defender. He knew the old one was better anyhow than that there new brass boat, or whatever she was made of. On suggesting that he might find some little difficulty in consummating such an undertaking, he replied, "Well, I've got that confidence in myself. I used to sail small boats when I was a boy, and I ain't forgot how." He concluded his remarks, always delivered in explosions as though challenging you to deny them, with a dequisition on jams. He believes in the theory that all kinds of preserves are boiled down together and that different labels are then stuck on the tins. Look at that now, he growled, pointing to one on the table. What do ye call that? I showed him the device of a fig on the wrapper, with the name beneath it. Let me taste it, said he, plunging a knife deep into the preserves. There, what'd I tell you? 'Tain't fig jam, it's currants. They hain't got the right libel onto it, he explained. When dinner was over, we repaired, as usual, to the after cabin, while the old man strode heavily back into the dining room, called the mate, and abruptly demanded, Have you got that spaghetti out yet? What's that, sir? Asked the mate. Spaghetti, spaghetti, like macaroni. Don't you know by this time what spaghetti is? Said the skipper very angrily, for he knew that he didn't have the name right and that we could hear him. No, sir, Captain Scruggs, sir, I'm D blank if I do, stammered the hapless Goggins, for we could perceive the captain through a chink in the door, bristled up like a ruffled bantam, and the hideous, grisly old mate, his eyes popping out like a pair of deviled kidneys, racking his brain for a translation of spaghetti. But the particularly scintillating jewel in the skipper's galaxy of remarkable pronunciations is his name for the inhabitants of Chile. They become Chileanians, though now that I think of it, I have heard other shipmasters put themselves to the trouble of so pronouncing it. Where do they get that extra syllable from? Now, in the case of Cubians, it's different. They all say Cubi, so why not Cubians? It's logical. But Chileanians is unreasonable. Speaking of Cuba reminds me of what a Chesapeake Bay fisherman asked me once. Hain't Maceo fit with the Cubians before? This was just before Maceo was killed. Captain Scruggs seems utterly unable to avoid contradiction, and being possessed of very uncouth manners, which he nevertheless knows quite well how to correct, it may be conceived how trying an ordeal half an hour at the table with him must be. Don't talk with him, then, is very easy to say. We don't talk between meals to him, but at table it is almost necessary to make one or two observations in 30 minutes, and whenever the silence becomes overwhelming and we hazard a remark, it is disheartening to listen continuously to, I don't think so. Latitude 37 degrees 3 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 20 minutes west. August 5th. Just another such day as yesterday, with the sky obscured by sharply cut stratus clouds. The only perceptible difference is that today the air is a little more balmy. The wind and sea are precisely the same, and our experience so far has been that the Pacific is most aptly named. Of course, we ought to be reaching smooth water now, though it is often rough in the southeast trades. The surprising part is that we had such a quiet sea in the stormy 40s. The air has been wonderfully soft all day, the thermometer indicating 58 degrees at noon, although the sky was completely overcast. Masafueta bore east-northeast true at midday, distant in round numbers 100 miles, with Juan Fernandez 200 miles away in about the same direction. The appearance of this latter island is said to be strikingly beautiful, though in size it is only 13 miles by 4. It consists of a series of steep, rugged hills formed by huge boulders piled one upon the other, the loftiest reaching an altitude of 3,000 feet. Palms, tree ferns, and a thick undergrowth partially cover these rocky declivities, growing in very shallow earth, which slips away when one attempts to scale the precipices, and it is said that on this account the culminating peak has never yet been ascended. Juan Fernandez, which lies in the approximate corresponding latitude of the Madeiras, is indissolubly associated with Robinson Crusoe, Defoe having based his tale upon the adventures of one Alexander Selkirk of Fifeshire, Scotland, who was put ashore there in 1704 at his own request by Captain Stradling of the Cinque-Port galley, with whom, as master, Selkirk had quarreled. It is highly improbable, however, that Juan Fernandez is the island pictured by Defoe, as his descriptions in Crusoe do not always tally with the conformations of Fernandez. Modern writers inclined to the belief that Trinidad, off the Venezuelan coast, was the island in Robinson Crusoe. Selkirk lived on Juan Fernandez until 1709 when he was rescued by the ship Duke, from which seems to have been a by no means intolerable imprisonment. Masafueda, which means more to see, called so by the Spaniards, though far smaller than its neighbor, is even loftier still, one peak attaining a height of 4,000 feet. In every spot where men do congregate, there will nearly always be found one silent individual, from whom it is apparently impossible to extract a single syllable. We had one such on the Mandalore, an English seaman with a Board of Trade certificate. During the whole voyage of 18 weeks, he was never heard to utter a word unless he had some unavoidable reason. Aboard the Higgins, there is a man who can give him cards and spades on taciturnity, for he hasn't been known to speak by either mate since the 11th of May. This contemplative genius is Carl, he whom Rarks so brutally struck in the face with the block away back in the South Atlantic. Even then, no word passed his lips, though he did groan. He isn't surly, it is just his way, and the mates do not mind now when he doesn't answer, as he is manifestly so willing. For torpid stupidity and phlegmatic stolidity his equal would be hard to find, and we have often watched him at work and wondered, can it really talk? The most unexpected and painful surprise cannot draw from him the slightest exclamation. For instance, a fortnight ago, one afternoon at the pumps, a big sea surged over the side, but most of the men saved themselves by jumping up on the fife rail, except Carl and Brun. Indeed, the latter had saved himself and was kneeling on the rail holding fast to the mizzen royal braces. Carl's mind, though, was far too numb to grapple with such an emergency, so the water carried him off his feet, wrenched away his grip on the pump handle, and was sweeping him across the deck when he grasped one of Brun's feet in his flight. This broke the latter's hold on the brace, and away both flew into the waterways, where they bobbed around for a while in 36 inches of icy brine. Brun was in a rage, of course, but not so Carl. His wooden face arose by and by from the roaring scuppers, placid and tranquil. He then by degrees found his legs, waited for a weather roll, shot back to the pumps, and resumed his place, totally unmoved. All this time he was as dumb as a giraffe. Again, yesterday afternoon, he was doing some work on the starboard main brace bumpkin, when he slipped and went half under water before he caught the bite of a rope that luckily hung over the side. Even this didn't trouble him in the slightest degree. He didn't even wink his codfish eyes, but seated himself again upon the bumpkin and proceeded with his job. Toward the end of the third month at sea, most people begin to suffer somewhat from dyspepsia, induced, no doubt, by the absence of fresh meat and vegetables, though the best tinned varieties of the latter certainly taste as good as the fresh. In the old days people, it is true, did not have the great amount of such edibles to choose from as they do now in going to sea, but they had plenty of young pigs and sheep and chickens, which atoned in measure for the lack of canned vegetables. Indeed, the deck of a Yankee ship 50 years ago looked like the conventional barnyard, with its pig and sheep stalls, hennery, and not infrequently an enclosure for a couple of cows. Latitude 34 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 15 minutes west. August 6th. Gradually, since daylight, the form of the clouds has been changing till they have assumed that of cumulus, and as the wind is letting go, with an appearance of showers ahead, we seem to be upon the brink of a change in the weather. For 7 days the wind has been at west-northwest, with never a shift of 2 whole points, while the variation of the aneroid during that period was not more than 0.15 of an inch. We are practically on the 30th parallel at present, so that in 11 days we have made 30 degrees of latitude. Steadily, too, the temperature has been rising, standing at 59 degrees at 8 this morning for both air and water. A still more significant indication of our northing, however, is that last night the fire in the cabin stove was allowed to die out, today being the first time in 38 days that we have been without artificial heat. Thus, for almost 6 weeks has the stove been going full blast, for it was first lighted in 38 degrees south in the Atlantic. It is always an interesting thing to note the different attitude of captains toward their chief mates on long voyage ships. Some are extremely affable, others are reserved and haughty to an absurd degree. Where men are confined together in so small a space as a ship's deck for months at a stretch, I think that a captain ought to be reasonably unbending, but always dignified in his manner toward the chief officer, though of course much depends upon the sort of man the latter is. Captain Scruggs is by turns civil and positively wolfish toward Mr. Goggins. And one of the most curious phases of the old man's character is that he invariably crushes the mate whenever the latter says something that he thinks will please the skipper. Night before last, at supper, during a conversation about British Columbia, the mate turned to the captain and beamingly said, "I remember the time, sir, 30 years ago, when you used to could talk Chinook with the best of 'em." To his chagrin, though, the old man growled, "Never knew 6 words of Chinook in my life," while, as a matter of fact, he used to talk it well. Mr. Goggins returned to the charge, however, and again essayed some remarks, during which he ventured to hope that the wind would back into the southward and let us make some westing, very reasonably supposing that here was a sentiment that any skipper would endorse. But though the captain has been in a white heat lately at our easting, he observed that he "didn't care a chew er tobaccer where the wind went to," which so angered the mate that he answered quite hotly, "Well, so far as I go, I'm sure I don't care how long we're at sea, but I know you do, and so do the owners." "I say I don't care a rap, rap, rap," stormed the skipper, and we looked for a row, but the mate slid off the bench and disappeared. Strange man, unfortunate disposition. He must contradict. He feels it is his duty to differ from everyone else, even if he knows that he is wrong. This morning I remarked, as we sat down to breakfast, "I see the thermometer's 59 degrees this morning." "58 and a half, I think," he corrected. Now, in the first place, it was 59 degrees, and in the second place, he wouldn't have known it if it had been half a degree lower, for he can't read a book without powerful lenses, much less the rusty scale of a thermometer a foot above his head. Latitude 30 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 82 degrees 30 minutes west. August 7th. "Unhook that double main sheet. Square the yards." Oh, welcome joyous words. Even if the wind is not more than a breath, it allows us now to lay the course and with a little to spare. There are some ultra-nautical landsmen who will vigorously object to the first word in this day's log, and will insist that I ought to have written "cast off" instead. But if these individuals would go to sea, they would learn that there are many expressions heard aboard ship which no argument could persuade them to use, for fear of not being considered au fait in nautical nomenclature. We have all seen the horror of the pale youth with the large steam yacht when someone in his hearing has suggested going downstairs instead of below. Yet many deep-water sailors say downstairs, and one of Captain Scruggs's characteristic orders is, "Let the foretop-gallant yard run down, Mr. Rarks, and tie up the sail," instead of "cool up the fore-to'gans'l," while he himself ordered the double main sheet unhooked. To resume. For 7 or 8 days we have been jammed hard on the wind, and while we have made very excellent northing, we have fallen away to the eastward so much as to well nigh overbalance our difference in latitude. In yesterday's afternoon watch, however, the ship began to come up, and all last night we steered northwest, our course, making fairly good way, though it fell calm at daybreak, but breezed a bit again, and the yards were checked in a couple of points more at 10 a.m. According to Finley, the average time from 50 degrees south in the Pacific to San Francisco is 54 days, and as we are somewhat ahead of the average since leaving that parallel, we can stand a good deal of light weather and still make a fair passage. It cannot be denied, though, that from the equator to 40 degrees south on the other side we had a remarkable streak of bad luck, and I expect that the A.G. ropes, which sailed from New York 13 days ahead of us, will make a faster passage than we will. In parentheses, I might remark that most of the large ship owners give their captains $10 per day for every day under 120. For instance, if a man makes the passage in 110 days, he is entitled to $100. It may be that the curious would like to know how we passed those dreary weeks off Cape Horn. And here was our scheme, though, in truth, our habits then were about the same as they are now. I rose at 7, breakfasted at quarter to 8, and walked the poop alone till nearly 11. On days that were very rough, it was a continual source of pleasure to chalk myself off between the stern bits and speculate, when a particular wave was still several hundred yards off, whether it was going to break on board or whether we would clear it. It is a fascinating spectacle, this, and an hour often passed like 5 minutes, as I gazed with ever-increasing awe at the resistless power of the huge, crested breakers. Then down to our room, where we read farthest north aloud till noon, when my wife made her first appearance. Dinner then occupied us till nearly 1, when we went on deck to walk for half an hour, if not too rough. Down again to write up our journals, plot off the course on our own chart, and note down in the government book the meteorological observations made at Greenwich noon. This brought us to 4 o'clock, when we again went on deck to remain till dark, and then a book claimed us until supper, a little after 5 o'clock. Deck once more from 6 till 7, in spite of any weather, then books again until 9, when we went up for a breath of air again before turning in. Exciting? No. Truth compels me to admit that it was not, although no doubt some of the days would have been lively enough for almost anybody. Those who are sustained by excitement must never by any chance allow themselves to be persuaded to try a deep-water voyage, no matter how completely they may have convinced themselves of their fondness for the sea. A true and abiding love for the sea is a very rare attribute in any man. I mean that fondness for the ocean which enables him to live contentedly and happily upon it for half a year at a time, and to accept uncomplainingly whatever chance may provide. The monotony of a 20 weeks voyage to 99% of civilized humanity would be nearly incalculable, and in the case of one sent to sea for health's sake, it is entirely conceivable that the depression consequent upon such a voyage would, in some degree, counteract the beneficial effects of sea air. It is owing to a peculiar temperament that a few people can stay at sea for an indefinite number of months without in any way tiring of the life. To these few, the state of the weather and the direction of the wind are absolutely immaterial. A calm of a fortnight or a month of headwinds, either in the tropics or the Southern Ocean, are regarded by them merely as events which they expected to encounter when they sailed. In spite of everything said and written to the contrary, I believe that in every sailor, from seaman to master, his love for the sea is never extinguished. Let them assert, times innumerable, that they hate the life, and yet see how they all return to it after a little while ashore. It is of no avail to argue that because a man is bred to the sea, he is incapacitated for duties ashore. I have known of several shipmasters who, through influence, obtained lucrative positions in various firms, but who resigned them, unable to further withstand the magic influence which the deep sea exerts over those who have once fallen under her resistless enchantment. Nor does the case of the common sailor differ. I once knew a respectable foremast hand who obtained the position of driver of a laundry wagon in Boston. This was a nice job, but I awaited developments. And sure enough, in 3 or 4 months he signed as bosun of a Japan-bound oil ship. Even the most shiftless of sailors could surely use a pick or shovel dirt ashore, yet they prefer the less profitable and inconceivably more arduous duties of the life before the mast, simply because they cannot overcome the wondrous allurements of old ocean. Latitude 28 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 83 degrees 12 minutes west. End of section 23. Section 24 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 24. August 8th. We have almost every reason to believe that we have taken the southeast trades. I say almost every reason, for the only cause for doubting is that we are so far south yet, and the wind, after all, may not amount to anything. In any event, we are all astonished at such an outburst of luck, except the skipper, who testily replies to interrogations, "This may go into the trades. It certainly is not them yet." At 4:30 yesterday afternoon, just as we had composed ourselves for the hazy yellow calm that lay upon the sea, a light air from astern overhauled us, and backing into the southeast in a few minutes, breezed up from that desirable quarter in a most refreshing manner, so that ever since we have averaged 7 knots. This, if it lasts, is a most remarkable stroke of fortune, as ships often lie idle for a week or more between the westerly and the southeasterly winds, and to run from one into the other with only an hour's calm is as unusual as it is welcome. We are inclined to believe that, after all, we will make the voyage in 130 days, that is, in 6 weeks more. On this subject the old man is of course as dumb as a lobster, and resents any such suggestions by obstinately staring in the opposite direction, while Mr. Rarks, a man of great experience in the North Pacific, which is now probably the only bête noire left to us, even goes so far as to say that 5 additional weeks will anchor us in San Francisco Bay. We have now left behind us that most solitary and vast portion of the South Pacific almost entirely devoid of the smallest fragments of land, and we are entering that part thickly spattered with rocks and islets that most people never heard of, not to mention the thousands of islands to the westward that form the great clusters of the Society, Friendly, Samoan, Gilbert, Ellice, Marquesas, Caroline, New Hebrides, Ladrone, and Marshall groups. For instance, in our neighborhood at present are the islets of San Felix, San Ambrosio, Podesta, Sala y Gomez, and the Emily and Minnehaha rocks. Doubtless there are dozens of others besides, too insignificant to appear on a chart of the world, such as I work with. These few, however, will serve to show how thickly sown the Pacific is with insular obstructions, and it is for this reason that this ocean, bar that part south of 30 degrees south, has never seemed to me as desolate or lonely as the Atlantic, north or south. Behold how fittingly nature has cleared the North Atlantic of nearly every indication of land and has left an abundance of clear open water, through which rush the great steamers which connect Europe and America, safe in the knowledge that even if they drifted about for months with disabled machinery, there would be practically nothing to interrupt their wanderings. The most remarkable proof of this was the case of the large schooner Fanny E. Woolston, timber laden, which drifted about for 30 months, covering 6,000 miles in that time, an average of over 3 knots per hour, without approaching land. This was ascertained by means of the reports of many different vessels which passed close to the Woolston during her peregrinations. Indeed, the only island that lies at all near the track of the steamers bound from the more northerly European ports to those north of Baltimore is the terrible Sable Island, the graveyard of the Atlantic, in 44 degrees north, 60 degrees west, about 200 miles east of Halifax. More vessels are lost here than at any other spot in open water, and its number of casualties are probably only exceeded by such shoals as the Goodwin Sands. Turn then to the North Pacific, and it will be seen that, with the exception of the higher northerly latitudes through which lies the great circle track between San Francisco or Vancouver and Japan, that immense body of water is literally dusted with coral reefs and islands, though it is necessary to examine a large chart to appreciate this, as no geography will answer. There are recognized among men several great classes or divisions of bores, such as those who magnify their own greatness, those who can remember how much colder the winters used to be in their boyhood, or, if in New York, those whose memory recalls the period when milch cows lowed where the city hall now stands, and swine rooted in the dirt upon the site of the post office. But there remains yet a genus of bores so infinitely surpassing those mentioned that they may be said to form an entirely different family. Fortunately for mankind, comparatively few persons are victimized by them, by reason of their profession. but in those parts where they do congregate, they are as deadly as Mark Twain's brain fever bird. Allusion is made to those venerable and crusty master mariners who extemporize by the hour upon that grand race of sailors who used to man the windjammers in days of yore. Start them once on this subject, and woe to the anguished wretch snared in their toils. One would think, in listening to them, that they were talking about an extinct race who inhabited the seas about the middle of the 19th century, and like the apteryx and platypus, had been suddenly and mysteriously exterminated. And when one ventures to suggest that surely there must be some resemblance to those exalted beings in the men who now sail before the mast, these aged sea hedgehogs bristle up and fly in a passion as they descant upon the puny breed which now defile the honorable name of sailor with their pampered notions and blubberhead stupidity. These persons ought to be confined in some retreat for the rest of their lives. The disease is incurable and terribly infectious, for every sea captain over 50 years of age suffers more or less from the unhappy malady. It is true that the steamer has cut huge swaths in the sailing ship trade, but there are still a vast number of square riggers left which pay good dividends. It seems to be the prevalent opinion that steam has spoiled seamen from sailing ship work, but in reality the men who ship for long voyages never do anything else, and let steamers severely alone. Many good men, no doubt, begin their careers as lamp trimmers, etc., in steamers, and usually remain in them, and in this way sailing ships, no doubt, lose a number of fine men. But it is well to bear in mind that deep water and steamship foremast hands are very different beings in many respects. As noted in an earlier page, some people are crying now that as soon as the Central American Canal is cut through, it will be the instantaneous death knell of the long voyage sailing vessel. But those who really understand the business of transportation by water do not agree to this by any means. Here are the words of Arthur Sewall, than whom few, if any, are more competent to speak on the matter. Quote, "As long as the wind blows and water flows, there will be sailing ships built and business to keep them busy. There will always be a chance for them to compete against steam in traffic where time is not a factor, or where delay is actually a good thing. For instance, there is a wheat crop. In July or August it begins to be ready for delivery, and in a short time the whole year's supply is ready for shipment. But the consumption of a crop stretches over a whole year. Shipping wheat in sailing vessels consumes several months' time, which would otherwise require the storing of the wheat. Sailing freights are actually less than steam freights plus storage charges. So you see, here is business which sailing ships can hold. Then again, take railroad materials, especially rails, which are manufactured faster than they can be used, and where the delay of sail over steam is better than storage. Of course, as in any other business, it is a case of the survival of the fittest, and as smaller ships are relatively more expensive than large ones, small ships cannot make money and will have to make way for large ones." End quote. An excellent precedent in favor of the continuance of sailing vessels is that subject in connection with the Suez Canal. When this was a thing accomplished, it was said that no more square riggers would go out around Good Hope. Yet consider the enormous amount of sail tonnage that is dispatched every year to India, China, Australia, and Japan. For it is computed that 800 sailing vessels double Agulhas every year in both directions. And as but few of the ships in the Eastern trade have a carrying capacity of less than 3,500 tons, the amount of merchandise that passes the southern extremity of Africa per annum foots up the imposing total of at least 7 million tons. Mr. Goggins appeared at dinner today in a frock coat. Can one conceive the effect produced upon the mind by the contiguity of a frock coat and a red flannel shirt? Certainly not. No one could unless he had seen it. Mr. Goggins was monstrously proud of it, too, in spite of its being several sizes too small for him, and ostentatiously got up during the soup and officiated at the drawing of a pitcher of root beer from the keg in the corner, during which evolution he suddenly became embarrassed at the unwanted attention centered upon himself, and in some way managed to upset the pitcher all over the floor. And when he sat down, he was in such a state of excitement that his nasal whistlings and obligatos were more piercing than ever before. And just think of this creature's name, Leander. Oh heavens, it is too much. Latitude 26 degrees 54 minutes south, longitude 84 degrees 50 minutes west. August 9th. 90 days at sea and another month cannot take us in, nor do we desire it in spite of our surroundings. The wind has freshened constantly, and, being to the eastward of southeast, it has sent us along at an 8-knot clip, steady and true, and we have done 190 miles in the 24 hours by the log, for we have had no sights for 3 or 4 days. The temperature is almost perfect, about 65 degrees day and night, and as there is no sun to dazzle one, reading on deck has once more become a joy. Yesterday afternoon, McFoy returned Nansen's first crossing of Greenland, which he borrowed a few days ago. He is an intelligent man and knows all of Nordenskjold's works pretty thoroughly. There is a notion, though, to which he clings with characteristic Scotch tenacity. In spite of everything, he insists that Nansen started upon his last great voyage in a steam whaler from San Francisco. But if this fellow is well read, what can be said of old Kelly in the mate's watch? We pumped together yesterday afternoon and had much conversation, during which he said that he hailed from Charleston, but that his family had moved north to Troy when the war broke out, and that his parents had brought him up strictly and decently. He volunteered no reason for having turned sailor, but branched off into literature, beginning with a pertinent quotation from Burns and another from Moore. This led him on, and he expressed great admiration for ancient history, concluding with a well-turned eulogy on Gibbon's Rome, with illustrations for preferring it to any other account of that great empire. At first it seems extraordinary to find so intelligent a man before the mast, living a beast's life, and surrounded by men with whom he has but little in common. Yet such fellows are by no means uncommon at sea, for one often happens upon a man in a Cape Horner's forecastle whom nature did not intend should be there. How different is old Kelly's conversation from that of the mate, especially at dinner and supper, when he shouts out his witless jokes. Today he burst in with the following silly story, and it was totally irrelevant to what we were talking about. There was a old feller I knew once that lived in the country, and when he saw the telegraph wires put up past his farm, he hung a pair of boots on 'em to send 'em to his son. At the conclusion of such pleasantries, his sense of humor is so agitated that he seems upon the brink of spasms, and his temporal arteries swell out as big as lead pencils, while he chortles and wheezes and gasps like an old tattered bellows. What quaint expressions sailors have, too. Mr. Rarks was talking about athletics last night, and incidentally asked, who was now the greatest hammer heaver? It must be remembered that objects at sea are never thrown, they are always hove. As we approach the final quarter of the voyage, we cannot help wishing that we were going to land at Calcutta as we did before. Oh, the incomparable delight, the unbounded pleasure of those 2 months in India which followed the termination of our voyage in the Mandalore. The memories of those 9 weeks in British India carry with them a charm perfectly indescribable. And were it given us to visit but one more country on the globe during our lifetime, we would unhesitatingly choose another stay in the land of the Himalayas. Latitude 24 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude 87 degrees 5 minutes west. August 10th. Moderate southeasterly breezes, a smooth sea, and magnificent weather. He who would not be happy here now must needs be hard to please. At midnight we cut the circle of Capricorn, and have, happily, once more entered the torrid zone, after an absence of 50 days, for it was on June 20th that we passed Capricorn in the Atlantic. Verily, it doesn't seem as though almost 2 months have elapsed since we first sighted the Judas Dows that Sunday in the latitude of Rio. How time speeds on at sea! A week does not seem longer than 24 hours, and before we realize it, they will be making ready the anchor. Our progress is very gratifying, though the perversity of the skipper will not allow him to believe or even to suppose that we have taken the trades. He has surprised us much in the last few days by going down on the main deck and assisting in the repair of the old sails. See how inconsistent he is. He considers himself so infinitely above the sailors that mere proximity to them under other circumstances, even for a moment, carries infection with it. Yet now down he stalks to the main deck. Off comes his coat, and down he drops flat, his short fat legs sticking wide out before him like a brownie's, as he turns to in a cluster of the defiling sailors. For some days he sewed merrily away on top of the deckhouse, which was a different affair altogether, and sail-making is a very agreeable pastime. But we were immeasurably astonished at the arrogant Scruggs's consorting thus with the foe. As the captain and I were pacing the poop at 10 o'clock last evening, the sky at the time being cloudless and the moon almost full, suddenly, as we turned to go aft, we saw, over our shoulders, a dazzling glare of light from forward, like a very bright lightning flash, and turning quickly, we observed a ball of fire shoot by at right angles to our course and disappear behind the foretop gallant sail. "What was that?" said I. "Oh, that was just a meteor or whatever you call it," answered the skipper. "You often see 'em hereabouts. Last voyage, one bursted near the ship at night, at the dark of the moon, somewhere about 15 degrees south, and most scared all hands to death." Such exhibitions are met with in all parts of the world, even in cold high latitudes. I remember the case of the large British ship Cawdor, Captain Jardelli, during one of her recent voyages from Swansea to San Francisco. She made a very long passage on this occasion of 184 days. She had a terrible battering in the Southern Ocean and reported on arrival that off Cape Horn an enormous meteor plunged into the sea with a stunning explosion, so close as to flood the decks. We learned last evening of a horrid accident that occurred on this ship 6 weeks before we sailed on the present voyage. The mate spun the yarn in these words. "We had just warped into the docks in Brooklyn to discharge, when a gang of stevedores came over the side to rig the gear for unloading. 'Where's the cargo pendant?' says the boss stevedore. 'There it is,' says I, 'and there's a gantline too,' I says, pointing to a coil of brand new manila. Well, they began for to rig the falls, while I went into the cabin for dinner. I seen one of the fellers on the main yard as I went in, but I didn't think no more about it for maybe 10 minutes, when I heard a sickening crash, and out I jumped. Did you ever hear a man fall from aloft? Hit's awful, sir. When I got out on deck, there was a lot of stevedores standing around looking at something on the main hatch. I didn't want to look at what I knew it was, but I had to. So I shoved my way through, and there lay the big heavy man I'd seen on the main yard. I didn't see anything wrong with him first off till I went round to other side, and there was his head cracked open, just as if you'd dropped a mushmelon on the ground, and the hinsides was spattered all over the hatch cover. Plenty of these here stevedores get hurt, and often it's the fault of rotten gear, and then there's a case agin the ship. But I'm too old a bird to get took in like that, and I always gives 'em brand new rope." It is strange that more sailors are not killed by falling from aloft, for they not only appear to be, but really are, very careless, and 2 or 3 of our men have more than once just saved themselves from tremendous falls. Not long ago, that handsome four-masted ship Puritan lost 2 men from the upper foretopsail yard, only 200 miles from Sandy Hook, bound out to Hyogo. And it is a serious matter to start an 18,000-mile voyage short 2 hands, when ships are allowed to go to sea in these days with 20 seamen instead of 30. Latitude 22 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 89 degrees 15 minutes west. August 11th. Still no change in anything but the thermometer, the instrument at midday showing 70 degrees for the first time in many weeks. How superb, how glorious this weather surely is. There is not too much sun to render sitting anywhere on deck at all unpleasant, yet we have enough to give us all the necessary observations. The soft, rich southeast trades come flowing smoothly over the quarter, while the ocean, the limitless South Pacific, lies motionless to the horizon. save for the brittle little cat's paws that spangle the royal blue of this great but placid ocean. Oh, the enjoyment of these balmy days! Oh, the unutterable charm of the sea when for days together the ship moves serenely over its quiet surface with nothing to interrupt the profound peace to be obtained only in the solitude of the oceans. Oh, the sea, the open sea, the pure, the fresh, the ever free. Without a mark, without a bound, it runneth the earth's wide regions round. Although everything in nature is so somnolent, not so the sailors. All day long both watches have wrought like bees, unbending the heavy new sails and sending aloft the old fine weather ones. The mending was finished yesterday, and the old brownish-gray canvas looks very dull after the glare of the new duck, and changes the whole appearance of the ship. This is another point of usefulness in the donkey engine, for steam was got up this morning, and the different sails were sent whizzing aloft like sacks of corn into a mill in a tenth of the time that would have been necessary in manual labor. Nor be it supposed that the sails of a 2,000-ton ship are featherweights, for our mainsail alone would tip the balance at 800 pounds. Last evening was the first occasion for at least 2 months on which we have been able to eat our 5:15 o'clock supper without lamplight, and it was a very grateful change to see the mellow rays of the setting sun streaming in at the open door, instead of the weak flicker of a very bad lantern. The cheerful air of the saloon was the cause of further very great volubility on the part of the mate, and he told the only humorous joke (is this tautology?) that he has uttered on the passage. He said that his wife once asked him why it was that a captain couldn't keep tally of the size of his anchor so that he wouldn't have to weigh it every time he left a harbor. This, for Goggins, wasn't bad. Some days ago we finished Farthest North, and so lucid and straightforward are his writings that we seem to know Fridtjof Nansen personally. 3 great characteristics stand forth preeminently in this book: manliness, lack of affectation, and the total absence of the I am. Latitude 20 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 91 degrees 20 minutes west. End of section 24. Section 25 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 25. August 12th. Somewhat more cloudy today, and since the morning watch, the trades have been a good deal stronger, though last night the wind dropped to force 3, the average for the week having been force 4. A noticeable fact is that even though the weather is so cool for this latitude, 70 degrees at noon, the Cape pigeons are still with us. I thought that they would have left us long since, for on the other voyage we saw our last pigeon in 30 degrees south. One of the birds has been following us for weeks. We can always pick him out by the fact that 2 of his right wing quills are broken, which renders him conspicuous at quite a distance. The ship was pumped out with the donkey last night, after the sails were all bent, and having had no exercise for some days, the men having pumped only at 4 in the morning on account of sail-making, etc., I was constrained to take hold of the handlebar and follow the wheel around, which afforded even more exercise than the ordinary way. If the men maintain constantly 30 strokes to the minute, it is good work, whereas with the donkey whirling the pumps around at more than 60, the very exertion necessary to keep up with this speed is more than considerable. It is attended, too, with some danger of bodily harm, for if your foot should slip on the wet deck and you did not instantly let go of the handlebar, you would either be jerked over the wheel and slammed down on the other side, or at the next revolution the bar would catch you under the chin and knock your lower jaw into bone dust. The captain conjectured later on that he, too, needed some exercise, for he went down and worked away with ferocious abandon for perhaps 5 minutes, standing forth in the bright moonlight a most ridiculous object. For his short, plump little body was taxed to the very utmost to keep up with the machine, and when his coat-tails whisked wildly about and he staggered now and then to keep his balance, his arms were jerked back and forth like shuttles, His coat up between his ears, he looked like John Gilpin in a cyclone. But funniest of all was his face. Whenever he exerts himself, he always glares over at us to ascertain whether we are laughing at him or not. And last night, as he gazed up at us over the whizzing bar, with bursting cheeks and popping eyes, we thought we had never seen so ludicrous a sight. Even more droll than the other day when he was chinning himself on the weather mizzen sheerpole, when he peered over his shoulder at us with so distorted and writhing a countenance that we thought he was strangling. The skipper has a clipping machine, with which he has almost denuded his head and face of their scraggy masses, and he insists that my own thick growth of hair and beard will be uncomfortable in hot weather, which is no doubt true. But when he offered to run the machine over your whiskers, as he expressed it, I thought it best to risk them as they are. Fancy reaping one's beard with clippers. Mention has not been made of a certain dish that was placed upon the supper table a few nights after the last pig had been killed. In one of the compartments of the rack was a plate of cold salt beef, while in the other was something we thought was mighty good, judging from the fragrance that rose from beneath the cover. When the latter was removed, though, there lay revealed some queer-looking black fragments that might have been anything rather than meat. It turned out to be pig's flesh right enough, but no one could guess what portions of his anatomy they were. Some of the objects were cylindrical; these were sections of the creature's tongue. Others were very irregular and unusual looking; these were the ears, while a villainous mass that stood aloof from the rest was recommended by the skipper as the heart. "I think you'll like that," he observed, "though some do say there's too much muscle in it." The only really unsuccessful article manufactured by the merry little Cantonite is the pie crust. It is very attractive and tempting to contemplate, which makes the reality harder to bear, for it is the only wholly indigestible article of food I ever came across. You can even feel your teeth gliding smoothly over flakes of sticky lard scattered freely through it. Nothing but hydrochloric acid could have the least solvent effect upon it. Oh yes, there is something else: the captain's digestive organs. It will be recalled that when we first came on board he mentioned that he was a dyspeptic. But goodness gracious me, it is a revelation to watch him denude meat or fruit pies of the armor plate which invests them. He has another favorite dish, too, that he usually eats for breakfast. It looked familiar at first, and we tried some, but instantly desisted. It was like large grains of sand. The captain called it boiled hominy. Latitude 18 degrees 25 minutes south, longitude 93 degrees 55 minutes west. August 13th. Fresh trades, moderate sea, and dazzling skies were ours during the day, and we made more than 2 degrees of latitude and only 5 miles less than 3 of longitude. It is glorious, and everything has assumed a tropical aspect. The sea, which undulates in swinging dark blue heaves, topped with sparkling froth, and the air, which sleepily fans one with its soft, drowsy breath. Even the men have begun to show the influence of warmer climes, and duck and dungaree garments, long buried in the noisome and impenetrable mysteries of a sailor's chest, have suddenly bloomed forth like lilies in the spring. We have kept away a little to the westward of northwest so as to cross the line in about 116 degrees. The pumping took place last night at 7:30 as usual, and I took a hand in it, alongside of that villain, Tim Powers, he of the wounded arm, while opposite to us rose and fell the cadaverous countenance of Paddy. Neither of the mates was within hearing distance, but no one spoke till Jimmy Rumps, the little boatswain, called out, "Let her rest a minute," and then Tim grew loquacious. "I'm afeard this is too long a voyage for the lady, sor. It's a sight o' sea." "Yes," I answered, "but it's not that bothers us. We went out to Calcutta a couple of years ago and were at sea 127 days, so we knew it might be 150 when we started." "Is that so, sor?" said Tim, with immense energy and interest. "To Calcutta. A grand place. If yees don't mind, what was the name of the ship?" "The Mandalore." "Oh," with great satisfaction and relief, "an English ship. I'll bet yees had a different—" "Shake her up again, boys!" came from the main hatch in Jimmy's thin little voice, and we turned to in silence till the mate's growl, "That'll do the pumps," put an end to the job. Then I asked Paddy how he was enjoying himself. "To speak the truth," he answered wearily, "I'd rather be in me grave than where I am, and this is the first time I ever said such a thing aboard ship." "Why, what's the matter?" I asked him. "You are always skylarking with the cook and steward." "Well, what's the good in trying to make a row?" he philosophically demanded. "Don't you get enough to eat?" "Yes, but it's not what I've heard the mate tell you it's like. It's the drivin' we mind, but even that's not the worst of it. You can't do a thing to please the mate or the old man. I don't know about Mr. Rarks. You know I ain't in his watch, but I guess he's no better than most second mates, and I guess you know what that means. Work, 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 till you split your finger ends and then get kicked around and thumped for a farmer. But I'm not making a row," he added. "Only you asked me." Paddy, it must be said, is one of a rare species, a fair-minded sailor, which I discovered some time ago by his taking the mate's part when telling me of some trifling incident that happened on board. A couple of hours later, it being the second mate's watch, I asked him to tell me honestly why he liked American ships better than others, knowing that he has sailed in English vessels. "Well, the principal thing is the pay," he replied. "It's a good deal better in our ships than in foreigners, and the cabin table's generally better too. Now, there's the British ship Fullwood, a fine steel ship she is. I know they don't have soft bread on the table but once a week." It seemed to me that this would be quite a recommendation for the Fullwood, for we have yet to see soft bread aboard ship much better than a worn-out sponge. But as for the wages, he is certainly right. Take the wages out of Hamburg as an example. The chief officers of the largest and fastest express steamers receive an amount equivalent to only $60 of our money. What sort of remuneration is that for a man of ability, in many cases a university graduate, a man second in authority aboard a 10,000-ton mail steamer rippling through the most crowded ocean in the world at 21 knots with 1,500 souls below decks? And it makes one positively angry to think of a human being like Goggins, a densely ignorant and practically worthless creature, a person who can't work a traverse and get the same answer twice, receiving the same amount as mate of a windjammer. Why, our steward, a Malay and a man of low intellect, has a good deal more than half as much wages as the first officer of the Normania or Augusta Victoria. It is positively incredible. Latitude 16 degrees 14 minutes south, longitude 96 degrees 30 minutes west. August 14th. Another day, beautiful beyond expression. We never remember one in all our sea experience that was as fine. The sun poured down from a sky without a shred of cloud, and the trades, still as fresh as ever, came singing so sweetly and cheerfully over the starboard quarter that you were moved to lean back in your chair and think, "Who is so happy as I?" Even if the weather were not so delightful, our fine progress would cover a multitude of grievances, for we have done 586 miles in 3 days, a continuous average of 8 knots. If credible, the nights are even finer than the days, and we sat late on deck last evening, plunking away on the banjo, with everything steeped in the white light of the moon just past the full. So wonderfully brilliant were her beams that the shadows of the weather mizzen rigging cast upon the immense concave expanse of the mainsail stood forth as from an arc light. The serenity of such a night is almost unearthly. The first step in the rehabilitation of the ship for port has been progressing for 2 days, the tarring down of the standing rigging. It is always the dirtiest job aboard ship, and the men are plastered from crown to toe with the sticky fluid. Next after this comes the painting, then the holystoning, and lastly the varnishing of what little bright work there is on the poop. When at the pumps last evening, I learned that the men had been deeply impressed with my having assisted the donkey the other night. Murphy especially seemed to extract much amusement from the fact, and when I told him that some exercise was necessary to health, he said that he never allowed that subject to bother him, adding, "There's one thing I'm just grand at, lying in me bunk." His appearance substantiates this statement, for he is as round and rugged as he was 3 months ago. I truly believe that he is the only man forward who doesn't bear the marks of either Cape Horn or a belaying pin. On the other hand, Luis the Gaul is the saddest and most dejected-looking man I ever saw. He has at all times that melancholy, dispirited look that one sees in the eyes of a captive orangutan. We talked together last night, and he informed me that this was his first American ship, and, please God, it would be his last. In very broken English, and in the deferential tones of a foreigner, he asked, "Sar, do your laws allow men to be treated as the men are treated aboard the sheep?" "No," I answered, "but so far there does not seem to have been any attempt made by the United States authorities to enforce the laws they have made." Joaquin didn't know enough English to go more deeply into the subject, and the talk drifted to the French Navy, in which he has served 16 years altogether. And when I told him that I knew the Jean Bart very well, his delight was childlike. Then he imparted a bit of rather astonishing news by saying that a man who has served for 20 years in the French Navy, and it need not be all in one stretch, is pensioned by the government at 3 francs and a half per day. Besides possessing the second most powerful navy, France has some rattling fine square riggers, such as the La France, the largest sailing vessel in the world, bar the Potosi, the Dunkerque, and the Quevilly, the greatest tank sailing ship afloat, carrying 1,000,000 gallons of oil in bulk between Philadelphia and Rouen. Our pigeons have left us, and well they might, considering the latitude. What a distance they followed us! From 30 degrees south in one ocean to 16 degrees south in the other, and from the 45th to the 100th meridian. Quite a stretch of salt water, that. Mother Carey's chickens have come as a sort of compensation, hovering over our wake and darting down between the waves like swallows whizzing through the air after insects. Latitude 14 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 99 degrees west. August 15th. Shall it be written that this day is the finest of all? It is even so, and I pray the reader to bear with me, and to remember that if he were in my place he would no doubt give expression to the same thought. If the entire voyage, except that part lying in the Pacific between the southern tropic and the equator, were composed of gales and snowstorms, it seems as though these winds would atone for any amount of previous distress and inconvenience. It seems wonderful that the atmosphere can possess simultaneously such exhilaration and such a smooth, luscious balminess. O superb, glorious southeast trades, thy equal is not in the world. The Trade Wind's Song. Oh, I am the wind that the seamen love, I am steady and strong and true. They follow my track by the clouds above, o'er the fathomless tropic blue. For close by the shores of the sunny Azores their ships I await to convoy. When into their sails my constant breath pours, they hail me with turbulent joy. I bring them a rest from tiresome toil of trimming the sail to the blast, for I love to keep gear all snug in the coil, and the sheets and the braces all fast. From the deck to the truck I pour all my force, in spanker and jib I am strong, for I make every course to pull like a horse, and worry the great ship along. As I fly o'er the blue, I sing to the crew, who answer me back with a hail. I whistle a note as I slip by the throat of the buoyant and bellying sail. I laugh when the wave leaps over the head, and the jibs through the spray bow shine. For an acre of foam is broken and spread when she shoulders and tosses the brine. Through daylight and dark I follow the bark, I keep like a hound on her trail. I'm strongest at noon, yet under the moon I stiffen the bunt of her sail. The wide ocean through for days I pursue, till slowly my forces all wane. Then in whispers of calm I bid them adieu, and vanish in thunder and rain. Oh, I am the wind that the seamen love, I am steady and strong and true. They follow my track by the clouds above, o'er the fathomless tropic blue. Thus has Thomas Fleming Day delightfully written of the flowing trades. The men are busily engaged shearing away the great mops of hair that protected their heads in cold weather. Coleman, a man with a baneful eye and one who ought to be watched, seems to be the most accomplished tonsorial artist in the ship. He has already operated on half a dozen men, and all hands but one have assumed that appearance of cleanliness usual among sailors in the tropics. The exception is Tim, who, bar Mr. Goggins, is the dirtiest man on board. And now for a secret, profound and extraordinary. Let the peruser of these pages prepare himself for the concussion. Let him brace himself for the impending blow. Mr. Goggins was seen to go forward to the galley an hour ago and return with a basin of water. Can it be possible that he is about to submit his face and hands to the purification of a whole quart of fresh water? But no, this could not be. Let us banish the thought. He would perish of shock. Yet it must be for this that he fetched the water, for it is the only conceivable use to which he could put it. So we live in hopes of a change at supper. We have never, anywhere, come in contact with a person so irreclaimably obnoxious, and we can only wonder why the captain allows him to come to the table in such a condition. If a man wants to be dirty, it's his own personal affair, but when he becomes objectionable to others, steps ought to be taken to remedy the evil. By far, the most agreeable persons on board are the steward and cook, not to mention David McFoy, who is so much more pleasant and entertaining than the rest that he forms a class all by himself. The cook, though, is a jolly little man, and welcomed us with much more homely attention when we invaded his precinct the other day to learn how to make curry properly. To start with, it is hard to get good curry powder even in India, and that which we brought back with us from Calcutta in glass jars is not as good as that which can be bought in San Francisco in square tins, that city being the only place in the United States where this particular sort can be obtained. But besides the necessity for good powder, there are certain proportions of chopped onions, flour, butter, etc., to be added in its preparation, so that in order to learn how to make curry properly, it is necessary to witness the process as performed by an Indian or a Chinaman. A rather interesting little fact to us today is that this is the first occasion on which three figures have ever been necessary to express our longitude. Latitude 12 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 101 degrees 40 minutes west. August 16th. Fear not, I do not intend to say how much more beautiful today is than yesterday, though I should like to, and it is hard to refrain from doing so in such weather, but more than enough has been said on this subject. As a matter of fact, it is not quite so fine today, for the wind is dead aft, so that the after sails are the only ones that do much good, and our run has not been quite up to the usual standard. This has been a grand cleaning day forward. Every movable object was taken out of the forward house and spread on the forecastle head in the baking sun, and a curious sight did the men's old clothes and bedding present after lying mildewed and sodden for so many weeks. They lay in a wretched heap, the outside of which was composed of ancient grimy bed ticks, frowsy, ill-looking quilts, and disreputable, moldy mufflers. The forecastle itself was then swept cleanly out and thoroughly washed with soap and water. We have scores of snow-white birds with us now, about the size of common gulls, called bosons. They are pretty creatures with the most remarkable tails, for instead of the usual fan-shaped arrangement of feathers, their bodies seem to be elongated into pointed spines, so thin and sharp that it is almost impossible to see the extreme end. These birds are very noisy, and keep up a harsh croaking, whence their name, as a bosun is supposed to live in a continual state of excitation. On coming up from supper last night, just before 6, we saw a plump little feathered creature bearing down upon us, which had a very familiar appearance, and great was our surprise a moment later when we found that it was a Cape pigeon. Imagine one within 600 miles of the equator. He must have been the last survivor of some vessel ahead of us, and, having abandoned her, concluded to stop and see if he couldn't find some scraps here. He looked very calm sailing about on motionless wing among the flocks of bosons and Mother Carey's chickens that appear, in comparison, to make so great an effort at flying. This morning, though, we found that this, the last token of Cape Horn, had vanished. Mr. Rarks, however, didn't seem much surprised at the appearance of the pigeon, and told us that he had seen them often in the harbor of Callao in 12 degrees south. In a maritime paper that the second mate showed us today, there was rather an interesting article concerning the naming of ships. According to it, French merchant vessels are usually called after provinces, towns, wines, and victories, but never after men, except the greatest men of French history. British ships are generally named after mythological characters, lakes, bays, glens, and cities. German vessels after rivers, ports, poets, states, and characters in German literature. The Italians name theirs after characters in Italian literature, and names of hope, courage, enterprise, and religion. Spanish ships are almost always called after cities or the great commanders in Spanish history. Norwegians and Swedes take the names of localities dear to them, while American ships are given the names of their owners, relatives, friends, or any old thing. The same paper contained a short dissertation on scurvy. I wonder how many people there are who know that, according to the latest researches, scurvy is not a disease produced by eating salt meat. For many years, Professor Torup of the University of Christiania has been studying this dreadful malady, scurvy, in all its forms, and about 5 years ago he proved to his own satisfaction that it is produced by ptomaine poisoning incident to the putrefaction in meats which had not been properly cured or preserved. Fridtjof Nansen believed in this theory, and when he was fitting out the Fram for her Arctic voyage, he took the most extraordinary precautions to have every can or barrel of preserved meat that went on board in the best possible condition, particularly the salt meats. The sequel to this care was that upon his return every man on board was in perfect health, and had been during the 3 years' voyage. This has been considered sufficient proof that it is poison in the meat, and not the salted meat itself, which produces that most ghastly of all diseases. Latitude 10 degrees 8 minutes south, longitude 103 degrees 56 minutes west. End of section 25. Section 26 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 26. August 17th. Still the same weather conditions with a little more wind and, strange to tell, a heavy groundswell from the southwest. Imagine how hard the gale must have been to drive the swell through 30 degrees of latitude, as it is not probable that a wind strong enough to raise such a sea would prevail north of 40 degrees south. Soon indeed, now we will enter upon the last quarter of our voyage, and that portion of the Pacific between the line and 40 degrees north is at this season often responsible for more long passages than any other part of the Cape Horn voyage. Many a flyer has rolled booming across the equator on a record-breaking trip, struck the doldrums north of the line like running into a stone wall, and added 50 days more to the passage before sighting the Farallones. Just a year ago, the Shenandoah, one of our fastest vessels, was 46 days sailing up to Frisco from the equator. Last night in the first watch, I had a long talk with the second mate. It seems that he and Mr. Goggins have had words several times lately, and as Mr. Rarks knows what we think of the mate, he unburdened his mind in a very unusual manner. He says that Goggins would make a tip-top mate of a garbage dumper, but that he isn't fit for a Geordie brig, much less a clipper ship, or what passes for a clipper in these days. But the worst of it is, he's no seaman, and when my watch on deck comes, ain't there a H blank of a fine mess, and I've got to do it all over again. And look at his men, the state he's got 'em into. There's not a man jack of the whole lot that'll turn a finger for him, with his shoutin' and hollerin' and swearin'. I wonder the captain shipped such a blankety-blank old cripple, for he knew him before. I'm getting bloody sick of the voyage. What's the matter with the mate is that he came in through the cabin windows instead of the hawse pipes. All this and much more did Mr. Rarks pour forth, working himself into quite a rage as he went along and embellishing his discourse with regular handspike oaths. In the American merchant service, a mate always rises to that position through the various grades from ordinary seaman up. But on British ships, boys, frequently gentlemen's sons, sign for 3 years as apprentices, live aft, and are taught navigation and seamanship perfectly and practically by captains who are often privileged to write R.N.R. after their names, paying, I think, about 100 guineas for this instruction. When this course is over, they are fit for second mate, and in another 2 years pass for mate and then master. How different in America, where the law requires no examination for a man before he goes in command of a sailing vessel. How Mr. Goggins could rise to be mate from a cabin boy without passing through the forecastle is quite marvelous, as he has always sailed in Yankee ships. He is a very obscure individual, though, and no doubt landed in the cabin in some inscrutable manner. Mr. Rarks, on the other hand, would make a good mate of a large yacht were it not for his temper, which is very violent, and he has a way of harboring up revenge for petty trifles. We have seen more bad treatment of the men at the hands of Goggins, but my belief is that the second mate does considerable hammering on his own account, the other side of the forecastle house. It is a curious fact that so many bright men stick at second mate all their lives, never rising any higher, simply because they have never learned the use of a sextant, or how to copy figures from an epitome, for that's all that navigation amounts to as carried on at sea. This is the great dividing line between first and second mate, which a man like Rarks could overcome in a few weeks of application. When a second mate has passed his 35th year, his pristine ardor and zeal begin to wane, for by that time his aspirations for improvement are not so keen as they were, and if he is not a mate shortly afterward, he never will be. Similarly, when a mate has passed that age and never has had a command, he settles down in the capacity of chief officer, and by the time he is 40 he performs his duties thereafter with no more ambition than an ox that hauls the plow. Many shipmasters refuse to take either a mate or a second mate who is more than 35 years old. Reference is made to sailing craft only, as men in the transatlantic mail service not infrequently reach 50 years before succeeding to one of the Greyhounds. In the early days of Yankee clippers, scores of men went out as master at 21, and capable ones at that, as the records show. Whenever there is a pause in the conversation at meals now, Captain Scruggs always fills in with some remarks about Nansen, or Nason as he always calls him, and Arctic expeditions. It is remarkable with what regularity he does this, and the mate as regularly asks in a grieved tone, addressing no one in particular, "And will yer tell me what good it's a goin' to do when they do find the pole?" The skipper indignantly asks him if he supposes that an expedition is idle all the time in the ice, to which the mate replies, "Well, I know there's nothing to be found out about the land up there, 'cause there hain't none." And then they go at it like a pair of quarrelsome cats, till suddenly the old man fetches the table a whack and cries out, "Very well, sir, you're not here to argue. That'll do, sir," in his fiercest tones. At such times he looks like the ogre of childhood. These set twos are extremely amusing, though, for neither knows anything about the subject, and the air throbs with magnetic poles, Arctic circles, and famamamams. By the way, it is interesting to know that England held the record for the highest latitude for 275 years, or since Hudson's voyage in 1607 to 1882, when the record passed to the United States, to be wrested from her 13 or 14 years later by the Norwegians. Let us hope that Parry, whom Sir Clements Markham calls the greatest living ice traveler, will regain what we have lost, and this time succeed in attaining that geographical point, the quest of which has resulted in the loss of such splendid men as Franklin and De Long. Almost all the painting aloft has been finished except the lower masts. The topmast and lower mastheads all glitter in the glory of a coat of dark reddish brown, and the rigging fairly scintillates in the sun in its dress of glossy tar. Mr. Goggins says that he well remembers the first wire-rigged sailing vessel seen in the United States. She was a full-rigged London brig, and when she arrived in New York, she looked so neat and trim aloft that even the old shellbacks, who doubted the efficacy of wire, were obliged to admit that in appearance, anyhow, she was away ahead of the old style. "But you wait till she strikes a gale of wind," said these Solons, "and then you'll see." And they didn't have long to wait, for on her return voyage to England she was totally dismasted 300 miles west of Cape Clear. Latitude 8 degrees 19 minutes south, longitude 105 degrees 40 minutes west. August 18th. A still fresher breeze today, but it is dead aft. But we are moving so steadily in the same direction, northwest, that we slip through the water without appreciating how fast we are going. And as each noon puts us 2 degrees farther north, we ought to cross the line next Saturday. Gradually, too, we have been gliding into warmer weather, and last night we experienced, for the first time in the Pacific, the tremendous heat of the equatorial regions. There is something inexpressibly depressing to many people after a few days' sojourn in the tropics, something that seems to drain the vitality. Personally, I have never experienced this feeling, and exercise should never be omitted in hot weather by robust persons, although it should not be severe and ought never to be taken when the sun is more than 10 degrees above the horizon. This morning, as we were hanging over the side in the shade, watching the copper slipping smoothly through the water, while a perfect cataract of cool wind poured over us out of the lee side of the crossjack, we saw a disk of vivid green resting upon the surface of the clear blue depths. We thought it was a cluster of seagrass till the captain said, "Hello, there's our first turtle." So it proved to be, and as the ship passed within a few feet of him, we had an excellent view of his broad, corrugated back, fully 3 feet across. He was reposing in peaceful slumber as we slid past, with head retracted, but feet and tail extended like a starfish, and he looked immeasurably comfortable, resting so placidly on the water, indolently rising and falling in the quiet sea. And we envied him, lying there in his clear, cool element. Latitude 6 degrees 38 minutes south, longitude 107 degrees 44 minutes west. August 19th. 100 days at sea, and we celebrated the circumstance in real old-fashioned, long-approved Yankee style. Last evening, immediately after supper, we went up on the cabin house and sat down to enjoy the sunset. All at once we heard angry voices forward, and then Luis, the Frenchman, shot headfirst out of the lee door of the carpenter's shop, followed by the massive body of Chips himself, who held in his hand a bludgeon. They were both in a passion. Luis dropped his hat as he flew through the doorway, and as he stooped to pick it up, smack came the truncheon upon his flank. Then Luis straightened up, shot out his fist, and smote Chips painfully on the chin. The latter returned the blow, and in a second they were at it, tooth and nail. Now, Luis is a very active, powerful man, and in a long spell he would, no doubt, wear the other out. But in close quarters he was no match for the carpenter's weight. For a few seconds Luis prevailed, but Chips recovered, and, being a foot taller than the Gaul, he seized him by the throat and backed him over towards the rail, against which he caused Luis's head to come into such frequent and violent contact that we could hear the tattoo where we sat. Then Luis began his national low habit of kicking, but was unsuccessful in his contemptible trick, and they were still in the throes of battle when the mate appeared and cautiously hauled them apart. The shirts of both were in shreds, and the Frenchman was in a fearful rage. By and by Chips came aft to supper. He bore no facial marks of the encounter, save that he was very pale. At 7 o'clock I went up to one of the men, Charlie, and asked him what the row was about. He said that, as far as he knew, Luis went into the carpenter shop to get some kerosene to cleanse the paint from his hands, and, having no business in there without permission, Chips had thrown him out. The carpenter, by the way, hasn't been fair to the men lately with their water. One day off Cape Horn, when he went into the forecastle with the men's allowance, one of them said to him, thereby exhibiting an unusually good spirit, "Say, Chips, there's no good a giving us all that water in cold weather, we can't drink it." Then, when the hot weather came and the men grew thirsty, Chips refused to give them more than they asked for off the horn, though each man is entitled here to 4 quarts per day. Well, then, we continued to sit where we were till after dark, discussing the event. Presently 8 bells went. McFoy came aft with, "The watch is aft, sir," to which the mate replied with the usual growl, "All right, relieve the wheel and look out." And the starboard watch came on deck. At about 8:15, in the midst of that deep, wonderful silence that pervades a sailing ship at night, we were startled by loud voices up near the mainmast, just where we couldn't tell, as it was pitch dark. Immediately afterward, however, we recognized the voices of Mr. Rarks and Luis, which quickly rose to shouting. The first sentence that we caught was from the second mate, the words coming in jerks, as though he had a man by the neck and was shaking him. "So, you were in there trying to steal oil, eh? You blankety blank French blankety blank blank?" To which Louise answered in a loud voice, "I deed not, sar." Then came another broadside from Marks, and again, "It is not so, sar." At this point several voices broke in, and the old man then ran down the weather poop ladder to see what was the matter. Suddenly a death-like silence reigned for a few moments. Then came a sound of scuffling, and all at once Rarks cried out, "God, he stuck me, captain!" "What's that?" yelled the skipper. "The damned French hounds put a knife into me, sir." Paralysis instantly fell upon all hands. The tension was fearful, but was relieved somewhat by the steward's opening the port cabin door, allowing a broad path of lights to stream forth into the darkness, which had hitherto rendered the affair mysterious and horrible. It fell upon a group of startled men by the mainmast, with the skipper in the center supporting the second mate, while the latter, pressing his hands above his left hip, shuffled painfully aft. He was led into the cabin, where he sat down upon the coal box, and I pulled up his shirt and exposed the wound. It was a wide gash in his side, a little to the front of and just above the pelvis. The blow had evidently been aimed at the groin, but in the darkness Louise had slightly missed. Rarks's clothes were somewhat blood-soaked, but the flow had ceased, showing that probably none of the large arteries had been punctured. Still, there was more than a probability that he had been dangerously, nay, fatally hurt, and even at that moment might be bleeding to death internally, and we could not tell whether or no any of the vital organs had been touched. The skipper ran at once for Listerine, and together we contrived to bind up the wound and put the man to bed. Then the old man stepped out on the main deck and shouted, "Send that Frenchman aft, Mr. Goggins, and put the irons on him." The mate went gingerly to Luis, who, in the midst of a knot of men, was raving like a maniac, and seizing him gently by the arm, led him aft. Oh, how that man raged and blasphemed! He was like an angry bull, and his loud voice rang out far over the peaceful ocean and echoed and reverberated high up overhead in the hollows of the upper sails. "Did you hear what he called me, sir?" in shrill tones. "I, who have beaux, fazer, and mazer, I will not stand that, sir. I die fast. You can kill me, sir, and I struck him. I would cut him again, sir, or anyone else that call me that name. I am a man, sir." This last in a perfect shriek. Never a word said the old man. Then Luis turned on him, and insolently sneering, his head thrown back scornfully and one foot advanced, he cried, "And you, Captain Scruggs, what are you? I have been to sea 20 year and never saw a captain like you before. You starve us. You starve us. Why do you starve us? When we first left New York, we had plenty to eat. The food was waste. And now for 6 weeks, we have had nothing at all. Bah, piff. You, a man like you, a captain." At this juncture, the skipper said abruptly, but without the least show of anger, for which great credit is due him, "Where's the knife you cut the second mate with?" "Where's the knife, eh? Here's the knife. Now you see it, now you don't. Ha ha!" And he jerked it over the side into the sea. At this time the mate was fussing with the irons, trying to find a pair that would encircle his great wrists. But at length a pair was found, locked on his arms, and he was led aft to the wheelhouse, several other pairs of irons in the mate's hand clanking mournfully as he walked. Into the after division where the tiller works, Luis was hustled, and his hands were then fastened with a rope to a ring bolt in a carlin overhead, so that he had to stand upright all night. And what was my wife doing all this time? When Rarks had cried that he had been stabbed, she had fled to her room, locking herself in, and sat shivering until curiosity compelled her to open the door on a crack and peep out. And when Luis and the mate stumbled along the alleyway by our windows, it sounded to her like the tramp of a ball and chain gang. As soon as Luis was secured, we turned our attention to the second mate again, and after reaching the conclusion that there was no internal hemorrhage, or at least none that our slight skill could detect, we drew the edges of the wound together, into which you might easily have thrust a plum, securing them with adhesive plaster, and then bound up the cut with Listerine-soaked cloths. Poor fellow, he had a bad night. 2 heavy doses of laudanum and a 5-grain opium pill had no more effect on him than so much niter, and it was not until shortly before 8 this morning that he dozed away, only to be aroused by the clang of the huge breakfast bell just without his door. He is suffering dreadfully, has a high fever, and has conceived the notion that he is in slivers inside. At 8:15 this morning, the after wheelhouse door was opened, and the captain asked Luis if there was anything that he wanted, to which the Frenchman answered by turning his back with a shrug. Then the skipper said to him, "I just came to tell you that you're no longer a seaman aboard this ship. You're a prisoner, and will remain so till I hand you over to the authorities in San Francisco." Then breakfast, consisting of burgoo, hard bread, salt beef, and coffee, was taken to him, and he was left alone till 1 o'clock, when a pannikin of soup was carried to him, which he refused, although he ate another piece of salt beef and a huge piece of soft bread. The manacles are knocked off when he eats, after which they are locked on again, and he is then left utterly alone. He is not allowed to enter the forecastle upon any pretext, and when it is necessary for him to go forward, the mate follows immediately behind. At a little before 9 this morning, as I was reading by the wheelhouse, Paddy, who was steering, leaned out and whispered, "Look, the old man's going to read the riot act." I glanced forward and saw that the ship's company had been mustered aft on the main deck, with the captain glaring at them, but not in the least excited. I reached the break of the poop just in time to hear what it was about. Said the skipper, "I hear you men are finding fault with the food and say I'm starving you. Is that so?" Tim, with a villainous twist, came forward and said, "It is, sir, and we don't get enough water to wash our hands with," holding out 2 dirty paws. "Not enough to wash your hands with, eh?" said the old man. "It looks to me as if there was plenty of water over the side, and I believe you've got enough salt water soap. Is that all you've got to say?" "It is, sir," said Tim. "Is there anyone else in the same fix?" asked the skipper. Coleman then stepped out and said the same thing about the food and water. Everyone else seemed to find something mighty interesting in the deck seams. "All right, Mr. Goggins, you will see that the men are put on government allowance from now till I see fit to stop it. You can go forward," he added to the men. It must be explained that on Yankee ships it is not customary to put men on the allowance prescribed by law as it is on foreign ships. On some of our ships the men are fed very well and on others miserably. We began here by giving all sorts of extra things to the men, applesauce, cheap jam, butter, etc., and when these delicacies ran out the men thought it strange, and then by and by, according to some of the most trustworthy of the sailors, the bread and meat themselves began to grow less and less. It would be much better if long voyage American ships would adhere to the government allowance, and not give the men sweets 1 month and then suddenly stop them entirely. Such a course always breeds discontent. And I have noticed that the mates have not been able to get any more work out of the men here, even when they were luxuriating in their jam and butter, etc., than they did on the English Mandalore, where everything was weighed out to the ounce and no fixins. The serenity that ought to accompany a sea voyage has been savagely dissipated. For go on deck and approach the wheelhouse, and you instinctively recoil when you think that it perhaps contains a murderer. go below to meals, and the smile vanishes from your face as your thoughts revert to the wounded man groaning in his dingy cavern. Over the ship hovers a silence such as falls upon a community when death stalks through its midst. The men look grave, the mate gives his orders in low tones, and instead of the ringing shanties, the halyards are tautened up to a muffled "oh ho," and the pumps would revolve in utter silence but for their own grinding clank. As for the day, it was magnificent, and we continued to surge along over a sparkling ocean. Latitude 4 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 109 degrees 58 minutes west. End of section 26. Section 27 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 27. August 20th. After the excitement and turmoil incident to such an affair as happened yesterday, or rather the night before last, it is hard to get at the real facts of the case until the agitation calms down. Therefore, it was not until a little while ago that we learned the truth about the row between Louise and Chips. It appears that before stowing away the heavy suit of sails when they had been unbent, some slight repairs were necessary on the lower foretop sail. They were completed day before yesterday, and the sail was carefully rolled and tied up. The men were ordered to rinse the paint off their hands with kerosene, furnished them by the carpenter, so that they should leave no finger marks on the white duck. Afterward, for some unknown reason, Louise wanted more oil, and personally went into the carpenter shop to get it. Now, it is one of the strictest rules aboard all ships that no sailors shall ever enter the carpenter shop in the absence of Chips. And when the latter, no doubt in an ugly mood, found Louise in there, he threw him out. After the fight, the Frenchman was in a blind passion, and there were probably two reasons for his taking summary vengeance upon the second mate. In the first place, I have often seen him flush up with anger at the way in which some of the men have been treated, this being his first American ship, and he probably determined that if either mate laid hand on him unlawfully, he would show them that there was at least one man forward with the courage to defend himself. The second mate took him by the throat, Rarks admits that, while he, Louise, was quietly standing by the chicken coop cutting off a plug of tobacco, being at the same time perfectly well behaved, and the Frenchman, remembering his comrades, used his knife ready in his hand. In the second place, the name which the second mate called him was the last straw. English, German, Scandinavian, and American sailors do not seem to care what they are called by the mates, but any one of the violent Latin races always resents this epithet with all the fury of which they are possessed. It is inconceivable, anyhow, why Rarks should have stirred up the row again. Chips ejected Louise from his shop. All right, he is there to guard that part of the ship, and did right in heaving him out of it. Yet the second mate must needs rake it all up again 2 hours afterward, when he didn't even see the original disturbance. Gradually, I am beginning to lean toward the belief that Rarks and Louise have had a grudge against each other for a long time, and mayhap that little incident in the South Atlantic while the sails were being shifted, during which Rarks nearly threw the Frenchman off one of the mizzen topsail yards, was not so much of an accident as it seemed. By far, the gravest question now is, was the knife that did the deed rusty? It was a sheath knife, such as all sailors carry in a little leathern scabbard by the hip. It must have been fairly bright, though, as there has been a great deal of use lately for sheath knives in cutting away old chafing gear, and therein lies Rark's salvation. His sufferings are very great now. At long intervals he is somewhat easier, but he groans almost continuously in what seems to be excruciating agony. His breath comes in gasps, and perspiration oozes from his face in large beads, as he wallows and squirms in his narrow hot bunk, almost crying aloud sometimes when the ship rolls. And what of Louise? He has been removed to the lazarette and fastened, still handcuffed, to a thick stanchion. There he sits brooding in the gloom, for no light penetrates the apartment save by the booby hatch that leads into it, secured with a chain heavy enough for a maintop sail sheet. He has, however, plenty of air and good food, including soft bread, which is no longer given to the men. But there is not space enough for him to stand upright in, a kneeling posture being the most elevated that he can assume. Still, there's nothing else to do with him, for he certainly couldn't be allowed at large. 3 times a day the mate carries him his food, liberates him when he has finished, and marches him forward, walking about 5 feet behind him, his hand gripping a pistol in his hip pocket, ready for the least false move on the part of the Frenchman or anyone else. The latter's face is a study as he walks rapidly forward, his heavy dark brows hanging sulkily over flashing eyes which he never raises from the deck. Through the midst of his shipmates he strides silently with bare feet, his immovable face shrouded in deep scowls, looking neither to the right nor left. They make way for him with averted heads as he passes through, followed by his jailer, and the men close up again as after the passage of a bloodhound in leash. Then in a moment back again he hurries along the deck, mounts the poop ladder, descends into the dusky recess, holds out his hands, the irons are snapped on, with the chains between, and he is left for another 5 or 6 hours to muse in solitude upon his bloody deed. His face shows as yet no indication of relenting, but as day after day drags on in all its awful loneliness, even his nature, however dauntless, must at last succumb to that most terrible of all punishments, solitary confinement. As for the rest of the men, they have recovered somewhat and go about their work much as usual, bar the shanties, and I had lately another chance for a word with honest Paddy. "What do you think of this affair?" I asked him. "Well, I can't say I'm surprised," he answered. "How is that?" wishing to sound him. "Mr. Rux has always seemed a pretty decent fellow." "Decent fellow," he replied. "Say, look here, I didn't say much about him to you the other day, but I'll tell you what now. There's not a single man in the fo'c'sle what'll say a good word for him, 'ceptin' that he's a fine sailor man. His temper's hell," he went on, and I expected to hear of some more fine examples of discipline, for we were on the forecastle head and not likely to be seen, when, "Come, Paddy, this ain't the dog watch," broke sharply in, and we perceived the stalwart shoulders of the boatswain rise above the ladder, which, of course, ended the conversation. My wife is rapidly recovering from her nervousness, having in this respect exhibited almost miraculous recuperative powers. What a trying, not to say a terrible, position for a woman to be placed in. What a miserable termination to a voyage undertaken solely for pleasure. Indeed, though, while we have enjoyed the sea as much, perhaps more, than we ever did before, there have been so many adverse conditions on board with which we have had to contend, that, after all, this is a more or less appropriate termination to the passage. When Louise was first put into the lazarette, my wife didn't like it at all, as our room adjoins it, though separated by a stout partition or bulkhead. We have allayed her fears, though, and we never hear so much as the clink of the chain from the Frenchman, even at night. It is fortunate that our relatives have no suspicion of our position. We are now permanently 3 hands short, for old Nielsen is still so seedy that his most arduous tasks are making sennet and mats and pointing and putting Turks' heads on ropes. At noon we found that a strong southwesterly current has retarded us, and we are not as far north by half a degree as we supposed. Precisely the same weather conditions prevail, this great ocean being still in a state of absolute rest. The wind is now east, an advantage, as it allows every sail to draw. Latitude 2 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude 112 degrees 30 minutes west. August 21st. Mr. Rarks is somewhat improved, we think, and this afternoon he is not in so much pain. When I went to see him yesterday, I was shocked at his appearance. His face was swollen and puffed and glistening with perspiration. He twitched suddenly in jerks and was so exhausted that a dozen consecutive words wore him completely out. The worst of all, however, was his rambling speech, due to 5-grain doses of opium. These seem to me to be prodigious amounts to administer and perhaps account for the excessive cardiac palpitation from which he suffers. During breakfast this morning he had a dreadful spasm of pain, and we could hear him crying, "Oh, oh, oh, oh!" And it was miserable to see this powerful man stricken down at one blow. Luis still conducts himself with the grim indifference of a Sioux Indian. His chains have been double riveted and shackled, and an idea of the massiveness of the gear may be obtained when it is said that the stanchion to which he is secured is 5 inches square and only 4 feet high, that being the amount of headroom in the lazarette. The skipper has to stand the second mate's watches now, which is hard on him, as he is suffering acutely from rheumatism. Lately, or since we took the southeast trades, he has been most astonishingly affable. We don't know what to think of him. His argumentativeness has disappeared, and he insists on conversing pleasantly at meals. In short, he has assumed a gracious benignity as surprising as it is welcome. And it proves that he knows quite well how to talk and act, and that his surly manner is simply the result of a morose temper. I expect that he wants to leave a good impression on our minds at the end of the voyage. Our southwesterly current gave rise to a most astonishing lie from the mate, to illustrate what he believes to be the erratic movements of the currents in the North Pacific. The incident happened on a bark in the San Francisco-Honolulu trade, of which he was mate at the time. This vessel carried no freight, but did a large passenger trade, and always carried cows along for fresh milk. Well, sir, what I'm a-tellin' yer of 'appened onct on the houtward passage. One of our cows took sick and died, and of course we 'ad to 'eave her over the side, which we did in the northeast trades. We reached Honolulu all right, and started back again for San Francisco, when one mornin' in the trades the captain says to me, "Mr. Goggins," says he, "what's that?" "What's what?" says I. "That there," says he, a-pointin' over the weather quarter. I looked, sir, and strike me blind if there weren't the body o' that cow, and we 200 mile to the north'ard o' where we chucked her hoverboard. She drifted there nearly dead agin the trades in 27 days. When I told this singular experience to the old man, he said, "The principal thing that's the matter with Goggins is that he's a d-blank old fool." This being the first occasion on which I ever knew the captain to omit the handle to a mate's name. However, Captain Scruggs himself told us a strange story later, but as he is painfully accurate and never enlarges on facts or figures, it is most likely true. He was bound from Seattle to Manila, master of the Judas Dows, and while rolling down through the southeast trades, he fell in with a German ship which asked for the longitude. They had a little talk together with the flags, and it turned out that she was from Vancouver for Callao, and that she was then 109 days out. Nor was this the most remarkable part of the affair, for she was 1,300 miles out of her course. Her chronometers were out, and she had been drifting about in the strong currents for weeks, working by dead reckoning. But if this is extraordinary, what shall be said of the voyage of the ship Ravenscrag, which arrived at Callao not many months ago, 184 days from New Watcom? This place with the musical name is on Puget Sound, so that the distance which the Ravenscrag had to traverse was not more than 6,000 miles in a straight line, yet so extremely difficult is it to make the coast of South America on account of the trades that she was half a year at sea. Sailing ships have to practically cross the Pacific before they can fetch a port on the Peruvian coast. Another instance of the delay of this voyage is afforded by one of our rear admirals, retired, who told me that he was once almost 100 days from San Francisco to Callao in a training ship, which shows that the long passage of the Ravenscrag was not due to indolence and bad navigation. The latter vessel's voyage was infinitely more extraordinary in comparison than the T.F. Oakes's passage of 259 days from Hong Kong to New York. It is a pity that vessels have to stand so far to the westward here when bound north in order to get the northeast trades, but unless they do, they will fall into a great calm region that extends from the Central American coast to the 120th meridian, and which reaches as far north as the 30th parallel. This is also a cyclonic zone, which at certain seasons, particularly in September, renders the voyage from Panama to San Francisco a very dangerous one, even for large steamers. The longest voyage that is possible to make both in time and distance is that from Great Britain or New York to the Japanese and Chinese ports during the northeast monsoon, when vessels sail completely around Australia and the whole length of the Asian coast to 35 degrees north rather than beat up through the Sunda Straits, the total length of the voyage being 21,000 miles. The following recent passages taken from London Fair Play serve to show the duration of the voyage in days. Ladake, New York to Hong Kong, 181. Falls of Dee, New York to Hong Kong, 182. John R. Kelly, New York to Hong Kong, 182. Torresdale, New York to Hong Kong, 190. Emily F. Whitney, New York to Shanghai, 197. Muscle Crag, New York to Shanghai, 197. Ancona, New York to Shanghai, 240. Eureka, Philadelphia to Nagasaki, 186. George Curtis, Philadelphia to Nagasaki, 197. Vimera, Philadelphia to Hyogo, 189. Eaglehorn, Philadelphia to Yokohama, 180. The Whitney, Curtis, Kelly, and Eureka are American ships, their average being 190 days. The rest are English, with an average of 194. The miserable passage of the Ancona having spoiled the record of the Britishers. It will be seen, however, that not one of the ships went out in less than 6 months. Compare this with the run of the American bark St. James from New York to Shanghai of 98 days in the southwest monsoon, which was not a very wonderful passage. The weather is as usual, save that there is a great increase in the humidity. Latitude 1 degree south, longitude 114 degrees 40 minutes west. August 22nd. North latitude. At 9 o'clock this morning we crossed the equator in 115 degrees 35 minutes west, and once more entered the northern hemisphere. Our passage of 103 days from New York to this position is an average one, and we have yet 27 days in which to reach San Francisco without breaking what the skipper says is his record of never having been at sea 130 days. A remarkable circumstance in connection with this part of the world is the low temperature of both sea and air. The former at noon was 77 degrees and the latter only 70 degrees, or about the same as the sea in August at New York. In the Indian and Atlantic Oceans, the sea temperature at the equator is 84 degrees and the air 86 degrees. We certainly made a fine run up from Cape Horn. 4 weeks ago tomorrow we were in 60 degrees south, and have, therefore, sailed 3,600 miles of latitude and 40 degrees of longitude in 27 days. But the wind has been very, very light for 24 hours. We did only 101 miles and just did contrive to wriggle across the line. Perhaps this is only a light spell in the trades, as this wind at this season ought to carry us 7 or 8 degrees farther north. Sufficient unto the day, etc. The memory of that miserable night last Wednesday is already beginning to grow dim. Mr. Rarks is improving. The terrific palpitation of his heart has ceased, and he has had much natural sleep lately. He did a strange thing last night in the middle watch. He got up out of his bed and sat for an hour in a chair. His heart was much relieved, he said, and he certainly does look better. This being Sunday, I had a long talk in the afternoon watch with McFoy, who confirmed what Patty said of Rarks's temper. Then, happening to mention Coleman, the boatswain remarked, "He's been pretty quiet since Mr. Rarks laid him out." "Laid him out when?" I asked. "Why, didn't you know he near killed him when we were towing to sea?" "No? Oh dear. We were hauling aft the foresheet, and Coleman turned his head to say a word to the man behind him, when the second mate came around the house and kicked him pretty hard in the legs. 'What are yer kicking me for, sir? I didn't do nothing.' 'You lie,' said Mr. Rarks. 'What are you saying to that man? Giving me back talk too.' Well, sir, with that he jumped on him when he was stooping over, and I thought his ribs'd go afore he got through with him. Now look, a bosun's supposed to be on the mate's side, but I say there's no bit of use in a smashing a man all up that didn't deserve it, as I've seen dozens of times in American ships. I must say, there's some tough cases sails in Yankee ships, but whose fault is that? It's the fault of the captains and mates themselves. What man with a little bit of self-respect's going to allow himself to be knocked around the decks when he can sail in other ships, even if he is only a foremast hand? A dog won't stand that, but he can run away from the man who beats him. But the sailor can't. But the worst of the whole thing is that American mates don't make any difference atween a blackguard and a man what's doing his best. Some men's got to be thumped. It's the only way to handle 'em. But what's the good of hitting a man with a block like the second mate did to Carl and then hazing him for the rest of the passage? It's mighty little you know what's been going on here up for'ard. They've kept it quiet, for I guess the old man told the mates not to let out afore you and the lady. But there was a hot time under the forecastle head some days off the Horn. I was going out in the S.G. Alley a couple of year ago to Japan. Black Taylor was mate of her, the toughest man in the toughest ship under the flag. We were making sail off the hook, and there was a man surging up on a rope at the capstan. The rope was wet and wouldn't render easy, but paid out in short jerks, which, of course, the sailor couldn't help. Taylor spotted him and sung out that if he did it again, he'd come over and fix him. In a minute or so the rope slipped an inch again, and with that Taylor runs over to him and kicks him into the waterways, and was going to lep on his stomach when the man all at once jumped up, whipped out a knife, and drew it up the mate's vest. His insides fell out on the deck, and he died in a little while. Of course the ship couldn't go to sea without a mate, so we turned back to New York. The sailor was jugged, and what do you think he got? 6 months. He pleaded self-defense, and Taylor's black record decided the jury. I'll bet this Frenchman of ours will get nothing at all if only one man'll stand by him and tell what he's seen Mr. Rarks do. I've sailed in a good many American ships, and in every one of them someone was cut up afore we got in. I'm thinking of the Snug Harbor, or you'd never see me in another one. Latitude 0 degrees 7 minutes north, longitude 115 degrees 47 minutes west. End of section 27. Section 28 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 28. August 23rd. We went along pretty slowly last night, for only the faintest of breezes came whispering over the Pacific, and it was so still that we could plainly hear the sighing of porpoises as they rolled languidly through the water alongside, a brilliant flash of phosphoric light showing where each disappeared. At daylight this morning, though, a delightful breeze came singing out of the east-southeast, and by 9 o'clock we were making 7 knots, doing 29 miles in the forenoon watch. No mean speed for the equatorial ocean. It seems that the light spell was only a lull in the trades, for there are plenty of indications of wind round about. At 4:30 yesterday, after pumping, I had yet another conversation with the doughty Scot. "Have ye taken notice of the way the mate slacked up on the men?" he asked. "That's a bad sign now. Here's this man cut, before you'll remember how he used to shout and charge around the decks. What do you hear from him now? Nothing at all. I haven't heard him raise his voice to one of the men since Wednesday night. Why? 'Cause he's scared. He's in a funk, and I have the task of keeping the ship in order for'ard. One of them, Tim, was going to get ugly this forenoon, but I turned on him sharp and says, 'See here, now drop that. You've laid one man out, haven't you? You have. But I'm D-blanked if you're going to lay me out,' says I, and that settled it for the time. Who have I got to depend on if they do break out? The mate's no good, and t'other bosun's only a child. When Mr. Rarks gets up again, you'll see some fireworks. Did ye ever hear anything about Captain Slocum in the D.G. Tilly? He's another hard nut. I was coming around in her once from Baltimore, bound to Frisco with a load of coal. One of the men forgot to say sir to the second mate one day in a hard squall. So Slocum clapped the irons on him, and then near beat the life out of him with a fit. This little bit of fun, though, a herd cost him near $2,000. I'll tell ye the ships you'd ought to sail in if ye make another voyage. One of the Loch line. They're grand ships, and run like men o' war. I've been in them, and they're the best that sails the seas. They are, doubtless, the best run sailing ships in the world, and were built not alone to carry agricultural implements and wool in the London-Melbourne trade, but to take out passengers as well. There are 15 of them, and all named after Scottish lochs, and they vary in size from 1,200 to 2,000 tons. If all ships were as fast as the Loch Torridon, tramp steamers would be at a discount. The vessel goes wherever she can find a charter and has made a number of wonderful records. She holds the best record for a deep-loaded ship from Newcastle, Australia to San Francisco, 46 days. In 1891, she made the passage from Sydney to London, wool-laden, in 80 days, beating a fleet of 78 vessels similarly loaded and bound to the United Kingdom. It was on this voyage that Captain Patman, who has commanded the ship for 16 years, made a record that is simply marvelous, by sailing from the Diego Ramirez to the Lizard in 41 days. In 1892, the Loch Torridon in ballast went out to Melbourne from London in 69 days, and the consecutive runs for 9 days were, in knots, 302, 290, 288, 272, 285, 282, 270, 327, and 341. And from Saturday noon to Saturday noon, the ship made 2,119 knots, an average of 303 knots per day, or about 13 miles per hour. Another fast passage of this gallant ship was from Newcastle, Australia, to Valparaiso in 30 days. It is easy to imagine the intense pride that a shipmaster must feel in such a vessel. Her picture appears on the opposite page. It is a pity that her royals are clued up. Last evening, Louise's coat and a change of clothes were brought aft by Charlie, one of the jolly, good-tempered fellows. "Let me see them duds," growled the mate, standing by the wheelhouse, who then went carefully through the pockets for concealed weapons, but found only a lump of tobacco, which someone had slipped into the pockets, as Louise is a great masticator of the weed. The mate subsequently transferred the tobacco to his own pocket, whereupon Charlie actually expostulated with him, at which Mr. Goggins said never a word. The second mate is now doing quite well, and ate his first solid food today, a bit of dry toast, but his rations still consist mostly of arrowroot gruel. The captain told us today that last Friday he didn't think that Mr. Rarks would live through that day, but a robust constitution has apparently pulled him past the crisis. The more we ponder on the stabbing affair, the more remarkable it seems that the second mate should have started the row. If the truth were known, both Rarks and Louise were perhaps getting a little rusty from disuse, and tried to brighten matters up a little. But Rarks'll never take another Dago by the throat again. At sea, Frenchmen, Spaniards, and Italians are Dagos. Scandinavians, Hollanders, and Germans are Dutchmen. Louise will have a very strong case against the second mate if he can get Carl and some of the others to testify as to their treatment at the hands of Mr. Rarks, and self-defense is an excellent plea when a man takes another by the throat, especially if the said man has been in the habit of utilizing belaying pins for other purposes than those for which they were intended. Latitude 1 degree 45 minutes north, longitude 117 degrees 15 minutes west. August 24th. 202 miles. How's that for one day's run in the southeast trades 250 miles north of the equator? Indeed, this is the best that we have done for a fortnight, and it has put all hands in a happy mood. A powerful current setting west-northwest 2.5 knots an hour has been responsible for about 60 miles of the distance, but the wind is strong at south-southeast and should give us another good run tomorrow. Except the Gulf Stream, I do not know of a current in the open sea as strong as this one, which, if in a harbor, would at times half bury a small canboy. The heat, though, is very severe now, the humidity and oppressiveness being extreme. The second mate was carried out of his room this forenoon and laid in a reclining chair on the main deck. His respiration is improving, though it is still labored, and he says that he really feels but little better. The probability of his being able to resume his duties before we reach port is very remote, which is fortunate for the men, for if Mr. Rarks should sufficiently recover to stand his watches, there would be a terrific thumping of sailors. The mate went below to put a fresh pair of irons on Luis, and in doing so handled him very roughly, a courageous performance, so that the Frenchman sobbed 2 or 3 times. "Ha!" quoth Goggins, "blubberin', eh? That's just like you Dagos. You're nothin' but a lot of old women with no more sand than a jellyfish, you ain't." People in glass houses occurred to me then, and I thought how Luis could, any day, pick up this miserable creature when he went down with his food and shake the life out of him with just one of those mighty arms of his. The Frenchman is unlucky in having such wrists, for there is not a pair of irons in the ship nearly large enough, and each wrist is encircled by a ringlet of raw skin, where the handcuffs have gripped and chafed it as though it had been seared with a hot bracelet. I cannot help feeling sorry for him in spite of his deed, for it is improbable that a man whose general character is so good and whose face is so frank and honest is a villain at heart. Like the rest of his nation, he is very quick-tempered, and upon the second mate's catching him by the throat, his hand instantly flew to his weapon, the common sailor's sheath knife. On the other hand, both Tim and Coleman look like typical hard cases with restless eyes and evil, discontented, sinister faces. Why is it that such men are seldom maltreated at sea? It is only such inoffensive creatures as Carl and Brunn who are kicked about a ship's deck like curs in an alleyway. Such men as I have mentioned first are thoroughly wide awake, too, and know just how far to go in irritating captains and mates without laying themselves open to punishment, and when mates cannot detect them, they, the mates, take it out on others. The most intelligent man forward is a New Yorker, Dick Broadhead, and as he has been very willing to talk, we have had some interesting conversations. He is going out to ship in one of the Pacific mail steamers as quartermaster, which accounts for so respectable a young man's signing in an American vessel. What a splendid lot of young Native Americans we would have in our merchant marine if boys at sea in our deep-water ships were treated as they are in the vessels of other nations. The real American sailor, as he has proved in our naval achievements, has no superior, and if even the mildest inducements were offered to young men of decent antecedents to sail in our ships, we would soon have a merchant service that would be the envy of the rest of the world. Look at the training ship St. Mary's, which is supposed to supply young men to officer our steamers and sailing ships. I have yet to meet with a single graduate of this excellent institution on a sailing vessel, for they absolutely refuse to sign in them even as second mate, saying that until blood and belaying pins cease to fly in our long voyage ships, they would leave them severely alone. The existing condition of things actually prevents our boys and young men from joining the merchant service. Why have we not a plimsoll to strip our ships of the unprincipled wretches who command and officer them? Although not a sailor, this excellent man spent most of his life and £10,000 in ameliorating the condition of English seamen. If our sailors were treated as they are in the foreign services, we should have gentlemen's sons as captains and mates, as they have in Great Britain and Germany, and not the miserable examples of humanity that are to be found on the quarter-decks of the majority of our deep-water men. The second mate of a ship once said to me, speaking of the captain of one of our crack San Francisco windjammers, "What, Captain B blank? Why, he don't know who his father and mother were." If this is the captain, what can you expect? But I have drifted away from Broadhead. This is the second ship under the Stars and Stripes that he ever served in, having been shanghaied on board the Virago once 2 or 3 years before in a Chinese port. It was this ship's maiden voyage, and she came home around South America from Hong Kong instead of around Africa. Concerning Captain Jones, Broadhead remarked, "I've seen dummies in command of ships, but he beats the deck. The first bad squall we had off the Horn, I was steering, and he was so scared he just held on to the rail and yelled. And I heard the mate say to him, 'Why don't you get the topgallantsails off her?' She went down to the sheer poles in that squall, and they do say he hasn't had anything above the topsails on her since. I'll give you a tip. The Virago's got 3 masts too many for Captain Jones." Latitude 4 degrees 24 minutes north, longitude 119 degrees 20 minutes west. August 25th. So joyous a breeze has wafted us along for 24 hours that at noon today we were 202 miles from where we were at the same time yesterday. We have no current now, and our run was due solely to good, honest winds from south-southeast. At about noon today, though, the breeze shifted to south-southwest, and now, 4 p.m., it is at southwest and not strong. It is probable that we have lost the trades, after holding them for 35 degrees of latitude, a remarkable piece of luck. It was grand sailing then, the very finest that we ever had. But hence to 15 degrees north will no doubt be a trying week. It was a matter of some surprise to us when we first learned that the light southwesterly wind that blows between the trades in the Atlantic and Pacific is called a monsoon. It is generally supposed that the term monsoon, which is from the Arabian mausun, signifying season, is applied to certain winds on the southeast coast of Asia only. Gracious, how hot it is here now! What a difference in a few hours! At noon, with the sky heavily overcast and on the coolest part of the deck, the thermometer stood at 84 degrees. In equatorial regions, it is only when far removed from salt water that the mercury rises to such altitudes as 130 degrees. This fearful temperature is experienced in many localities such as northern India, Mojave Desert, in southern California, and in parts of Australia. In such places as Para, Singapore, and Madras, though close to the equator, the temperature seldom rises more than 2 or 3 degrees above 90 degrees. Anything higher than 80 degrees in such places, as well as at sea, would be considered almost unbearable by most people. While my wife and I were reading on the deckhouse this morning, we observed the wee cook in transports of delight, the cause of which became apparent when he held up a fine bonito. We went down to look at it, and then perceived 2 men on the jib boom end fishing for them, so we climbed up on the top-gallant forecastle head to watch the sport. It was delightful up there, cool and breezy from the gush that whirled out of the curve of the foresail. We braced ourselves against the Knight's Head, and, looking down over the lofty flaring bows, we could see dozens of bonitos darting swiftly about the cutwater as we swept grandly on through the blue, transparent sea. Far out on the tapering end of the spar were Charlie and Olson, the former with the line in his hand, the hook being concealed by that singular and universal deep-sea bait, a bit of white cotton cloth. Charlie kept the hook just touching the surface, except when he jerked it sharply upward in imitation of the flight of the flying fish, which formed the principal food of this voracious bonito. It would be all but impossible to conceive a more beautiful scene than that which fascinated us for half an hour. The fish themselves were of the most exquisite colors, some brilliant blue, some magenta, others of a rich purple, and as they flashed through the water with incredible speed, twisting and twirling about in pursuit of their prey, with now and then a gleam of silvery white from their underparts, they looked not unlike segments of a vivid rainbow. Presently one would shoot clear out of the water for the bait, straight and swift as a dart, and seize it in his toothless but greedy jaws. A great churning and splashing would follow, and then Charlie, almost hysterical with excitement, would haul up the lithe, handsome creature, quivering and vibrating as though galvanized. No sooner would he be hooked than perhaps 100 flying fish would break through the surface and sail gleaming away for a few rods, only to fall into the rapacious mouths of their enemies. The spectacle was one long to be cherished. The whizzing flight of the glittering little fish, the lustrous-hued bonitos, the tranquil surface of the ocean, broken here and there with foaming ripples, and the lofty tiers of canvas rearing themselves higher and higher toward the clouds. Captain Scruggs continues his quiet, almost agreeable manner, answers pleasantly, and has little to say at meals. It is aggravating to think that the skipper knew quite well how he ought to have behaved during the voyage, and that he simply didn't care whether school kept or not. Now and then the silence is broken during dinner by a shattering crash of the old man's ponderous foot upon the oilcloth floor, while he simultaneously yells, "Get out of here, you homely thing!" This is an exhortation to the gaunt, pop-eyed cat, which sometimes slinks into the cabin at meals. It seems impossible to fatten this singular animal, and it skulks and stalks about the decks as lank and ribbed as a Calcutta jackal, with its huge saffron eyes fixed motionlessly upon you in so startling a fashion that it looks like an incarnation of one of Cruikshank's drawings. Its notions of sport are equally strange. Tommy, the sleek Maltese, has been trying to teach it how to play. But when Tom rushes sportively at it, the other executes a series of prodigious vertical leaps, with its legs flat out at right angles, and in another moment vanishes with an eldritch cry. Mr. Rarks is about the same. Two of the men supported him today while he tried to hobble about the deck, but he cannot for an instant even stand alone. Latitude 6 degrees 56 minutes north, longitude 121 degrees 15 minutes west. End of section 28. Section 29 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 29. August 26. We are now certain that we have lost the trades. The wind has been steady at southwest for 24 hours, and though not a strong breeze, we made more than 2 degrees of latitude, which is not bad going for this region, and 3 days of it would take us into the northeast winds. It is intensely hot and moist, and heavy showers pelt us every half hour, but it is a fine chance for cleaning ship, and all hands are at work scrubbing off the old paint from the bulwarks and deckhouses preparatory to the new coat. How I wish we could get a photograph in colors of that villain, Tim Powers. I never supposed that one of the human species could so nearly in appearance approach the simian race. His head and jaws are covered with a thick growth of bright red hair, which continues down his throat till it meets a shaggy breast. The body, powerfully made, is curved forward like an ape's, and long thick arms, hair covered to the knuckles, swing loosely well below the middle, and he waddles in his gait like a monkey endeavoring to walk upright. The best possible description of this animal is to say that he is ever so much more like a chimpanzee than a chimpanzee is. Besides all this, he is so dirty that the rest of the men follow him with their eyes as he moves about the deck. Those who are not especially interested in the well-being of our sailors may find the following dissertation somewhat tiresome, but the facts about to be set forth ought to be known to the public, as they certainly are not, so that I will not begin these remarks with an apology for their length. In every port of any size in the United States there are a number of men whose business it is to maintain boarding houses for sailors. That is, they are known to the outside world as boarding house keepers, but in reality they form one of the most extensive aggregations of criminals, thieves, and persecutors to be met in any country of the world that boasts a high civilization. Their technical name is crimps. The Encyclopedic Dictionary defines a crimp as one who keeps a low lodging house, into which sailors and others are decoyed and then robbed. But it would be impossible to present properly, in so small a space, the different phases and extensions of a system which for generations has eluded and defied investigation and has baffled the attempts of well-meaning but incapable legislators. New York is the hotbed of crimps, for there are more than 50 boarding houses in the city near the waterfront. Take the case of a vessel just in from a long voyage. No sooner does the anchor touch bottom than her decks are suddenly and mysteriously filled with strange men, who pay no attention to the captain or mates, but go at once into the forecastle among the sailors. They are the runners for the crimps, men whose business it is to supply the sailors with grog which they have brought on board for the purpose, and then decoy and persuade them to their respective establishments. Every sailor at the end of a voyage has but half of his wages coming to him, more of this by and by, say about $40. The crimp at once takes a week's board in advance, and then, having drenched the unfortunate with the vilest of rum, it is a matter of but 2 or 3 days until the crimp has wheedled him out of the rest of his hard-earned gains, and then he gets in his finest work by opening an account with the sailor for lodging, meals, drinks, etc. He then at once becomes the slave of the crimp, and must do his bidding. Not only can the latter prevent him from securing employment in this free country, but can actually prevent a shipmaster from getting a crew, unless he signifies his willingness to deal with him. And as I have said, so powerful, politically, is the crimping organization in New York that it successfully defies all effort at checking it and controls absolutely the shipping of sailors in New York. When a captain wishes to engage a crew, not finding one at the shipping commissioners where they are supposed to be, he is compelled to apply to a crimp, and if sailors are scarce at the time, he will charge the captain so much per head. If the sailors are plentiful, though, he will not charge the captain anything for supplying him with a crew. In fact, he will go to the extremity of paying the latter a bonus for the privilege of shipping his men, in order to prevent some other crimp from securing his business, taking the precaution of charging the sailors a fee sufficiently large to make up the deficiency. This fee is known among sailors as blood money, and it varies from $1 to $20 per capita. In our own case, the amount that each foremast hand had to pay for being allowed to sail in this ship was $5, and though their wages are so small, about $18 a month, it would be useless for them to object to the blood money. Alternative: starvation in the streets. This practice of paying ship owners and masters for the privilege of supplying them with sailors has grown so common that it is regarded by many owners and captains as a legitimate source of income, so much so that the majority refuse to sign other than a crimp's crew. The shipping commissioner, a federal officer, is supposed to look after the gathering together of a ship's company. The men, it is true, sign the articles in his presence, but that is the sum total of his connection with the shipment of sailors. Why doesn't the commissioner stop the crimping? He is well aware, of course, that it goes on, but he does not seek to prevent it because he is instructed not to interfere with the accredited agents of the owners. And it must not be forgotten that under the fee system in vogue at present, the commissioners are, to a great extent, dependent upon the goodwill of the owners for their income. Any attempt of the commissioner to interfere with the agents of the latter would evoke a strong protest from them, and would perhaps end in the suppression of the office of commissioner. Therefore, the majority of the owners insist that their agents shall be respected. In many instances, the commissioners have been utterly unfit for the office they have held, for they are supposed to look after the welfare of seamen besides their shipment. It is even said that some have been appointed from the forces of the crimps themselves. Others have been common ward politicians. Those who know New York will appreciate this. And even a metal worker has in the past held the office at New York, while the most influential candidate for the position now at one of our greatest ports is a sign painter. It will be appreciated at once how much men of this sort know of the grievances of sailors whom they are supposed to protect. The allotment system which obtains now when sailors are about to go to sea is a most iniquitous arrangement. The law says that a sailor may stipulate in his shipping agreement for the allotment of any portion of his wages which he may earn to his wife, mother, or other relative, or to an original creditor in liquidation of any just debt for board or clothing which he may have contracted prior to an engagement. This law was evidently framed to the advantage of the sailor, but in its ambiguity lies its detriment to seamen. Of course, the original creditor is the crimp, which was obviously not what the law intended, who has turned the words may stipulate into must stipulate. When a shipmaster makes known to a crimp that he wants a crew, the crimp rounds up the required number of men, marches them to the shipping commissioners, where they sign the articles and are paid usually 2 months' advance wages, which is not lawful until it is turned into an allotment. This money, $40 in round numbers, is given to the crimp, the original creditor, who then extracts from the sum an amount 3 or 4 times in excess of what the man is really indebted to him, arranges for the blood money, and hands the rest, if any money remains, to the victim. Frequently, all of his advance is necessary to liquidate this just debt, and the man goes to sea without a cent. On the voyage, he gets in debt to the ship for the slop chest account, clothing, oilskins, boots, tobacco, etc. And at the end of the voyage, if it lasts 4 months, generally not more than a month's wages are due him. This is secured by the crimp at the destination, and the old story of robbery and persecution is repeated. No foreign nation that I know of, at least none of the highest rank, allows crimping. The government has charge of the procuring of crews, and any infringement or interference by an outsider is a criminal offense, and, more than that, it is always punished as such. The United States government has never attempted to stamp out the crimps, and they in turn have never experienced any difficulty in prosecuting their lawless and miserable business. Every time that a sailor signs articles, any one or all of the following laws are violated, which the commissioner placidly disregards, and of which other government officials seem to be in complete ignorance. First, the payment of advance prohibited under penalty, fine, and imprisonment. 23rd Statute at Large, page 55, section 10, Dingley Act, June 26, 1884, pages 66-67 of U.S. Navigation Laws, also subdivision section 4522 U.S. R.S. Second, misuse of allotment notes. See 24 Statute at Large, page 80, section 3, Act June 19, 1886, and page 67 U.S. Navigation Laws. Third, payment of blood money strictly forbidden. Section 4609 U.S. R.S. Fourth, withholding wages 4 or 5 days to bring seamen into the power of crimps. Section 4529 U.S. R.S. Fifth, withholding seamen's baggage to prevent them from seeking employment on their own account. Prohibition and penalty, section 4536 U.S. R.S., as amended February 18, 1895, page 68 U.S. Navigation Laws. Sixth, soliciting lodgers, employment of runners on inward bound ships. Section 4607 U.S. R.S., page 71 U.S. Navigation Laws. All these violations tend directly to the demoralization and degradation of sailors and ought to be immediately abolished. Why our shipping laws should be so frequently broken and with the utmost impunity is, I think, partly due to their ambiguous construction, for many of them were prepared by either ship owners or crimps with an abundance of political influence, and also partly to our lax method of carrying out the laws that we have framed, and they are disregarded because it would not be to the advantage of anyone save the sailor, for whom they were supposed to have been enacted, to enforce them. The grievances of seamen are not popular subjects with the authorities, because of the peculiar obstacles generally met with in efforts to prove them, while the amount of damages awarded to sailors, except in unusual cases, do not offer sufficient inducements to the sort of maritime lawyers who would be likely to bring the cases to a successful issue. As that able writer on the subject and champion of sailors, Mr. James H. Williams, says, quote, "The complaining seaman has usually arrayed against him the combined powers of the wealthy shipowners, the cunning, unscrupulous, and designing crimp, the sagacity and ability of the most experienced lawyers, and sometimes the traditional prejudice of the judicial mind is often turned against him. With this combination to overcome on the merits of his case alone, the allegations of the sailor must be well sustained indeed to enable him to win." End quote. As for the cases of sailors suing for damages for maltreatment at sea, the difficulties encountered by them when seeking justice lie in the facilities afforded the offender. that is, the master or mate, to escape. The obstacles that the owners put in the way of his apprehension and the disposal of the witnesses, shanghaiing either by bribery or intimidation by the crimps. Mr. Williams has accurately and truthfully summed up the seaman's condition in the United States as follows. Quote, "The sailor is degraded to be more effectually robbed. He is cheated for want of official protection. He is not protected because of his own utter helplessness and because we have no recognized shipping system such as exists in Great Britain, for instance. In this country, the sailor is often despised because of his nationality. In European countries, he is usually honored for the same reason. When this nation rises to a realizing sense of its own responsibility and manifest duty to the sailor, and provides proper laws for his protection and adequate means for their enforcement, both our merchant marine and navy will become Americanized. Seamanship will become an honorable calling, and American boys will go to sea." End quote. Over against this wretched treatment allowed to exist by the government of the United States, for its commissioners make no attempt to prevent it, stands forth the protection accorded the sailors of Great Britain and Germany. Seamen are well taken care of in the latter country, but in Great Britain there exists a system of sailor protection ashore, so perfect as to leave little or nothing to be desired, and the perfection of its detail has led me to show the workings of this scheme in the next few pages. A scheme that is facile princeps, and that ought to be a model for the rest of the world. The shipment of seamen in Great Britain is conducted under the superintendence of the Board of Trade. This is a separate department of the government, and upon it devolves the supervision and control of the entire merchant marine, i.e., commerce and navigation. The president of the Board of Trade is a cabinet minister, and of course occupies a seat in Parliament, and the duties of the board are defined and guided by acts of Parliament. Among other specific functions, the Board of Trade must provide for the shipment, care, and protection of seamen, and must frame and enforce, that's the great point, proper laws for the suppression of crimping and similar abominations. Inasmuch as the board was organized solely with reference to the interests of sailors and commerce, its officers have been, in nearly every case, judiciously chosen for their peculiar fitness with natural aptitude for the work, rather than for any political views they may have held, or because of any influence exercised in favor of their appointment. As a result of this common sense arrangement, a most efficient and reliable body of officials has been secured, and for this reason the Board of Trade, from being considered at first a very troublesome innovation by maritime people, has succeeded in forming relations so close as to be almost indispensable with ship owners and merchants throughout Great Britain. And what is even more remarkable, and certainly just as important, it has secured the confidence, improved the character, and protected the rights, interests, and persons of seamen to an extent which no other institution in any country has ever attained. In all ports of Great Britain, subdivisions of the Board of Trade, called local marine boards, are established, each having authority over local maritime affairs. Seamen are entitled to direct representation on these local boards, which are now maintained by the home government at various foreign seaports between Hamburg and Brest. In Great Britain, the shipping and discharging of seamen is conducted and superintended by government officers, and no person other than duly appointed officials of the Board of Trade are permitted to enter the shipping office under any pretext whatever while business is being transacted between master and crew under severe penalty. Crimps and all manner of beach pirates are particularly objectionable, and if found on the premises occupied by an official shipping bureau, are incarcerated without the slightest ceremony. Every shipment of seamen must take place at a government office except in extraordinary cases provided for in the law. When crews are wanted, notices to that effect are posted at the shipping office, on the vessels requiring them, and in other places where sailors will be likely to see them. Men desiring employment then proceed to the shipping office, present their discharges to the official, who in turn hands them to the captain. In this way crews are selected, and it will be perceived what an excellent body of men a captain can thus gather together. A seaman without his discharges generally finds great difficulty in obtaining a berth in England unless he can offer proof as to his previous service and character. These discharges are usually enclosed in a sort of wallet furnished by the government for a small sum and are always accepted as evidence of the men's rating, ability, and conduct. They are retained by the master until the end of the voyage, when they are returned to the owners with a new one added. Aside from the mere formal engagement and official protection from waterfront parasites, the Board of Trade is of immense importance and value to British sailors in a variety of ways altogether too numerous for enumeration here. Suffice it to say, then, that the many shining features of this splendid institution have proved of incalculable benefit to English sailors and their families, while the practical results obtained by means of its beneficent influence have contributed in no small degree to the present maritime greatness and power of the British nation. Compare this method with the American fashion of throwing a dozen or more poor, wretched, half-starved, drunken creatures on board a ship, who have been robbed of their small pittance, gained often when looking into death's jaws without so much as a flinch, and frequently stripped of every garment save the underclothes which alone cover them, the hapless victims of the laxity and the passive indifference of the United States government, commenced the voyage of 4 or 6 months in a ship commanded in many, many instances by men little short of devils, and officered by men worse than beasts, conscious that for themselves it is merely a case of out of the pan into the fire. Latitude 8 degrees 53 minutes north, longitude 122 degrees west. August 27th. Last night was one of terrific heat. Imagine a temperature of 87 degrees at 1 in the morning, with an atmosphere so oppressive with humidity that instead of sustaining a weight of 15 pounds per square inch, the body seems to be supporting at least 30. It was hotter than any night that I ever remember afloat or ashore. There was a peculiar, smothering quality in the atmosphere, which was so heavy and moist that it seemed as though you ought to be able to seize a handful and squeeze the water out of it. The very essence of humidity seemed to be instilled into the air, and my wife, who readily withstood the heat in the Bay of Bengal at the close of the wet season, nearly fainted in the middle watch. It must not be supposed that because the air is pure that people do not suffer in hot weather at sea. That is an idea held only by those who have never crossed the equator. If the hygrometer would drop even to 85 or 90, the temperature would be conveniently borne. But this almost continual saturation is exceedingly trying. Think of the sufferings of passengers in the Red Sea, when steamers often have to alter their course and proceed against the wind to prevent people from dying of heat apoplexy. The captain has once more donned his white drill suits, the jackets of which button closely up under the throat, like soldiers' tunics in the tropics. By this arrangement it is not necessary to wear an ordinary shirt underneath, and at first glance the skipper looks to be most suitably and airily attired, and you envy him the possession of his gossamer tunics, until at meals, when there is an expansion of his corporeal sphericity, which opens the spaces between the tunic buttons. And then, oh horrors! The sight is blasted by the lurid glare of a red flannel undershirt. Red flannel, on the equator. It is enough to throttle you, and the temperature instantly rises several degrees. No man ought to be allowed to so afflict his fellow creatures. Last night, when I went on deck at 9:30, the skipper was on the lee side, looking at the heavens. On seeing me, he said, "Well, there's our old friend, the Pole Star. We haven't seen him for many a day." Now, I ought to have known better than to attempt any joke, but it seemed likely that he would surely know this ancient pleasantry of mariners, so I answered, "Yes, as the saying is, the Pole Star is the first land you make, coming up from Cape Horn." This threw him into a grave meditation, at the end of which he ominously observed, "I don't see what you mean." I had by this time forgotten all about the star, and had to ask him in turn what he meant. "Why, how do you mean that the Pole Star is the first land you make?" he demanded, bristling. "You often see Juan Fernandez." Oh, well, I answered, desiring propitiation. Sailors used to say that in the old days, meaning that it reminded them that they were once more in northern latitudes. Well, I never heard it, he returned, and anyhow, we don't know whether it's land or water. Here I fled, unable to withstand the strain any longer. At dinner today, he unexpectedly relapsed into his usual morose, contrary humor, and came strutting and stamping into the dining room, glaring at every object till his eye lit on a plate of rather stale hard bread on the table. Then he grabbed some, fiercely bit an enormous piece out of it, threw the rest back into the platter, dropped into his seat with a crash that shook the tumblers, and shouted at the quaking steward. Ain't I told yer not to put nothin' on the table but what's fit for a white man to eat? Deep silence followed as he dashed the soup around in the tureen with the ladle and fell upon his dinner. And my wife, without thinking, observed, Well, this is the hottest we have had yet. No, said Captain Scruggs, it ain't. It's nice and cool. Angry at this flat contradiction, I told him that the thermometer, unlike many people, always told the truth, and that it was 88 degrees on deck. In the sun, he replied, which he knew wasn't so, while that devilish Goggins smiled blandly at us, as if to say, You can't catch him. But I stood by for developments. Presently the old man began to shift about in his seat, then he made the curious remark that it was too warm for rain. In 10 minutes more, the perspiration began to stream from his face, and in another 5 minutes he got up and left the cabin, almost prostrated with the heat on this cool and pleasant day, though as he departed he attributed it to them beans being too heavy eatin'. The mate followed him with a face like a worn-out wet carriage sponge. We have crossed the sun, and he is at last south of us, and casts shadows in the opposite direction from yesterday. We haven't had the racks on the table for 2 days, which means a phenomenally smooth sea. The ocean often appears quiet enough to the eye, but there is nearly always a swell present that would play havoc with glasses and bottles. This is the first time that we haven't used the fiddles since leaving New York. Latitude 10 degrees 44 minutes north, longitude 122 degrees 35 minutes west. End of section 29. Section 30 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 30. August 28th. Another very hot day and night, but not comparable with yesterday, when a draught of air out of the sails was more like a blast from Tophet than a breath from this great ocean. It was possible to get considerable sleep last night, and on the whole we did very well, for even if we made only 75 miles, it was in the right direction. During the whole of the first watch last night, there wasn't even a suspicion of wind, and the silence that reigned was wonderfully impressive, so that we were deeply awed by the solemnity of the scene. All about the zenith was a large area of perfectly clear sky, thickly dusted with stars, that shone with a calm splendor not to be seen except near the equator. By night those soft, lascivious stars leer from those velvet skies, saith Kipling. About 45 degrees from the zenith a mist commenced, thickening gradually into clouds dense and black, their lofty cones and dark abysses brought forth with startling clearness by great ceaseless surges of heat lightning that enveloped the horizon like undulating violent flames. On board no sound broke the stillness, which was that of the Arctic ice fields, for minutes at a time, except now and then the creak of a yard that broke harshly on the ear, or the pleasant sound of a light swell at long intervals that chuckled to itself under the counter, and we floated motionless upon the deep, wrapped in an absolute and breathless calm, and the golden bell-like tones of the exquisite andante from the Sonata Appassionata seemed to dwell in the air, tones which Beethoven said was his own conception of the music of the spheres, for the movement occurred to him one night in the hills while contemplating the stellar glories of a clear, tranquil sky. Oh, what majesty in such a night! Oh, the solemn grandeur of this phase of nature! Indeed, it is difficult to say which exerts the more powerful influence over the mind, a gale of wind or a great soundless calm, when every star in the firmament seems reflected in the motionless sea. Throughout this forenoon, too, the wind was of the lightest sort, though this fact was productive of some little diversion. Shortly after 10 o'clock, the captain called our attention to several sharks wandering about far down in the blue depths under the stern, and presently several dolphin appeared hovering about the rudder, offering, with their agility and marvelous coloring, a striking contrast to the slothful, somber sharks. All at once the old man ran off, and then returned with a formidable engine of destruction, consisting of a large iron hook strong enough to sustain an ox, with a short length of wire rope attached to it. His other hand clutched a mass of oleaginous pork, from which liquid fat exuded in the rays of a baking sun. This delicacy, the mere sight of which would revolt the stomach of an emu, the skipper gaily secured on the hook, and then bent the whole affair to a long line as big as the main brace. This gear would really have been suitable for the capture of nothing smaller than a 90-barrel whale, but the captain surveyed his arrangements with much urbanity and dropped the contrivance over the stern. There was no shark in sight, but one speedily appeared, and propelled himself with great caution toward the bait. His eye caught the cable then to which it was fastened, and he sheered off. When he had maneuvered thus several times, he seemed to summon his friends, for three more of the creatures mysteriously appeared. They, too, were very shy at first, but at length they began to turn slightly on their backs as they approached, a sure sign that before long they would seize the bait. At last the largest one swam boldly up to it, turned over, opened his wicked jaws, his double row of triangular teeth closed upon the extreme edge of the meat, and he deftly tore the whole piece off the hook, while he seemed to smile as he leisurely rejoined his companions. Then the skipper fetched another lump of pork fat, which he kneaded and squelched in his hand as he walked along. Again the same wily beast took the bait, and once more we drew up the naked hook. After a repetition of this, the skipper, with much pomposity, rigged the harpoon and bade me stand by with it while he endeavored to entice the sharks close under the counter with another pound of pork. Several times I hove the weapon without the least risk to any of the sharks, though I all but followed the harpoon overboard at every lunge, and once contrived to stand in the bight of the rope, which nearly cut me in two, and we could perceive the iron plunge down fathom after fathom in the transparent water. Finally I did strike one in the middle of the back, but the harpoon bounded off his tough hide, and he glided away unharmed. This was discouraging, and we desisted soon afterward, as we had to carry on the attack under a terrific sun. The sharks looked unspeakably comfortable, sauntering around below the rudder, now sinking out of sight, now cleaving the surface at a distance with their sharp dorsal fins, upright like sabers, and I was secretly well pleased that we didn't kill one, for I must confess that the sight of a shark does not throw me into convulsions of horror, nor does it consume me with the fanatical thirst for slaughter, which is the general effect produced by the appearance of one of these beasts. Each of these sharks was attended by the familiar little pilot fish, about the size of a small mackerel, with his body wonderfully marked with bands of dark blue and black, as sharply defined as the turning post of a croquet set. Strange it surely is to see these tiny fellows fearlessly maintain their position just under the gaping mouth. As indicated elsewhere, Mr. Goggins hasn't much to say these days, although he has recovered somewhat from the cataleptic state into which the stabbing of the second mate threw him. He was quite talkative last night in his watch, and congratulated me upon my not smoking, saying, "I'm glad to see you don't use these cigarettes. They're bad things, and I can tell you why. 'Cause they're full of nicotine." The second mate is poling slowly along, with sunken cheeks and hollow eyes, an ill-looking man, and what is more miserable than a sick sailor. Everyone aboard ship has his own duties to perform, and scant attention and no sympathy is vouchsafed to the luckless man confined to his room. Latitude 11 degrees 49 minutes north, longitude 123 degrees 5 minutes west. August 29th. The Northeast Trades. Yes, the Northeast Trades. Even the skipper is pretty sure that they have arrived, though we are still 3 degrees south of where they generally are in August. It is a piece of very good luck, for we all expected to be several days more in the doldrums, and those who were on deck when the wind came in a squall at sunrise hardly dared to breathe or move for fear that it would be nothing but a puff. But as the hours wore on and the breeze momentarily increased, it was soon apparent that the trades had reached us. How vastly different today is from yesterday. Then all stagnation and blighting, withering heat. Now all motion and joy and sparkling sea. We had not a breath of air for 8 solid hours last night, though, and the wrath of Abner Scruggs was very, very great. From 8 to 10, during his watch on deck, we, sitting on the cabin house, could hear him muttering and thumping away by the wheelhouse, and we privately smiled thereat. Finally, after a couple of hours of this harlequin act, my wife went below, and then I went over to him and listened to the liveliest sort of arguments that he had with himself for nearly an hour. In vain he tried to draw me into them, and as a last resort he began on Central Park. That's a queer kind of a park, that is, where they won't let people walk on the grass. Why don't they have it like the park in Sydney? What's a park for anyway? Why don't they put the thing in a glass case? But I let him gibber on, and when I turned in, a little later, he had wrought himself into one of his passions. A day or two ago I was reading at the wheelhouse door. The hour was 10 in the morning, and hardly a sound was to be heard. The old man was below asleep, and the mate was at work on the main deck. Old Kelly was steering, and suddenly he leaned over and said, "Can you tell me about where she is, sir?" in a whisper. Then he went on, "I want to tell you something. If 'twasn't for you and the lady, there'd be trouble in this ship." "There has been trouble," said I. Kelly glanced askance at me and answered disdainfully, "Oh, I don't call that trouble. That's what you expect when you ship in a Yankee. What I mean is real trouble that begins with capital M. But the men, even the worst of 'em, have got such a regard for your lady, for the way she behaved off Cape Horn, and all through the voyage for that matter, that they're holdin' in for her sake." Whether this was said with some ulterior motive it is impossible to tell, but Kelly spoke in a calm voice as if he meant what he said. What he suggested by his mysterious capital M was a word that I have never heard a sailor pronounce: mutiny. To them it is a word too full of deadly meaning for ordinary conversation. For, generally speaking, there are only two things aboard ship. One is duty, and the other is mutiny. All that a seaman is ordered to do is duty. All that he refuses to do is mutiny. Rarks is beginning to lose heart as well as flesh, and says that if he lives to see the Farallones, he'll surprise himself. This is unfortunate, and we are doing all we can to cheer him up. Latitude 12 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 124 degrees 30 minutes west. August 30th. Our course has been bad for 24 hours, as during the greater part of that period we steered nothing to the northward of west, and our present course would take us to Honolulu in 165 degrees. Ships are generally forced over to 140 degrees or 145 degrees even under ordinary conditions, and if we do not find ourselves 20 degrees west of San Francisco when the trades let go, we will do well. The weather, though, is perfect. Warmer certainly than in the southeast trades, but not at all disagreeable in the shade, about 81 degrees at midday. A very acceptable change since we took this wind is that there have been no more rain squalls. During the late doldrums, these squalls were at times practically continuous, and while the old man did finally rig up a bit of canvas, 6 by 6, to serve as an awning, under which we had to crouch as though in the 'tween decks, it was not of much use in the rain. It was extremely annoying to have to gather up the backgammon board, 2 novels, a lot of sewing, a pillow, and 2 chairs, and dash for the wheelhouse half a dozen times a watch. Often the squalls lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, yet there was enough water in each shower to drench everything. There is a very ingenious way of disposing of the main topsail and topgallant halyards on the Higgins. They are always very bulky, heavy ropes, and when coiled over a pin in the rail are very unsightly objects. To obviate this, There are two large reels in the monkey rail at the forward end of the cabin house, one on each side, upon which the free end of these ropes are wound when the yards have been mastheaded. A bit of twine then secures the reel to prevent the halyards paying out, and another piece stops it, the rope, up in the shrouds, clear of the men's heads on the main deck. When the yards have to be lowered, a sharp jerk breaks the twine, and the halyards run off without danger of fouling. It is a clever scheme, and ought to be in more general use, the only drawback to it being that a hand has to mount the poop and reel up the halyards again when the yards have been hoisted, but that is a small matter. I went down into the lazarette yesterday afternoon after Luis had gone forward, and found that his quarters were not so stiflingly hot as might have been expected. The Frenchman still bears his confinement with extraordinary indifference. Mr. Rarks passed a very bad night. Latitude 13 degrees 17 minutes north, longitude 126 degrees west. August 31st. On this, the last day of August, we have but little cause for rejoicing. In the first place, the wind has been dead against us, and light at that. And in the second place, the captain is in so churlish a temper as to barely answer yes and no to civil questions. Shortly before 4 o'clock yesterday, the wind began to ease up, and by nightfall had dwindled to a light air, and then whipped into the north-northwest, so that our course up to 8 this morning was west, and we got that only by pinching her, so that our speed was seldom more than 2 knots. The night was a gorgeous one, with a sky that glistened with golden stars, while a new moon hung low down in the west, and far away in the southeast, over the face of a black cloud, shimmered waves of heat lightning, lovely in the extreme. By morning, as there were no indications of coming up, the captain concluded to tack ship, which was done between 8 and 9 o'clock, and we discovered, when braced up on the port tack, that we looked up to the north-northeast, which was by no means bad. At the present time, 3 in the afternoon, the wind is a fresh, even a strong breeze, and we are doing pretty well except for a long head swell, into which we plunge so heavily that we are not doing more than 5 knots instead of 7 or 8. The captain is in a worse humor than ever before, though it must be said that the evolution of tacking ship this morning was accomplished quietly, and, what is much more remarkable, without a single oath. Conversation at meals has been almost completely suspended again, except that my wife and I converse together, ignoring the captain entirely. This would be childish behavior on our part, were it not that every remark that we have made lately has met with either a rough denial or indifferent silence. He asked us the other day whether Captain Kingdon of the Mandalore used to lose his temper in calms and headwinds, a question which we found much pleasure in answering in a vehement negative. The sailors have resumed most of their erstwhile good humor, perhaps on account of the proximity of the end of the voyage. It is reassuring to see them thus again, for a score of brooding, scowling sailors aboard ship is an unpleasant reminder of what the men could do if they were determined. Indeed, from a passenger's point of view, I would rather see a captain in a perpetual bad humor than the men. Considering all the ill treatment that sailors get, it is extraordinary at first sight that they do not vindicate more frequently their wrongs at sea by quietly dropping the afterguard over the side. It is perfectly feasible to dispose of the officer of the watch at night. A single well-aimed blow of an iron belaying pin in the helmsman's hand is all that is necessary, and the captain and the other mate are asleep below, and both could be readily made away with. But on close inspection 2 very strong reasons are disclosed showing why it is that the sailor does not more readily appear in the role of avenger. The first reason is, not being a navigator, what is to become of the ship? And if they do reach a port, what credible story can be concocted? Murder will out. The second reason is to be found in that wonderful sense of obedience to captain and officers apparent in even the most desperate and abandoned seamen. So blind is their submission to authority, however grossly and fiendishly it may be abused, that they sometimes, at the present day, in their own long voyage ships, suffer death itself, rather than resist him whom the law has invested with power so absolute that the might of a sultan suffers in comparison. But too few of our sailing ship masters seem to be possessed of the ordinary feelings of humanity toward their crews. After they have exhausted all their defenses in upholding their bad treatment of sailors, they nearly always conclude by saying, "Well, what have we got in our ships? A lot of Dutch and English scum that you've got to lick H blank out of afore they'll obey an order." But how about the S.P. Hitchcock and the St. James, commanded respectively by Captains Gates and Banfield? Here are two deep-water American ships who also have to take whatever crews the shipping masters give them, so that they are not a whit better off in the quality of their sailors than other vessels. Yet there is never any trouble aboard of them at sea, and good will and cheerfulness pervade both vessels. They have made some rattling good passages, and are positive proof that discipline can be obtained without violence. And after nearly 4 months' experience here, I believe that I am justified in expressing my opinion, which is, that brutality toward and the continual driving and hazing of sailors do not conduce to order and discipline. Commands are not obeyed here with the precision that they were on the Mandalore, and many a time I have seen the men make a great show of hauling on the braces when in reality they were not pulling 100 pounds. Knock them over for this? No, it only makes them worse next time, but that's what Yankee mates generally do. If work is to be got out of sailors, they must be treated justly to begin with. If not, you will get no more out of them than out of any other class. The apathy and ignorance of people ashore is more remarkable than anything else in connection with this subject of brutality to sailors. I even know a young man who owns shares in some of our largest square riggers who was utterly amazed when I told him of the record of one of his own captains. In justice to him, though, I must say that he took no personal interest in the ships, other than that they should pay good dividends, and he really was in total ignorance of the modus operandi of American captains. But it is not so with the vast majority of our sailing ship owners, who are fully aware of the manner in which their vessels are run, and who go bail to the extent of many hundreds of dollars for their inhuman captains, when the latter are occasionally held to answer for some particularly atrocious deed, and who in many cases connive at the disappearance of blackguard mates when they are seeking to escape ashore from infuriated sailors whom these mates have half killed at sea. Cannot something be done to compel decent treatment of our long voyage seamen? Sailors must be ruled with a hand of iron, for there are desperate characters among them. But in heaven's name, let him who wields the power be compelled to administer justice in his punishment of the men under him, that the disgrace and shame which now rest upon our long voyage sailing ships may be removed, and that the offensive name of Yankee Hell Ship, by which our deep water vessels are known to foreign sailors, may be forever obliterated. Latitude 13 degrees 43 minutes north, longitude 127 degrees west. End of section 30. Section 31 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 31. September 1st. Now in truth has disappointment come upon us and doth hover sullenly overhead on sable pinions. The trades, the lovely northeast trades, which we fondly imagined had reached us, did not materialize. For having blown fitfully for 2 days, driving us 2 degrees farther west, they vanished, and in their stead a fresh westerly wind has arisen, and the weather is once more sticky and showery, and the heavens are piled high with huge wool packs and glistening thunderheads. But this is not all. We are plunging into a steep, heavy swell that is surging down from the north in great long blue heaves, and it is a grand thing to look forward and see the jib boom now rearing up higher and higher towards the zenith, now diving down, down into the deep, quiet hollows, as the ship tumbles heavily to the catheads into the creamy waters. We had quite a lively time at dinner today, for the westerly wind had smoothed the kinks out of the old man's temper, and he commenced a jocose argument with the mate about American politics. It will be remembered that Mr. Goggins is by birth an Englishman, but his papers give him the right to talk about "our Constitution," of which he takes advantage at every opportunity. I laughed at everything they said to egg them on, and at length they both began to wax wroth. The mate, in a few minutes, being quite wet with perspiration, so that at last all he could say was, "Begar's sake, sir," which he repeated indefinitely, like a hungry parrot asking for a cracker. Finally, though, the skipper spoiled the fun by getting really angry, and, gazing with piercing eye at Goggins for the space of half a minute, he utterly extinguished him with, "Well, I guess you'd better shut up. You don't seem to know much about it." Latitude 15 degrees north, longitude 126 degrees west. September 2nd. Very strong winds from west shifting to southeast. High northerly sea, excessive humidity, and incessant rain squalls. These have been the weather conditions for 12 hours, to which must be added a fall of 31 hundredths of an inch in the aneroid. Yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock, there were plenty of cyclonic indications round about us. A heavy swell, suffocating humidity, a wild, ferocious look in the enormous cumulus clouds, and a curious hot wind that at times strangely increased to strong gusts, that hummed with a dreary drone in the rigging and then instantly subsided. Towards 5 o'clock, the windward horizon grew to a uniform gray, oily and dull as lead, with an indescribably menacing aspect in the low greasy scud that hurried in tattered wisps just over the mastheads. The captain was very uneasy, and admitted the proximity, if not of a cyclone, of one of those furious summer northers that often sweep across the North Pacific. And it must be remembered that we are close to the cyclonic belt which extends out into the ocean from the Central American seaboard. At dusk, both wind and sea had increased, and by 8 o'clock we were charging into a swell large enough to merit the term majestic, the bowsprit rising and falling fully 50 feet, for the sea was from dead ahead, and there was wind enough to drive the ship rapidly up the slope of a billow and then far out into space, so that she fell full upon the breast of the next sea with a crushing force that must have wrenched every timber in her hull. At 9:30, as the captain and I were on the poop discussing the second mate, there came a report from aloft, and there was the mizzen royal in ribbons, snapping and popping merrily away in the darkness. Then the skipper cast loose his deep-sea voice so that it must surely have reached force 12 in Beaufort's scale, and the sail was secured in short order. Throughout the night we labored heavily while the seas thundered over the bows and dashed against the forward house with alarming fury, and then washed aft, where the water in the waist was to be measured in feet, not in inches. Broadhead said that at times, in the middle watch, the ship buried herself to the lighthouses, and that he hadn't seen much more water aboard off Cape Horn. At 3 this morning came another discharge from aloft, and away went 4 whole claws out of the lee side of the upper foretop sail, and when daylight came we had to send up a new sail. During the morning watch the wind shifted suddenly to southeast, and when we went on deck it was blowing half a gale from that desirable quarter, and the ship, with braces well rounded in, was fairly skipping from sea to sea, save when her speed was momentarily checked by an extra heavy one that smote her rudely full in the face and then fell in glorious showers over the forecastle. Another fine spectacle was afforded whenever one of the short seas, occasioned by the shift of wind, struck the big, clumsy main channels, when the spray shot far into the air and was swept across the deck in snowy clouds. Altogether, it was a scene of wonderful beauty, and we rejoiced to observe that the dun, threatening look of the heavens had given place to dense masses of trade clouds and promises of plenty of clear sunshine. And if the night was a boisterous one, and the port watch had to pass the whole watch of the forenoon at the pumps, our run of 200 miles wreathed everyone's face in jolly smiles, and Frisco was heard repeatedly in the men's conversation. Writing of hurricanes a while ago reminds me of the pertinacity with which the great majority of the people in our western states allude to their terrible tornadoes as cyclones. It would be reasonable to presume that the inhabitants of a district subject to any peculiar atmospheric disturbance would know and make use of the proper term for such a phenomenon, but it seems not. Hurricane and cyclone are synonymous and are applied to circular storms having a diameter of from 300 to 1,000 miles, in which the wind seldom attains a velocity of over 100 miles per hour, a pressure of about 50 pounds per square foot. They have also a progressive motion varying in speed from 28 miles per hour in the United States to only 8 or 9 miles in the Bay of Bengal. Tornadoes are also gyratory storms that progress in a straight line at a mean speed of 30 miles an hour, but their path is almost infinitesimal compared with the cyclones, for it is generally between 1,000 and 6,000 feet in width and about 40 miles long, each individual storm completely dissolving and vanishing like a thunder squall in less than an hour. A cyclone may blow for days. In the fury of its rotary motion and upward suction, a tornado is the most appalling of all natural phenomena, save, perhaps, the earthquake, and the passing of one causes the most incredible and seemingly impossible freaks. Chickens are stripped of their feathers, straws are driven firmly into planks, and locomotives weighing 50 tons have been overturned without effort, the latter being possible by the formation of a partial vacuum. Straws, however, have been driven an eighth of an inch into a plank by an artificial blast of air moving at the rate of 160 miles per hour. The presence of a vacuum is proved by the violent bursting outward of the closed windows and shutters of a house in or near the track of a tornado. Many people will remember the dire results of the famous St. Louis tornado of May 1896, which resulted in the death of 225 persons and the loss of $12 million in property destroyed. Yet there is no reason to suppose that this storm was an unusually severe one. It simply happened to pass over a more or less densely populated region. As usual, this tornado left behind some remarkable mementos, the strangest of all being that a piece of pine plank was driven by the wind head-on through the 5/16-inch web of an iron girder in the approach to the St. Louis Bridge. This is a performance well known to the Government Weather Bureau. Immense blocks of sandstone set in cement were dislodged and thrown down, in all 580 tons of it, together with 280 tons of flooring and girders, some of the latter weighing 13,000 pounds each. In Lafayette Park, St. Louis, another example of tornadic virages was shown by the fact that, right in the path of the storm, surrounded closely by forest trees which had been wrenched bodily from the earth, stood unharmed a flimsy, straw-thatched structure upon 6 light posts. Unfortunately, from the very violence of the wind, no accurate estimate of the velocity of the gyratory movement of a tornado can be made, as an anemometer would be useless, even if it were not destroyed. Experts calculate, however, that the speed of the wind approximates 500 or 600 miles per hour. At any rate, the destructive force of a tornado is 10 or perhaps 20 times that of a cyclone. And if cyclones blew with the violence of tornadoes, the earth would be devastated in a short while. At sea, the tornado, with its terrible cloud funnel, has its counterpart in the waterspout, though in the latter the wind does not seem to attain the same fury, as many vessels have passed through a waterspout without very great damage. 2 curious instances, however, are on record of atmospheric freaks at sea. One of them was reported by the American ship Reaper. She was proceeding toward Cape Horn in the equatorial North Pacific, the day being perfectly fine and clear, save for a few small, detached clouds, and the wind a light breeze, when she suddenly lost all of her light sails in a blast that came apparently out of a clear sky, while at the moment there was nothing but the light wind on deck. Again, the ship Sintram, Captain Woodside, was almost totally dismasted off the West Indies, homeward bound from the east. The weather was fine, and a 4-knot breeze was blowing on deck when the upper spars seemed to melt away, she having been struck by a similar blast from a clear sky. Subsequently, I wrote to the forecast official at New York asking whether any such accidents ever happened ashore. He answered that in Nebraska and Kansas, similar strong whirlwinds have been known, in perfectly clear weather, to tear the upper portions of forest trees completely off, including large branches, while the leaves and twigs near the ground were untouched. This indisputably proves that only a few feet mark the boundary line between atmosphere in a state of rest and wind of inconceivable violence. It has been shown such instances occur also in tornadoes, which of course are nothing but immense whirlwinds. It is my earnest hope that the reader has not been worried by this long meteorological dissertation, which has nothing to do with the voyage. But as the forecasting of the weather has lately been increasing interest to the public, perhaps I may be pardoned for my digression. Latitude 17 degrees 55 minutes north, longitude 125 degrees 30 minutes west. September 3rd. It seems to be tolerably safe to say now that at last we have picked up the northeast trades. During yesterday afternoon, the wind hauled constantly to the northward, and at 10 last night it was northeast by north, blowing a fresh breeze. Indeed, by this morning it had increased so that we have not been able to carry the skysails since, and we did another 3 degrees of latitude. Imagine 350 miles of latitude here in 48 hours. It is very refreshing, and even the skipper has recovered his equanimity. Up to noon today, though, the weather was very showery, the fine rain blowing in level clouds across the ship as dense as fog. The greatest change, however, is in the temperature, for the air has fallen 15 degrees and the sea 10 degrees, so that we begin to appreciate that in 36 hours, if this wind holds, we will have emerged from the torrid zone. It is quite impossible for us to realize that in another fortnight this voyage will probably be an event of the past. No one who has not made a long voyage can imagine the excitement, actually the excitement, occasioned by the speculation as to how much longer the passage will last, when only 10 days or so remain. There is continuously present such an element of luck when solely dependent upon the wind that you are constantly estimating and calculating how far the trades will extend, how the winds will be afterward, the chances of fogs and calms on the coast, and other equally important questions. This doesn't mean necessarily that you want to get ashore. It is the involuntary and irresistible anticipation of an impending change, though my wife will probably not regret the moment when the towboat gives us her line outside the heads. Latitude 20 degrees 52 minutes north, longitude 126 degrees 40 minutes west. September 4th. This was a perfectly ideal day, with brisk northeast winds, smooth sea, cloudless sky, and a noon temperature of 72 degrees and 68 degrees at midnight. This is a very lucky chance that we are having here. We are going well, about 8 knots, and our course has been to the northward of northwest by north, showing that the trades are well to the eastward. I wonder how many people have ever seen the scale of provisions as laid down by the United States government for the victualling of long voyage ships. As I have said, the curious part of it is, though, that no attention is ever paid to it on our ships, except under unusual conditions. Yet it is not so very curious that no attempt is made to observe the scale, for almost everything in connection with our sailors and ships is performed in an irregular manner. Behold the scale. Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Bread 1 pound. Beef 1½ pounds. Flour 1/2 pound. Tea 1/8 ounce. Coffee 1/2 ounce. Sugar 2 ounces. Water 3 quarts. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Bread 1 pound. Pork 1¼ pound. Peas 1/8 pint. Tea 1/8 ounce. Coffee 1/2 ounce. Sugar 2 ounces. Water 3 quarts. Then comes a list of substitutes, such as molasses for sugar, potatoes for peas, etc. Other nations also have provision scales, but they are adhered to. Foreign schemes add oatmeal, but all sailors get too much meat. Both captains and seamen say that. Our blue water ships have a great name for fine grub, which they deserved 40 years ago, but which most of them certainly do not now. A Yankee captain has the privilege from the owners to lay in whatever sort of stores he thinks fit. Of course, neither he nor the owner ever thinks of the law. If he is a generous man, the crew are lucky. If not, it's a case of hunger and hustle for 4 or 5 months. As a sample of the manner in which the food has been given out here, the men consumed an entire barrel of molasses during the first 17 days that we were at sea. Since then they have had none. Other articles were scattered around in the same reckless manner, with the natural result that the dainties, which ought to have lasted the whole voyage, had vanished at the latitude of the Falklands. So that ever since the men have been on pretty hard rations, and Broadhead told me that when the old man made the show of putting all hands on government allowance, it didn't mean anything at all. Since the stabbing, though, all the food has been weighed out by the mate each day in full view of the sailors. 18 pounds of bread, i.e. hardtack, so many pounds of beef, etc., and the men themselves carry it to the cook, so that there can be no fault finding. As to the water, 3 quarts per day amounts in all to 54 quarts, which is measured into a cask in the forecastle, and the men are at liberty to give any portion of it they choose to the cook in which to boil their beef and pork, or tea and coffee. These 3 quarts, by the way, are for all purposes, drinking, cooking, and washing, though most foremast hands are not much troubled with the latter, except when it rains hard. Each man probably does not have more than 1.5 quarts of drinking water a day, which is a truly scanty allowance for men who are painting on a blistering deck several hours out of the 24. American captains profess to think that weighing out food to sailors is very degrading, and they always add, "It's too much like them Britishers." Personally, I have never been able to perceive where the indignity comes in. Food is weighed out in the Navy, so why not in the merchant service? I had it on my mind today to ask Captain Scruggs which he really considered the more debasing, giving a man a stipend quantity of food, or knocking his teeth out with wooden or iron implements and then kicking him into the scuppers. But I thought it best to preserve peace rather than advance so hazardous a question. Latitude 23 degrees 18 minutes north, longitude 128 degrees 40 minutes west. September 5th. Oh, what magnificent weather this is! It is just like those grand days in the southeast trades. Our everlasting recollections of the Pacific Ocean, both north and south, will be of weeks of a matchless climate, deep cobalt sky sprinkled with little pink cirrus clouds, a calm sea over which shoots thousands of flying fish in glittering flight, and soft, enchanting breezes. What about those 2 or 3 disagreeable days not long ago? Says the pessimist. True, they were not ideal days, but they only served to show off these lovely winds in all their glorious perfection. We have, unhappily, passed the limits of the tropics, however, having crossed the circle of Cancer yesterday at 4 o'clock. A few minutes ago, at the pumps, Broadhead asked me, "Would you mind telling me why you came out here in an American ship?" I told him why, that having made one voyage in an Englishman, we wanted to compare the vessels, and I also reminded him that foreign ships are not allowed to trade between American ports. "Well, you and the lady must have lots of courage," said he. "Now there's the Lock line of ships to Australia out of London. You ought to have gone in one of them." "Yes, McFoy told me about them," said I. "Well, they're worth all you can say in favor of 'em," continued this American. "They're dandies, carry lots of passengers, first and second class in steerage. Each ship has what they call a double crew. Say a ship had 14 men before the mast, one of these would have 28. So the whole of an ordinary ship's crew is on deck at one time, and not a stroke of work is ever done aloft after 8 in the morning, so that nothing can drop on passengers' heads. This may seem like getting things down to a fine point, but anyone who has voyaged in a sailing vessel will remember how many articles drop from men working aloft. We have seen at least a dozen objects fall during the voyage: knives, paintbrushes, and serving mallets, any one of which dropping on a man's head from a height of at least 100 feet would be very painful, not to say dangerous. Perhaps the most remarkable and unusual device to enable the captain of a vessel to pocket the wages of a crew appears in a copy of a maritime paper, which I found today in a bundle of the skipper's magazines. It was perpetrated by the master of the British ship S. and consisted in his taking a quantity of liquors of divers sorts to sea and retailing them to the men at immense profit. An investigation at Liverpool showed that this enterprising man had bought 20 cases of whiskey at $3.50 a dozen, which he sold to the crew at $1 per bottle. He also had large stores of gin and beer on board, and the amount of money that the captain must have cleared by the various transactions may be imagined when it is mentioned that the carpenter's bill for liquors for one voyage footed up a total of $67, and the men testified that some of them averaged a bottle a day. It seemed to me that the captain's punishment was rather light, as it consisted in suspending his certificate for 3 months. Of course, this is a penalty which could not be inflicted upon an American captain, because none of our sailing ship masters has a government certificate. Our lawgivers do not think that any is necessary, though they require a stiff examination in the case of a steamship master, another sparkling example of the perfection of the United States shipping laws. Latitude 25 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 130 degrees 46 minutes west. End of section 31. Section 32 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 32. September 6th. After breakfast this morning, we trembled when we found the wind letting go, for everything indicated a cessation in the trades. But at 10 o'clock they freshened again, and since then we have swung handsomely along over a light swell at 7 knots. This is very gratifying, and every day sees us 175 miles nearer port. My wife is beginning to rejoice at the prospect of fresh vegetables and fruit, though I think I could live very comfortably on the present diet for at least a year. I had to tell the captain today, though, not to have any more stews for my sake, for I couldn't possibly eat another one. This is not astonishing because, when a week out from New York, I happened to express a desire for a stew, and on every single day since then I have eaten some of this concoction at least once and at times twice. 4 solid uninterrupted months of stews are apt to produce a surfeit thereof. What was worse than anything else, though, was that the steward, desiring to enrich the gravy, at length became addicted to the disagreeable habit of thrusting large pieces of aged canned butter into each stew, after turning it out of the saucepan, so that when the dish reached the table, the surface of the stew glittered with little iridescent golden globules that danced upon it like drops of yellow quicksilver. Thus decorated, it was a very pleasing dish to contemplate, though familiarity with it bred contempt. Every day now, particularly at supper, we enter the dining room with distended eyes, trying to discover some surprise in the culinary department. Usually, however, when the covers are removed, there lie disclosed the same old standbys: stewed beef or mutton, cold beef and ham, biscuits, and boiled potatoes the size of hothouse grapes, though none the worse for that. Indeed, we went to sea with several barrels of new Bermuda potatoes at $10 the barrel. This will show the unstinted manner in which this ship was stored aft. Sometimes, though, we are stunned by some fantastic creation of the Chinaman's. Last night, for instance, when the steward whipped off the huge pewter covers, each almost as big as an umbrella, we were entranced by the appearance of something entirely new. In a deep vegetable dish lay 4 enormous Welsh rarebits. Oh, the gladness of that moment! What mattered it that the bread was a blood relative of India rubber, that the rarebits were clammy and inflexible, or that the rind of a pineapple cheese had contributed to their manufacture? Were they not a change, and as such to be venerated and exalted beyond price? Therefore we helped ourselves reverently, as became so momentous an occasion, and if the compound did produce an incalculable amount of subsequent distress, we extended meek thanks and congratulations to the little Cantonite in the galley. In truth, though, there is no fault of any sort to be found with the cabin food. It is every bit as good as when we started. Last evening, in the second dog watch, the Scotch boatswain came up to me on the main deck and asked how we were getting on. I told him very well indeed, and then he said, "Before we left, I heard that a gentleman and his wife were going out in the ship, and begob I felt sorry for them." Good old McFoy! He is continuously solicitous for our welfare, and a day or two ago he came aft with a copy of Dickens's Christmas Stories, which he had found in the forecastle library furnished by the Seamen's Friend Society, and said that he had found a fine sea story for me to read in the book, called The Wreck of the Golden Mary. It is a fact worthy of note that this rough sailor man is the only individual whom I have ever met who has read this delightful account of a shipwreck off Cape Horn. The best read man whom I ever knew said that he had never even heard of it. In every art, though, there seem to be one or two jewels that exist unknown even to the connoisseur. How many musicians are there, thorough musicians though they may be, who know the gorgeous, glorious chorus in A, Andante sostenuto, from Schubert's Lazarus? Gorgeous in its tone colors, glorious in its fire and rhythm, it is an almost unknown fragment from that transcendent mind. Latitude 27 degrees 58 minutes north, longitude 132 degrees 20 minutes west. September 7th. Nothing but a faint breeze remains of the northeast trades. In the Pacific at this season they are generally a failure, and they carried us through only 12 degrees of latitude. We are beginning to appreciate how hard it is going to be to get into the land in the latitude of San Francisco, unless we soon take the westerly winds that are supposed to blow out here. We are now well to the westward of Frisco, 10 degrees in fact, and it is impossible to calculate how much farther we will have to go. Old Goggins, a year ago, bound up to Nanaimo from Acapulco, fetched over to 160 degrees west before he got a slant north. Today, it is a great deal warmer than yesterday, with at times a nearly glassy sea, and 110 miles of the 2 degrees of latitude that we made were done in the first 16 hours. Last evening I had another session with the garrulous Scott. I'll tell ye something about the H.D. McGregor. She's the toughest ship I ever was in, though there's one still worse. Captain Summers is a corker. He's a little man, but very broad and strong, with a fearful temper. He's all bruck up, though. What broke him up? Said I. Jumpin' after the men, answered David. He's hardly got a sound bone in his body. They do say his back's broke, but I never thought it. But I did see him smash one of his legs. He had that temper that if he wanted to reach a man, he just jumped down on top of him where he stood. I mind one afternoon, just before we got into Frisco 2 or 3 years ago, when I was bosun with him, one of the men was doing something aft on the main deck. Summers said a few words to him, and the feller didn't say yes sir soon enough to suit him, so the old man jumped right off the poop down on the main deck full 8 feet. He meant to leap on top of the sailor, but just as he jumped, the ship gave a roll, and he fell into a water barrel nearby. His left leg brought up sharp agin the chimes of the cask, and crack went his thigh bone. Lucky for him, we were only 2 days from port, and we fixed him up pretty well till we got in. Yesterday afternoon, the top of the deckhouse was painted a beautiful, lustrous, pearly gray, and very fine it looked, glistening in the bright sunshine. Not a drop of rain had fallen all day until 15 minutes after it was finished, when a light shower passed over us, extending not 500 yards in any direction. It lasted not 1 minute, but it completely ruined the wet paint, and it was then that we heard the gentle voice of the mate raised in blasphemous remonstrance. Latitude 29 degrees 48 minutes north, longitude 134 degrees 6 minutes west. September 8th. Just as we had finished writing up our journals yesterday afternoon, there came a loud patter of rain overhead and a heavy puff from the eastward that laid the ship well over. Still, we didn't pay much attention to it for some time, but finding that we moved steadily along without writing, I went on deck to find the ocean covered with whitecaps to the horizon, which was thick with dense, gray, very windy-looking clouds. We were flying through the water at 10 knots and heading up north by west true, which was very fine. But even as we looked, there came a slight but portentous heave from ahead that foretold a northerly swell. And so it proved, for by 8 p.m. our progress had dwindled to 6 knots, as we went pitching and diving into an ugly head sea. It is astonishing how even a moderately heavy swell from ahead will check the speed of a ship, even with a strong wind blowing. A steamer will cleave right through a tall swell without any perceptible difference in her speed. A fact proved to us when, in crossing the Atlantic in the Etruria, we encountered a head sea that buried the entire bows at every plunge. Yet the speed was lowered by only a quarter of a knot. Even a sailing yacht will overcome a head swell in a very creditable manner, but when a massive, clumsy square rigger runs into one, farewell to even a moderate run. She stops at every sea for an appreciable time, till the impetus of so ponderous a mass asserts itself and she tumbles into the next valley. So it was with us all through the night, though we made good a fine course north-northwest. A fact little known generally is that in former years there existed in our ships what was known as a hospital tax. It was finally abandoned not more than 15 years ago, and consisted in each man's paying 40 cents a month as long as he was on board a given vessel toward a common fund, the total sum being handed to the proper persons on the ship's arrival for the maintenance of the marine hospital at the port to which she was bound, provided that such a port was of sufficient importance to warrant an institution of this sort. I think this was a pretty good idea, and cannot think why it was abolished. On a ship like this one, for instance, the amount at the end of a 4 months' voyage would be nearly $40. Yet no one on board would feel the loss of the $1.50 that he had contributed. Latitude 32 degrees 7 minutes north, longitude 135 degrees 6 minutes west. September 9th. Yesterday afternoon a sail was sighted from the fore skysail yard, and at once threw everybody into a tumult of excitement. Truly a long time had passed since we had beheld a vessel of any sort, for the last time that we saw anything fashioned by man's hand was 7 weeks ago, off the Horn. We beat this record on our first voyage, however, when 65 days passed without our sighting a vessel. The ship I.F. Chapman, however, arrived at New York from Manila shortly before we sailed, having been at sea 125 days, and during all that time not a single craft of any description sailed into her ken. At 5 o'clock the upper sails of our new friend were in sight from the deck, and I walked to the break of the poop, where the mate was, to ask his opinion of her. He was extremely pompous, and talked with such assurance that you would suppose he had just come off the stranger. She had not risen to her upper topsails when Mr. Goggins said, "Ho, I know her. She's a barkentine that trades between San Francisco and the Hawaiian Islands." I have never met a captain or mate who said Sandwich Islands. This was to exhibit his infinite knowledge of the Pacific coast. Now, when hull down, I make it a rule never to contradict a sailor when he gives an opinion as to how a square rigger is sailing, whether on or off the wind, or what her precise rig is. Few objects are more puzzling even to an experienced eye. But on this occasion I had a pair of very excellent glasses on the vessel, and suggested that she was either a bark or a ship steering by the wind. "Naw, naw," shouted the mate, with a backward sweep of his arm. "She's a barkentine, a runnin' free." An hour later it proved to be a British ship close hauled on the port tack standing to the eastward. The mate was overwhelmed with chagrin, but his cup of misery was not yet full, for when the old man went on deck last night at 10, the moon being very bright, he asked him whether the ship was still in sight, to which the mate answered, "She's not, sir." "Then what's that?" asked the skipper, pointing under the spanker. There, on the quarter, dim, but in plain view, was the handsome stranger, and she had gone around on our tack. Last evening we witnessed a sunset that was the most impressive of the whole voyage. An hour before the sun disappeared we noticed great cumulonimbus clouds marshalling themselves in the west, the horizon then being veiled in a curious diaphanous mist. When we came up from supper, though, the sun had nearly reached the sea rim, and for 10 minutes we were the enchanted spectators of most exquisite cloud scenery. High up toward the zenith, two ranges of heavy, gloomy cloud mountains were reared, peak on peak, forming in themselves a scene of remarkable grandeur, and right between these purple ramparts, and just then touching the horizon, lay the great blazing globe of fire, edging the immense vapory masses with a fringe as a living flame and transmuting the clouds into glowing pictures of the delectable mountains. more beautiful than artist ever conceived, with the suggestion of the celestial city itself in the surpassing glory of the moment. As Handel said when composing the Messiah, "I did think that I did see all heaven before me and the great God himself." The entire spectacle was visible through the thin mist, now changed into a veil of radiant bronze, putting a finishing touch upon a scene which, for magnificence of coloring and stately splendor, we have never seen equaled. No sooner had the orb of day vanished than out soared the moon from behind a sable cloud, and a night of ineffable peace and purity followed, with now and then a weird effect produced by a gunny floating slowly across the moon's face with the appearance of a gigantic prehistoric bat. Oh, how superb nature is when viewed thus from the deck of a sailing ship! How can a man deny God at such moments as these? How can he say that he is lonely when he is surrounded by such wonderful memorials of his earthly magnificence? Latitude 34 degrees 5 minutes north, longitude 137 degrees 14 minutes west. September 10th. We can stand but very little more of this northerly wind, for we are getting very anxious to go on the other tack. Last night and this morning the wind was very unsteady, and we alternately broke off to west-northwest and came up to northwest by north. It would be useless to tack ship as long as we can hold as good a course as the former, for we would have to make a little southing on the other leg. By tomorrow we will probably be in the latitude of our destination, though 1,000 miles west of it, and the skipper intimates that he will then let her come round whether or no. This morning, it being the first occasion for a long while, we had a brace of fresh eggs for breakfast, which, when poached, were so indescribably delicious that the memory of them lingered long and sweetly in the palate. It is only about once in 3 weeks that our barren, emaciated hens honor us in this fashion, and when they do, our gratitude is boundless. Ordinarily, my wife's breakfast consists of fresh, crisp soda biscuit, a boiled potato, and a cup of cocoa. My own comprising soda biscuit, potatoes, jam, and tepid water. It is a matter of surprise to everyone who has experienced a lack of ice how readily one becomes accustomed to being without it. By the 7th or 8th day, the desire for iced water has passed entirely away and doesn't return except in case of illness. People generally regard a man who refuses any of the customary matutinal beverages with the most extreme astonishment. When he declines coffee, they open their eyes. When he refuses tea, they begin to murmur. And when he also denies cocoa, they drop everything and look intently at him, as though they expected to discover some visible proof of his abstinence. "Why, but your health," these people cry. "Everyone needs something hot in the morning." This is quite false, even in winter weather, as anyone can prove to one's own satisfaction by shunning so strong a stimulant as coffee for a fortnight and taking only water at breakfast. Nearly everybody would feel great benefit from such a course in less than a week. One would think that long voyage shipmasters would grow to detest salt and dried meats and tinned vegetables, but they do not. And Captain Scruggs affirms that after 1 or 2 good feeds of fresh meat ashore after every voyage, he wants to return to his salt beef. And I have yet to see the captain or mate who preferred the finest pressed tongue and canned corned beef to ordinary salt junk. They cling to it with a truly wonderful pertinacity. The captain detailed to us last evening the ingenious method of loading coal at Newcastle, Australia. A ship there hauls in close to the pier, along the edge of which extends a railway track. A train of coal cars is then backed down on the wharf, each car holding 5 tons. They are then uncoupled, a hydraulic crane lifts each one silently from the track, swings it over a given hatch, the bottom drops automatically, precipitating the coal into the hold, and the car is then swung back again and placed on the rails, and another takes its place. The same method is now, or was once employed at Newport, Wales. In the United States, chutes are in general favor for loading colliers, especially in the coastwise trade, which is conducted by means of fore and aft schooners, some of which are as large as many ships. The W.B. Palmer, for instance, registers about 2,000 tons, with a carrying capacity of 3,500, equal to that of the Hosea Higgins, while several range well over 1,500 registered tons. In spite of the encroachments of steam, these mammoth schooners seem to more than hold their own, as the fleet is constantly being increased. 10 years ago, a vessel like the Governor Ames or any of the Randalls paid from 20 to 25%, though the profits are now probably somewhat reduced. The Ames has loaded 2,500 tons of coal at Norfolk in 9 hours, which is the best work on record, as this included trimming and everything else all ready for sea. This phenomenal speed was attained by simultaneously working the four hatches, rivers of coal continuously sliding into the hold through the chutes. At Aden and Port Said, the steamers are coaled entirely by hand in quite an interesting manner. A lighter of coal is secured alongside a steamer, aboard of which is a swarm of black men, mostly crowmen, each with a shallow wicker basket as large as a dishpan. As soon as the lighter is made fast, two cargo ports are opened in the steamer's hull, one forward and one abaft the bunkers. The men then fill their baskets, which they carry upon their heads, and march in single file through the forward port, empty their baskets as they pass the bunkers without pausing, and issue from the after opening into the lighter, where a freshly filled basket awaits each. So great is the number of men that a solid black stream passes through the steamer, and though each basket holds but 20 pounds of coal, it is loaded into the bunkers at the rate of 100 tons per hour. On our return from India in a P&O steamer through the Red Sea, we coaled thus at Aden by electric light. The weather was drizzly, itself a curiosity, and when the moisture condensed on the naked, sooty backs of the crowmen, they appeared as though clad in a mail of sparkling jet. And as they maintained a dismal chant throughout the process, the whole scene resembled a picture from the land of gnomes and pixies. Latitude 35 degrees 50 minutes north, longitude 139 degrees 20 minutes west. End of section 32. Section 33 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 33. September 11th. The winter of our discontent is now at its height. Vainly do we endeavor to make easting. We cannot, for the wind for a long time has been at northeast instead of between north and west, as it should be. At 4 this morning, exasperated beyond endurance, I heard the skipper growl to the mate, "We'll let her go round anyway. Maybe we'll fetch Cape San Lucas." We did make good on easterly course for a while, but at 5 we broke off to east-southeast, which, with the variation, was southeast 3/4 east, a preposterous course. So we went around again at 8, and are still pegging away on the starboard tack, making good north by west, and only 20 miles south of Frisco. Every opportunity the dour Scot has for conversation now he embraces. At 7 this evening, sitting on the main hatch, he said, "I'll bet you never heard what Long John Peterson said to the mate one night off Cape Horn. 'Twas that night when we had the worst snow squalls. I don't know what the row was about, but Mr. Goggins called John up on the poop and began to blackguard him. Then he let him have it once or twice in the face about as hard as I ever saw, and was going to kick him down the poop ladder, when down jumps Long John on the main deck, turns around and yells, 'You come down here and I'll break your blankety-blank neck.' And he'd have done it too. What did Mr. Goggins do? Walked aft and looked into the binnacle. 'That settles you in my mind, me buck,' says I to meself. I don't believe he had a right to hit John, for if I do say so, he's the willingest sailor I ever had to do with. But when John dared him to come down off the poop, well, that's the sort of stuff the mate's made of. He hasn't got the sand of a worm. But look, sir, I want to tell ye something more about the Australian packets. The best and finest voyage I ever had in all me life was in one of those ships, the Loch Rannoch. I love to hear McFoy roll out his sonorous Scottish names. We had 118 passengers, most of them, of course, in the 'tween decks, which was fitted up with bunks for 'em. Oh, but we had the fun that passage. though the rules are strict, just like in the Navy, and well they need be. The emigrants can't go either forward or aft to certain limits. All lights are out at 8 in the evening, no smoking after that hour, and in heavy weather, none of them are allowed on deck. In the Southern Ocean, running our east and down, the hatches were battened for 2 weeks, and all the air the people got was through the ventilators. When such emigrants get to Melbourne, they have to report at Government House, and then things are fixed so they can pay their passage money in installments. The men are generally a pretty decent, well-conducted lot, but the women, oh Lord, the women! Some of them's Amazons, and that's a fact. I remember one that we had on board had the whole ship in a hurrah till one day Captain Skeen ordered her aft to talk to her. I mind the time well. The captain, a fat, short little man in blue and brass buttons with podges on his shoulders, as vain as a turkey, but a good seaman, was talking to a couple of first-class passengers when this lassie was led aft, and he turned with a frown to size her up like. "Well, mutton face, who are ye looking at?" says she, and then, without giving him time for a word, she bawled at him, "D'ye know what I think of you? You're no more good than a hoot down a dumb waiter shaft." She said she was no bloomin' sailor, and she'd have the run of the ship if she liked, and, will you believe it, they had to put the irons on her. She got that bad. We used to have singin' in the dog watches. Man, 'twould 'a' done your heart good to see us sailors a sittin' on the forecastle head. 30 of us, and pretty soon we'd start a shanty and keep it up for 10 minutes. And no sooner would we stop than a score of emigrants amidships would take it up, the women's and men's voices sounding fine together, till it was most as good as a concert. You'd better believe it, though, that it takes strict discipline to keep 150 people in order for 3 months. "See here, McFoy," said I, when he had finished, "I want you to answer me a straight question. Is this a hard ship on the men?" "Why, no, of course it's not," he answered. "Well, Mr. Rarks told me that once, but I didn't know whether to believe him or not," said I. "I can just tell you, she's the quietest Yankee ship I ever sailed in," observed David. "Why, there's been no blood flying at all to amount to much. The men can't make it out. There hasn't one of them been clouded now going on 3 weeks. But I can tell you why it is. It's all on account of you and your wife. The old man won't let out before ye, but I've often seen him hold on tight to himself and just swear instead of knocking the feller endwise. Yes, Mr. Rarks was right when he told ye this was an easy ship." Latitude 37 degrees 18 minutes north, longitude 139 degrees 50 minutes west. September 12th. Hooray for California! Hooray for the north wind! Our bowsprit is at last pointing towards the brown crags of the Golden Gate. At the change of the watch at midnight, we heard the captain sing out, "All hands on deck! Tack ship!" A few moments later came, "Put your helm down!" and a moment afterward he called out, "Helm's a lee!" Yet another minute or two, and "Main top sail haul!" split the air. A dead silence followed as the men cast off the braces, and then the heavy yards clattered noisily around, followed by the agreeable sound of ropes running over patent shivs, always pronounced shivs, and finally, "Let go and haul!" went ringing forward. The head yards swung round, and in 10 minutes more the ship was braced up on the port tack, heading somewhat to the northward of east. All continued to go well, and we are now doing 7 knots. At 10:30 this a.m., as we were watching the mate reeve in a new log line on the Cherub, I heard Kelly at the wheel say, "St, st," and looking where he pointed, lo, a sail appeared well above the horizon on the lee bow. The glasses resolved her into a 3-masted, fore and aft schooner on the starboard tack, and we presently perceived that she was rigged with pole masts and a spike bowsprit, being the first vessel of the sort I ever saw. It makes a very serviceable rig, not so picturesque as fitted topmasts and slender jib boom, but powerful and able looking, which count for more in a seaman's eye than aesthetic beauty. Before long it became apparent that if neither of us shifted the helm there would be a collision, and as we were on the port tack we should be the one to alter our course. But then the other vessel was only a schooner, so this would never enter the mind of a square-rigger skipper. Sure enough, although the other had the right of way, she shifted her wheel, and we passed across her bows, not more than a cable's length away. She was the Sequoia of San Francisco, 325 tons, and was probably bound up to Puget Sound from a southern Californian port. Observe how hard it is to make northing as well as easting here at this season, when vessels are obliged to stand offshore 20 degrees in order to reach up, and the Sequoia hadn't tacked ship yet to fetch in. I never before saw a fore and aft schooner 1,000 miles offshore, though there are small two-masters that trade between Newfoundland and Spain, and between Boston and the Bight of Benin. As we passed the Sequoia, all hands aboard of her crowded to the side to see us, and we probably made a splendid picture as we swept by, only 200 or 300 yards away, under all possible canvas. The captain and mate declared that her name was pronounced Sequoia. Shipmasters often have the most remarkable pronunciations even for well-known ports and landmarks, and they cling to them with dogged tenacity. Last night we had another new dish for supper, cream toast. This sounds odd, I expect, but it was simply delicious. It is true that, as in the case of the rare bits the other evening, the bread was not all that could be desired, but by using unsweetened condensed Swiss cream, thinned a little with water, it proved to be a most savory dish, though an expensive one for the ship, as an entire can has to be used each time. In truth, if made thus, it tastes far better than if fresh milk is used, as the great fault with ordinary milk toast lies in its flatness and insipidity. But the Swiss cream, being very rich and perfectly pure, is eminently adapted to this purpose. It sticks in my mind that this ought to be a hint for housewives. Already we have begun to estimate precisely when we will reach port. If we do it in 6 days, or by next Saturday, it will mean only 150 miles a day, or 6.5 per hour, which we should do without trouble if we do not fall to leeward of the Farallones. Mr. Rarks is still very feeble and will evidently have to be carried ashore. Latitude 38 degrees 10 minutes north, longitude 139 degrees 10 minutes west. September 13th. A magnificent day, though not quite so much wind as we would like to have. Up to 10 this morning we did passably well, but since then it has been pretty light, though there is a bank of wool packs rising in the west foretelling more wind from that desirable quarter. We made 3 degrees of departure, and to our chagrin, not to say consternation, 58 miles of southing. This latter must be due, we think, to an error in our previous dead reckoning, as we hadn't had the sun for 2 days, and the currents here are often strong. A line drawn from yesterday's alleged noon position to that of today passes directly over the reputed Reed Rocks, but as we are by no means sure of yesterday's work, we cannot on that account positively deny their existence. They were first reported about 50 years ago by one Reed, an American mariner, but as the British Admiralty charts do not acknowledge the presence of the rocks, and as our own charts have capital D marked beneath them, meaning doubtful, it is probable that, if they ever did exist, they have now disappeared. It is worthy of mention that the total cost of running and maintaining a ship like the Hosea Higgins for 1 year amounts to an average of $25,000. In New York alone, the bills that Captain Scruggs had to pay before we went to sea amounted to almost $15,000, though this was a somewhat excessive amount, owing to the putting in of a new bowsprit and fore lower mast, which, with the rigger's bill, footed up a total of $2,000. Here is a list of the accounts rendered: riggers, stores, stevedore, foremast, blacksmith, wharfage, advance to men, ship chandler, sailmaker, towboat, pilot, shipwright, tonnage dues, butcher, fresh meat. In San Francisco there will be an equally heavy account, as a new mizzen lower mast will be shipped there, and when the Higgins arrives back at New York, she will have to be thoroughly overhauled and repaired, being of the age of 15 years. Wooden vessels are classed A1 for that period and no longer without a complete renovation, and she is then reclassed. Iron vessels are rated A1 for a much longer period. The list of firms above enumerated would not be complete, however, without mentioning the cooper's bill. This is sometimes quite large for repairs made to cases, barrels, etc., on account of damage sustained while loading, at sea, or discharging. Goods must always be delivered in first-rate condition. Yet, in spite of the heavy running expenses, this ship averages 15 and 16% profit. And there is one very large iron four-masted ship belonging to the keenest shipowner in New York, which regularly pays a 20% annual dividend. Nearly all American sailing ships pay well, but the greatest profits that I know of in late years have been made by a British 11-knot tramp steamer whose name I cannot remember. This vessel for the last 4 years has paid the owners an average annual profit of 34%. Much of this is, of course, due to the vessels happening to strike the various markets at exactly the right time, though there must be a good, sharp business head to the concern to achieve such an astonishing result. It is said, however, that the majority of British sailing ships are not good money makers. Latitude 37 degrees 12 minutes north, longitude 136 degrees 15 minutes west. September 14th. A magnificent breeze that has driven us along at nearly 9 knots has blown steadily from the north-northeast for 24 hours, giving us an easterly course by compass. But alas, the point and a half of variation and another half point of leeway force us to steer about east-southeast true. We made a whole degree of southing in consequence and are now 90 miles south of Frisco Heads. If we have to tack ship, it will be a piece of outrageous luck, and if the ship doesn't come up 3 points by noon tomorrow, that's just what we'll have to do. Last Sunday, as I was talking to some of the men forward, Broadhead spoke of the Yellowstone Park, and he chanced to mention that a friend of his had spent his honeymoon in that delectable locality, adding that, of course, everything looked particularly rosy even for the Yellowstone. Conversation then changed when all at once I found the eyes of Jimmy Rumps fixed upon me, and a moment later he said wistfully and earnestly, "I should think it must be just grand to go on a honeymoon." Rumps, it might be added, would make an excellent cabin boy on a yacht, but as bosun of a large ship it would be difficult to find one more thoroughly incompetent than he is. There are at least a dozen of the men before the mast who are far better sailors than he, and seamanship is a sine qua non in a bosun as well as in a second mate. Another speech of one of the men afforded us a little amusement this forenoon. As my wife stepped to the binnacle to learn the course, the old man having just gone below with his sextant, Paddy, the merry, humorous young Irishman, was steering. But instead of his usual jolly smile, his face indicated the most extreme dejection. So, to cheer him up, my wife nodded to him and remarked, "We'll soon be in, Paddy." "Yes, mum, I know," he replied, "but I got gumboils now," to show that variety had been vouchsafed him in his afflictions, as he has only just recovered from the worst sea boils in the ship. It may not be very widely known that in the United States there are several competent women ship mistresses, as I suppose they ought to be called. I don't mean women who understand more or less about the handling of vessels, but those who are entirely capable and have received their certificates for steamers from the government. The first woman to pass the examination in this country was a Mrs. George Miller of New Orleans, and it was the late Justice Folger, at the time Secretary of the Treasury, who, after mature deliberation, decided that a woman could legally, if she passed the severe examination necessary to command a steam vessel, assume the responsible position of captain. Since then, several women in the United States have obtained master's licenses and have demonstrated their ability to handle steamers. But the woman captain of a square rigger has not yet appeared on the horizon, though many long voyage captains' wives are almost, if not quite, as capable navigators and seamen as their husbands. The British Board of Trade, however, has positively refused to allow a member of the gentler sex to appear before it for examination. A test case recently came up when the daughter of an English marquis applied to that institution for master's papers. This lady pointed out that she simply desired to command her own yacht, which she was quite capable of doing, and did not wish to have anything to do with any other vessel. But the Board of Trade's answer to her application was that it would not permit a woman to be examined for a master's certificate, as the word master implicitly specified that men alone were eligible. Shortly afterward, the Marquise's daughter married an Irish merchant captain, and at the present time is no doubt ably assisting her husband in the navigation of the splendid ship which he has the good fortune to command. Latitude 36 degrees 21 minutes north, longitude 132 degrees 30 minutes west. September 15th. This is the second of my wife's birthdays that we have passed at sea, as 3 years ago we celebrated one in the Mandalore in 37 degrees south, 16 degrees east, and to commemorate this occasion we have had very strong northerly winds, with heavy puffs, a clear sky, and a rough but magnificent sea, with the ship bounding through it under the main top gallant sail, bursting the spray high up to windward in drenching showers as she shoulders her way through the great creaming billows. How superb and proud they look, their snow-white, downy crests standing pompously forth against the azure sky, with intervening valleys of that wonderful blue which imparts such a fascination to the scene. We love nothing better than to pick out a particularly tall sea when it is still a quarter of a mile away on the bow. On it comes, as resistless as time, now hidden as the ship drops into a hollow, now soaring above its fellows as some grand snowy peak towers over its pine-clad neighbors. Nearer and yet nearer it approaches, challenging combat as it comes, the vessel half advancing to meet it. And now it is right alongside, and hangs menacingly 30 feet above the ship, and the spray scattered from its glistening summit flies overhead in a swirling cloud, and a rainbow spans for an instant the streaming decks. It seems impossible that the vessel can clear the swift rush of the great billow, but just as it gathers itself for the assault, the ship, with a heavy lurch to leeward, presents a high, copper-sheathed wall to the seething flood, and before you know it you have passed the crest of the huge wave and are sliding smoothly and noiselessly into the quiet valley beyond. We have just cause for rejoicing too, for the ship has come up 2 whole points since midnight, and we are now steering east-northeast by compass, 2 more points to the northward, and we can fetch up to windward of the Farallones. The captain seems wonderfully positive that we will fetch in all right, and when he expresses himself so surely, which he seldom does, we always feel pretty certain of the chances being in our favor. I haven't mentioned Mr. Rarks for some time. He has not been doing at all well, eats hardly 6 ounces of food a day, and he has withered away to a wraith of his former self. An idea of this may be gained from the captain's estimate that he has lost at least 40 pounds. The impression grows that Luis will be cleared in court, this opinion being held even by the skipper, for the men say that the second mate knocked Carl down with a maul besides the block, and there are 3 others who can bring damaging evidence against Mr. Rarks. But I am very much afraid that the mellifluous voices of the crimps, when they swarm aboard in San Francisco harbor, will exercise a somewhat different influence upon their opinions. I should like to see a shipmaster with the courage to prevent the entrance of these crimps into his vessel. But if he did so and had them all kicked over the side into the harbor, as they ought to be, what a time this shipmaster would have getting a crew together when he was next ready for sea, for not a boarding master in the city would let him have a man. If sailors would only hold together when they get ashore and testify against the bad treatment that they get at sea, 9/10 of the villains who officer our deep-water men would now be contemplating existence behind grated windows. If we had any doubts as to this particular ship's being worse in its treatment of the men than the average Yankee, they were further dispelled by a remark of Jack Nichols, an unobtrusive little sailor and a good one. "This ship's a peach compared to them what I've been in." Luis is fairly cheerful and conducts himself remarkably well. Latitude 36 degrees 1 minute north, longitude 128 degrees 20 minutes west. End of section 33. Section 34 of By Way of Cape Horn by Paul Eve Stevenson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Section 34. September 16th. To our very great astonishment, the wind increased very rapidly yesterday afternoon, and by 3 o'clock it was blowing a strong gale from northward with a cloudless sky. Several exciting incidents marked the day, the first of which occurred at the above hour. I had just gone on deck when suddenly there was a most tremendous clatter forward, and in another second down fell the big main top mast staysail, hanging outboard so as to just touch the water, as of course it was blown to leeward by the gale. From beyond the head, which was that part that hung down, extended about 6 feet of the heavy iron wire stay which had parted, and there instantly began the most terrible slatting that I have ever heard or seen. It was nothing short of fearful. There was a heavy sea running, and as the ship would lay far over every few minutes, the wind would gather up the sail, blow it out horizontally to leeward, and then jerk it back and forth, up and down, seemingly in every direction at the same instant, with appalling fury. The iron wire dashing now against the main backstays, now against the bulwarks, now full into the bunt of the mainsail, with a force that was awful and made you hold your breath as the weapon was flung against the backstays with the crack of a pistol. I have seen slatting before when the gear of large racing yachts carried away, but it was not to be spoken of in the same breath with that of today. It was as if the power of the universe was concentrated in the twisting, bounding, whirling staysail, and the sailors stood aghast, for it was certain death to approach. The captain was asleep when the stay parted, but he was on deck in a few seconds, and instantly ordered the helm hard up, so as to get the ship before the wind and prevent further destruction, for the main rigging couldn't have stood the thrashing much longer. Slowly the ship paid off, but 5 minutes passed until she was running free before the big smoking seas, for we had started nothing, but had simply put the helm up. Meanwhile the slashing continued, and at last the wire burst through the mainsail and made a gaping rent in the afterleach. How the whole lee side of the sail escaped is marvelous, but when we were dead before the wind, 4 hands simultaneously seized the heaving sail, and by heroic work finally got it muzzled after 15 minutes of most courageous efforts. No sooner was it secured and the ship on her course again than the old man sung out, "Clew up the main to'gans'l!" There was a rush to the clew lines and halyards, but somebody slacked away something too quickly for the zephyr that was whispering aloft, for there came a crackling report, and the top gallant sail at once was transformed into canvas pennants. A varied assortment of profanity tinged the atmosphere for quite half an hour, as a new sail had to be bent, and no one who has not seen a sail shifted in a gale of wind can form any true idea of the hard labor entailed in the process. So, leaving the uninitiated to picture it as well as he can, I must go on to describe something that occurred which more nearly concerned ourselves. My wife and I were in our room a few minutes later discussing the staysail business, when, without warning, there came a very great lurch, and then the booming of mighty waters smote our ears as a whooping sea fell thundering directly on the poop. For a moment we were speechless as the water rushed in our windows, in spite of this being the lee side, drenching every object in the room. But we were called to our senses mighty suddenly by the volume of water that came cascading down the companionway and gushing inches deep into our room. But alas, what could we do? Such a thing happens in a second, and by the time that we had slammed the door and shutters, there was no more water to come in, and the damage was wrought. Personally, we did not suffer extensively, but the after cabin was a rare sight. The skipper's room was on the weather side, and as the ship heeled far over to the sea, everything movable shot out into the cabin, and when we first saw it, books, magazines, balls of twine, slippers, shoes, ocean directories, charts, dividers, rulers, cigars, and an incredible number of old San Franciscan newspapers, every letter of which we have read, including the advertisements, were washing about in half a foot of brine. An idea of the volume of water may be gained when it is said that the steward and Sammy were an hour and a half in bailing it out with buckets. Fortunately, the weather windows were protected by the solid wooden shutters which had just been closed, but the companion door had been left open, and this did nearly all the damage. Not even when the forward skylight was stove over the River Platte was there so much water below, and it was really an alarming thing to see so much ocean flowing down the companion stairs. But all these little inconveniences were as nothing when compared with the fact that the gale delayed us seriously and that the sea kept knocking us off, though the wind was steady at north-northwest. So that, in spite of it, we did not make good a better course than east by north and went through the water very slowly, as we had to hold her well up to make even 1 point of northing. By 10 this a.m., however, the wind had so moderated that the topgallant sails were set, but we began then to break off to the southward of east, and at 1 o'clock we wore ship and are now on the starboard tack, heading up northwest by north. The point to be avoided at all hazards is not to fall off to the southward any more. Never mind going back into the Pacific a little if you can make some northing. Our destination is distant only 150 miles, and the captain has until Saturday to save his record of 130 days. Latitude 36 degrees 28 minutes north, longitude 125 degrees 30 minutes west. September 17th. Instead of being now within sight of the coast, lo, we are becalmed within 20 miles of where we were at noon yesterday. It is difficult to imagine anything more exasperating than to lie idly upon the surface of a glassy ocean, only a little more than 100 miles from the port for which you have been striving for 4 months. I wouldn't care if the voyage were to be several weeks longer, but it is trying for all hands to thus lie becalmed so near the haven. Off the Hooghly we were similarly tortured with light winds for several days. When we went on deck this morning, the weather was such that we might well have conceived ourselves down between the trades, for we apparently floated in oil, and the big squares of canvas depended in writhing folds from the lofty yards. Not even the smallest clouds spattered the blue heavens, but a thin haze covered the sea and rose above the horizon some 15 degrees or so. A semi-transparent curtain of a deep orange, beautiful to behold, but of ill omen, as it was highly improbable that anything worthy of the name of breeze would come from anywhere with such conditions. Astern, among the dark spiral water funnels, floated half a dozen gunnies, and we thought that perhaps we could capture one. Therefore, the skipper rigged a small hook, baited with bacon rind, to a thin line and dropped it overboard. In a few minutes one took the bait, and giving the line a jerk, he hooked the creature in the upper part of the bill and hauled him through the water and up over the stern. This bird made but little resistance, and formed a strong contrast to the fierce struggles of an albatross under similar conditions. When finally deposited upon the deck, he seemed to be about the size of a swan as to body, but his wings were very long, the alar extent being 8 feet, or only 3 or 4 feet less than an average albatross. Like the latter, a gunny can inflict a very severe wound with his bill, and it is necessary to have a care for your calves as you pass by. We endeavored to take some photographs of the big bird, but he would insist upon continual motion, and finally the wretched beast cast up the contents of his stomach on the deck, after the manner of all seafowl. Then the captain brought up the Maltese cat, who entertains a very lofty opinion of itself, and who is in the habit of valiantly putting the chickens to flight. He was apparently stunned, though, when confronted with the great bird, and when the latter opened a beak in which the whole of Tommy's head might have rested, his tail thickened and he sped him away. As it was useless then to keep the gunny any longer on board, the skipper grasped him dexterously by the tip of one wing and threw him over the side, whereupon, catching himself before he touched the water, he flew off with a joyous scream to rejoin his comrades, and no doubt relate to them his wonderful adventures. Latitude 36 degrees 35 minutes north, longitude 125 degrees 50 minutes west. September 18th. Becalmed, 65 miles from the Farallones. It is a dismal fact that although we had a light, fair wind all last night, it let go at 9 this morning, and since then we have been weltering in a light swell from the northward, with the sea at times like blue ice. Such a dead calm was it that my wife and I played cards the greater part of the morning on deck. At 7 a.m., the haze that shrouded the sea commenced to melt under the hot sun, and 2 ships were disclosed to our vision, one to port, the other to starboard. The former was a 3-master of about 2,000 tons, while the other was a very large, full-rigged 4-masted ship, that is, square-rigged on all the masts, of fully 2,800 tons. Both were metal vessels and made a fine picture as they gracefully topped the easy swell. They were bound to the southward and therefore have all their troubles before them. The poor old man has broken his record, and we feel very sorry for him. And indeed, it is a very fine thing for a captain to be able to say that never, upon any voyage in any part of the world, has he been more than 130 days at sea. He takes this voyage very philosophically, which is a remarkable fact, and says that no matter how fine a man's record may be, it's only necessary to keep on, and it will at last be broken. I divided up some articles of old clothes among the men this afternoon, and their pleasure as they drew lots for the various pieces which they made no attempt to conceal was delightful to see. We ourselves are all packed up, ready to go ashore whenever the wind will allow us. It is very satisfactory to get this done, for we always travel with an altogether unnecessary quantity of impedimenta, and it is a matter of considerable skill to compress all the things into 2 or 3 trunks. While we were looking at the smaller of those 2 ships this morning, the captain said that she looked like the British ship Eurydice, the present holder of the record passage across the North Pacific, she having made the voyage from Yokohama to Port Townsend in the wonderfully fast time of 19 days. With this voyage, compare those of 2 other British square riggers, the Clan Macfarlane and the Matterhorn. Neither is a slow ship, yet the former was 101 days sailing from Hong Kong to San Francisco, and the latter 114 between the same ports. The captain is beginning to wonder how difficult it is going to be for him to get a crew in Frisco when he is ready for sea again. He is worrying a good deal over it, for when we sailed from New York, sailors were so scarce in San Francisco that the big ships for Farshire and Kensington went to sea with crews, half of which were ranch hands, who had been rounded up by the crimps. Latitude 37 degrees 11 minutes north, longitude 124 degrees 12 minutes west. September 19th. At 6:30 this morning there was a great rapping and thumping on our door, and Captain Scruggs cried, "If you want to see the Farallones, you'd better come on deck." 10 minutes later we emerged from the companionway, but at first could see nothing at all for a chilly fog that lay upon the water, which had, during the night, changed to the muddy green of soundings. By dint of perseverance, though, we saw a large, dark mass loom gradually up until we could plainly discern the brown, sterile cones of the Farallones, which lie about 25 miles west of San Francisco Heads. Many persons have been puzzled to know why it is that the majority of the Pacific Coast population pronounce the word as though it was spelled Farallones. The explanation of it seems to me to be a corruption of the Spanish pronunciation Farallones, as, of course, the double L in that language has the sound of Y. The same can be said of Molendo, an important Peruvian port in 17 degrees south. For Californians who are not especially erudite, call the place Maliendo, from the Spanish moliendo. It will be perceived how readily careless persons could fall into the way of putting an extra syllable in names which contain the double L, from hearing Mexicans and South Americans pronounce the words, which of course they do correctly. As we had packed all of our valises, etc., the night before, there was nothing for us to do but to anticipate with pleasurable excitement the entrance into the Golden Gate, for the captain assured us that by 11 o'clock there wouldn't be a vestige of fog left, this being a peculiarity of the coast climate. Surely enough, at 10 the mist began to disperse and a bright glare overhead indicated an impending flood of sunshine. At this moment we heard several sharp whistles ahead, and a towboat passed close to us in another minute, and then rounding to, ranged up alongside. How odd a sensation it is to see a new face again after an absence of 4 months from the retreats of men. Day after day, week after week, we have watched Mr. Goggins relieve Mr. Rarks, and Broadhead relieve Paddy, so steadily that we almost forgot that there was anyone else in existence. And when we perceived the captain of the tugboat standing in the pilot house in a glistening biled shirt and store clothes and a polish on his brown shoes that quite dazzled us, we gazed upon him fascinated, for he was the biggest dude we had seen in 19 weeks. And how uncouth the ship's company looked when contrasted with even the towboat's crew. However, we were soon brought to from our reveries by a large bundle of newspapers that the tug's skipper hove on board. And who can depict the joy of that hour during which we pored over the journals, marveling at the commonplace allusions to momentous events which had been almost forgotten by the daily reader? Presently we passed two ships bound up to Puget Sound, the Dashing Wave and the Yosemite. Old Nielsen, a Swede, said he used to sail in the Yosemite. And then, the fog lifting suddenly and completely, we found ourselves only 2 miles from the heads. "Get out an old ensign," said the skipper to the mate, "and put it in the rigging, union down." "All right, sir," answered that individual with much satisfaction, and in a few minutes an old torn flag, reversed, fluttered in the starboard mizzen shrouds. It was of ominous meaning, for to a sailor it signified police assistance wanted on board. And then we remembered the Frenchman below, and wondered what his thoughts and anticipations must be, for of course he knew that a towboat had our line. It was a quarter to noon when we entered the Golden Gate under a cloudless sky and caught our first glimpse of the world-famed harbor. A single word describes it: magnificent. The entrance itself, where the ship moves on between wild rugged hills that tower sheer out of the sea, is marked with an individual grandeur, and serves to prepare one for the splendid haven within. And when the ship finally glides beyond a certain headland and creeps slowly along in a perfect maze of great wooden and steel sailing ships, with the immense expanse of shining water ahead, the wonderful perpendicular streets on the starboard hand, and the endless chain of lofty hills on the other, a sensation of pride tingles through you when you think that it is your en contraire that boasts this great, matchless harbor. Long before the anchorage was reached, a handsome white steamer was seen approaching us with a vertically striped flag in the stern. It was the revenue cutter, and steaming alongside, 4 men at once stepped on board. The first was the customs inspector, and the others a deputy United States marshal and 2 policemen. It was a dramatic scene. All of our men were huddled around the galley, with anxious looks toward the officers of the law, who immediately went into the cabin and held a long conversation in low tones with the captain. Then the deputy marshal stepped into the second mate's room and talked with him 5 minutes in whispers, a blue coat posting himself at each cabin door. A rattling of keys was heard in another moment, and then old Goggins, somewhat awed, but as pompous and ridiculous as a turkey, stumped down into the lazarette, and with much unnecessary clanking of chains, Luis issued forth into daylight. He was as pale as ashes, for a sort of prison pallor was upon his usually dark cheeks, and he seemed on the point of breaking down when he saw the police. Then he looked all around imploringly, first at his shipmates near the galley, then at Captain Scruggs, and finally he caught sight of us, when he cast upon us a look so sad and beseeching that I will remember forever that sorrowful look in his eyes. Only for an instant did he stop, though. The officers stepped forward at a nod from the deputy, grasped the Frenchman, still manacled, by the collar, marched him quickly over to the port side, hustled him aboard the revenue boat, and in another instant Luis Joaquin, able seaman of Dunkerque, disappeared from view, and was on his way to show cause for an assault on the high seas upon Thomas Rarks, second mate of the clipper Hosea Higgins. When the anchor had touched the bottom, we stood by for the crimps. Even before we were aware of it, the evil creatures began to swarm on board like a flock of sinister vultures, and without ceremony they fell upon their prey. They plied the men from bottles whose black nozzles protruded from their coat pockets, and in a few minutes each had persuaded his man to go with him when they should get ashore. Poor fellows, once more in the clutches of the vampires, who, while not actually fostered by the government, yet are allowed to ply their abominable and iniquitous trade full in the face of the law. And I repeat, the allotment or advanced system of wages that now prevails, and which is the basis upon which the whole scheme of crimping is founded, must be abolished. It is the duty of the federal government to see to it that this is done. At 15 minutes past 12, there was a loud order from the captain, "Let go!" Then came the heavy, crushing splash, the fierce rush of the cable, the big 4,000-pound anchor gripped the mud of San Francisco Bay, and our long voyage was a thing of the past. How many exciting moments we had had in those 131 days! What varied phases of the ocean we had witnessed in the 17,400 miles we had sailed, from the snowy squalls and hissing seas of Cape Horn to the quiet breezes and calm surface of the equatorial seas. Little time was given us for reflection, though, for the tugboat skipper had agreed to put us ashore at the foot of Market Street, if we would look alive. So we threw our valises and shawl straps to the deckhand on the tug, shook Captain Scruggs's hearty fist, and then turned to do the same with Mr. Goggins. But as this individual was invisible at the time, no doubt below in the forepeak, we were obliged to forego that pleasure. And now there ensued a remarkable scene. As we went over the side, we noticed that all the sailors were on the mainyard, unbending the sail, and as we stepped aboard the towboat, I shouted, "Goodbye, boys, good luck to you all." There was a moment's silence, and then Broadhead, who was at the starboard yardarm just over our heads, sung out, "Now, fellows, 3 times 3 for them." And at once there broke out the most vociferous and lusty cheering that ever came from 18 throats. The men seemed to get worked up as they shouted, and at last McFoy and a dozen others fairly yelled and threw their caps on deck and waved their arms like madmen, so that their voices went ringing peal on peal over the broad harbor, bringing to the rail the officers and crews of the big Scotch ships Aberfoyle, County of Linlithgow, and Blair Gowrie, which lay hard by, to know what all this cheering meant on a Yankee just in from sea. It was a moment to bring a tear to your eye, and neither my wife nor I can ever forget these honest, big-hearted sailors as they appeared on that yard, shouting themselves hoarse. Why? Simply because we had bade them good morning and good night during the voyage, and had shown that we understood and appreciated their hard and thankless labors. If shipmasters would realize that a single kind word, or even look, often exerts more influence over a crew than oaths and blows, what a difference there would be in the handling and navigating of our long voyage sailing ships. Appendix. A few days after our arrival at San Francisco, Louise Joaquin was brought for trial at that port before the United States Commissioner. He made an excellent defense, so good indeed that after due consideration of both sides of the case, the Commissioner was compelled to discharge him, and Louise walked forth a free man. This was a just and most satisfactory termination of the matter, though I would have liked to see Rarks properly punished for his treatment of Carl et al. In truth, Carl, Brunn, and Peterson did prefer charges against both mates, who were held for trial. But when the case came up, no witnesses appeared against them, for the very good reason that the 3 men were shanghaied aboard a New York-bound ship by the boarding masters, thus pursuing the usual course in such matters. Rarks recovered in a short time, and no doubt is at this moment stamping on some poor fellow whom he has beaten down with the ever-present belaying pin. While this book was in press, there arrived at San Francisco one of our most widely known Cape Horners. The men related stories of unusually shocking cruelties on the part of the captain as well as the officers, and the second mate was held in $500 bonds. 2 of the sailors testified, on separate occasions, to this incident. While wearing off the horn one day, the second mate struck a sailor down with a capstan bar and was kicking him heavily in the head, when the mate yelled from the poop, "That's right, kick the life out of him," to which the second mate replied, "I would kill him if we were only bound to Hong Kong." Is this the way our councils protect the lives of men under the flag? What is the matter with our Eastern Consular Service that men may be killed on our ships, as they have been, and the murderers go free upon landing at Chinese and Japanese ports? A delightful travesty indeed upon our exalted civilization. The End. End of section 34. End of By Way of Cape Horn, 4 Months in a Yankee Clipper by Paul Eve Stevenson.